Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Whilton Mill Kart Club in Daventry, Northamptonshire, for the 2019 Bambino Kart Club Winter Cup. My name's Alex Goldschmidt from Downforce Radio, your commentator. Throughout the day, we're cross-posting through multiple platforms on Facebook, through Karting Magazine, Downforce Radio, the BKC's official Facebook page, and also on YouTube. So please, if you're watching on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, please feel free to subscribe, hit the notification bell, and keep abreast of anything that Alpha Live will be broadcasting throughout the 2020 season and beyond. We've had a myriad of difficult weather conditions throughout the weekend, especially yesterday. Track was evolving nicely, and then around about 8 o'clock at the track, local time here, the heavens decided to hit us with a deluge of rainfall. So the track is quite slick, quite greasy out there, as we've just completed the warm-up sessions for the morning. We've got 6 different classes competing throughout the day here at Whilton Mill, 1,200 metres, with such categories as X30 Junior, X30 Libra, who are now actually out on circuit. So this is our first of 2 preliminary heats before we go into a pre-final. The C50 Comas, slightly different from them. The top 16 will qualify for the A final later on, and they will have a B final later on this afternoon for the top 4 to go through. So it'll be a 20-strong grid for the C50 Coma Bambinos. So we've got X30 Junior and Senior C50s. So let's get underway with our first starting grid of the meeting. So on the front row, it is Simon Parker in the number 11 with Nathan Peters in the number 42 alongside as they're on their formation lap. Cameron Davey and Brad Parrott, that's row number 2 and numbers 71 and 19. Mason Ware and Leon Dolby, that's 46 and 99. Harry Little and Nathan Herbert round out the top 4 rows. Completing the top 10, it's the 72 of Sheldon Davey and Charlie Koshel in the 25 with Austin Weldon, Ashton Parsons, Alex Johnston, Vinnie Phillips, Alicia Bradshaw and Gabriel Stilt rounding out the top 16 positions. And completing the grid, 21 of them, Josh Agenbar, Luke Watts, Harvey Ribby. As we go, lights out, I think. Is this a clean start? Looks to be the case as they head into oblivion. So the 2 grids are separated. So they're going to let the seniors go first and the juniors follow suit, as the seniors make their way up the hill towards Manuel's Bank and into Christmas for the very first time. It's getting a bit dicey out there, as we've already got the spinner. That is the 71 of Cameron Davey, who looked to take the initial advantage and puts a little bit of mud on the track, as he's now going to get the juniors closing on the back bumper very, very quickly as the field is going through Ashby's now into Wilkins. It's very, very treacherous. The drivers are really having to work hard, and we've got a spinner. That is the number 12 at Ashby's. That's Alicia Bradshaw. So she's now got to recover as the 42 I've just noticed. That is, well, there's quite a few drivers in this, so it's going to be difficult to keep up, but I'll do my very, very best as the number 11 of Simon Parker comes through the boot, and there's the number 35 just being pulled off there. That looks to be a Mark Baines Motorsport driver there, 35. That is Ashton Parsons, who is no longer taking any further participation. Nice work by the marshalling team at Whilton Mill. 6 minutes and 53 plus an additional lap. Fastest lap of anybody at the moment is Vinnie Phillips, down in 12th position overall, but looks to be second in the juniors at the moment. You can just see how much, oh, there's a little clatter in up into Christmas. That's the 51 of Nathan Herbert. Put the anchors on, the rear axle locked, and looked to actually pitch the driver sideways, and it could have been 2 sliding off the circuit, not just 1, as everyone is just absolutely struggling for traction, as some of them are now making their way from Ashby's through to Wilkins. So at the moment, Simon Parker has a lead of 1.78 seconds. We've just had a warning flag go out for the number 72 of Sheldon Davey, running in 8th position at the moment. So Parker leads from Mason Weir, Nathan Peters, Brad Parrott, Nathan Herbert rounds out the top 5. Juniors at the moment, Alex Johnson is leading Vinnie Phillips. They're about 2 or so tenths of a second adrift of each other at the minute, but the order is rapidly changing as the race progresses. So 5 minutes 50 plus an additional lap to go, and there is a nice little battle here. That is for Peters, and just behind is Parrott in the number 19. So some of the juniors are actually catching up with the seniors here at the minute, as Alex Johnston, which is literally a fraction behind Sheldon Davey in the 72, is the number 18 of Harry Little in 5th place, up from 7th. Someone goes very wide coming out of Ashby's, as the number 48, who's just in the shot at the moment. That's Alex Johnston, the leading junior at the minute, but has Vinnie Phillips got past? That's the big question I need to ask myself, and what's happening at the moment, because it is absolute bedlam out there at the minute. Everyone is just scrabbling for traction as some of the drivers coming through the boot, down the hill, down into pit bend. They've got to be very watchful of the curbs, and there's a lot of standing water on the exit curves from pit bend onto the main start-finish straight. Someone's gone very wide, all four wheels past the curbing there. So some drivers really making best their intentions as Peters gets very squirrely under the braking going into Christmas. That means that Koshler's right on the back bumper as they now head down through Inkerman's. Then it's the short blast down to Ashby's. And again, Peters struggling with traction, and Koshler's right on the back bumper as everyone's nearly tripping all over each other at the minute. So Koshler's really got a good opportunity here to get past Peters, and he's going to make the move. Is he going to go through Ogies? He does. But Peters trying to keep it planted on the outside, can't make it stick. So nice work by Charlie Koshler to get up into third place past Nathan Peters. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, Simon Parker has got a 2.6 second advantage over Mason Weir. And someone's gone very slowly and pulls off at the top of the boot. Trying to make out that number. That looks to be that's the 37. That's Luke Watts, one of the juniors, as Vinnie Phillips has absolutely shot up the order like a scalded cat into P6 overall and is leading the X30 juniors in this. As you can just see, again, Nathan Peters just having problems braking. That's really compromised him because he went completely sideways up to the top part of Christmas, and that allowed Harry Little, and right on the back bumper of Peters is now Vinnie Phillips, who sends it up the inside of Ashby's. Great job from the 87, looks to be Fusion Motorsport driver there. As we get into getting close to the last 3 minutes plus an additional lap. Alex Johnston running in 9th at the moment. Gabriel Stilp down in 11th place. So Ashton Parsons unfortunately retired on the very first lap. So it's going to be a case of how he recovers in the second heat a little bit later on. As there's more ducking and darting and dicing on the track here as the 42 of Nathan Peters is coming under close quarter combat with Harvey Ribby in the number 17. As now coming up the hill, up Manuel's Bank, up into Christmas. 18 of Harry Little, closely followed by Vinnie Phillips. Then you've got Leon Dolby, Nathan Peters. Harvey Ribby is right on the back bumper of the 42 as they go through Inkerman's, down the hill, down into Ashby's. And Phillips has really got that kart hooked up. As we've got someone else, that's a Kart Republic chassis up at the top of the hill. That looks to be possibly, is that Simon? Well, no, Simon Parker's still circulating. It was definitely a number 1 at the end of that. So whether it was the 51 of Nathan Herbert or the number 71 of Cameron Davey, it's quite difficult to, because the sun is so low lying with the camera angles we've got here on the live stream, it's quite difficult sometimes to pick out the numbers. So we'll find out very, very shortly, as the gap now between Simon Parker in the number 11 and Mason Weir in the 46 is now extended to over 4.3 seconds. As that's quite good control there from Simon Parker. He's just making sure that he's not making any mistakes. He's having to use a little bit of drifting from the back end as it tries to kick out as he goes through Ashby's and then goes up the short blast up to Wilkins. So 90 seconds plus an additional lap to go. Parker leads from Weir, Koshel in third, and that, I think that might have been Brad Parrott that's pulled over. Yeah, so that would explain it. So Brad Parrott is running in 11th and pulled over to the side and ends up being 3 of the drivers that may be non-classified, as we've got a real ding-dong battle. That is between the 25 of Charlie Koshel, who forces his way past Mason Weir there. Couldn't really see whether there was any contact, not too sure, but any incident is always going to be under the scrutiny of the race director and the stewards and the clerk of the course. So we go into the last 60 seconds. That means now that Simon Parker has a whopping 5.6 second lead over Charlie Koshel. Mason Weir at the minute is running in third place, a further 1.3 seconds adrift, as just keeping an eye on what's happening a little bit further down the order. Harry Little is got Vinnie Phillips chasing him down, but in the meantime, Harvey Ribby's just gone up the inside of Leon Dolby. That is for 6th position, but Dolby's not definitely deciding, I'm not going to let you get away with that, Harvey. You're going to have to wait and see what I bring to the party. 20 seconds on the clock left. Another great move up the inside. That is Gabriel Stilp up the inside of Nathan Peters there for P9 overall. But still a little bit further down probably than he would like to be in comparison with Harvey Ribby and Vinnie Phillips, who's leading X30 Junior as lead across the line. So we've got this plus another additional lap to go here. And Parker's lead over Koshel now 5.5 seconds. Pretty much the same on lap time. Koshel was actually slightly quicker by just under a tenth on that last lap, as Vinnie Phillips looking very menacing on the back bumper of Harry Little. If Phillips does a really good job here, he could see himself in P4 overall. But also he is the leading junior X30 driver as the timer has expired. So the next time he comes around, so Simon Parker making his way down the back straight into the boot, the first part of it thereof, and he's going to come down the top part of it. As great battling all the way up and down the order as Phillips still gets a sniff of the back bumper of Harry Little, but this is allowing Harvey Ribby, who's just behind the number 87 of Phillips, as they go down through the right-hander at pit bend, which puts them onto the main straightaway across the start-finish line. Final lap board is out, and already Simon Parker is up the hill, going through Christmas as we speak, through into Inkermans. But this battle now, which those that are watching on your screens, it's absolutely brilliant. That's a great move. Well timed by Harvey Ribby to go up the inside of Vinnie Phillips on the last lap at Christmas Corner, down through Inkermans, down the short blast, down towards Ashby's. And Ribby has really got to defend right now, because if he makes one mistake, it's going to allow Phillips to capitalise. But Phillips has dropped off by about a kart length and a half as they go through Wilkins, as Phillips is now coming under pressure again. I think it looks like that might be Leon Dolby, as that's a cheeky move up into the inside of the boot. Well, that's a great one from Harvey Ribby. He's got up the inside of Harry Little, but Little's not having any of it. It's going to be a run to the line. Simon Parker takes the checkered flag, and Little hangs on to third behind Charlie Koshel, with Ribby ahead of Vinnie Phillips. That was a great battle for 4th, 5th and 6th position. So Simon Parker takes the win by 6.137 seconds. Mason Weir takes third, ahead of that great three-way scrap between Harry Little, Harvey Ribby and Vinnie Phillips, right up until the checkered flag. None of them were giving quarter until they got to pit bend and put the hammer down and see if they could get the traction coming out of the final corner. Leon Dolby takes 7th ahead of Alex Johnston, with Gabriel Stilp and Nathan Peters rounding out the top 10. We did have a couple, we've had some retirements, unfortunately. Nathan Herbert would finish his race on lap number 6. Brad Parrott will pull to the side in the number 19 on lap number 5. Luke Watts on lap number 3, as there are some recovery trolleys going out at the moment to get their carts back to the paddock here at Whilton Mill. Ashton Parsons unfortunately didn't even make it past lap 1, but that's the first of our barrage of 6 heats. Now we've got the first of the C50s, so we're going to take a walk down the pre-grid. Some faces that have been racing in the 2019 Bambino Kart Club Championship, which has been all around the country, and quite recently in September finished their championship as well. And in terms of the C50s, well, this year's winner was Braith Murdoch, who has been a bit of a tour de force. He won. He didn't take part in the first round at Whilton Mill when the BKC started back in late March, with Alpha Live having provided coverage of that event with myself on commentary. And of course we have to give a shout out to Downforce Radio Chairman and CEO Jake Sanson, who's currently on Eurosport duty alongside 3-time British Touring Car Champion Matt Neal, the FIA World Touring Car Cup Race of Malaysia season finale, which will finish under the floodlights, as we will do here at Whilton Mill a little bit later on. Good to see Mark Baines keeping a welcome tradition alive. Santa Baines is in the house, ladies and gentlemen. But also have to give Danny Hassan a bit of a shout out, because I saw a very nice Happy Christmas suit and trousers on the man. He said, so that's a picture that's been sent to Jake, and he said, what an outfit. So brilliant job there. Absolutely brilliant. So with regards to the C50s, they will have a standing start formation. Well, let's just see. So we've got the likes of Teddy Porter. We'll come to the grid in just a second, but these are our youngest competitors. And the grid, C50 Bambino, Heat 1. Morgan Weston, the number 27, and Elliot Dimolo on the 71. That is row 1, sorry. Teddy Porter and Jensen Sale is on row number 2. That's the 66 and 10. Noah Baglin and Alfie Mew, that's 2 and 32. Oakley Hunter and Tyler Davis, they round out the top 8 positions. Completing the top 10, it's Ireland's Jack McLaughlin, and then we've got the number 40 of Amelie Davey. Harry Werrell in the 98 and Ronnie Legg. That's row number 6 in the 98 and 55 respectively. Jacob Nairn and Harley Musk in the 25 and the 21. That's row number 7 with the number 35 of Arthur Bourne and Runcorn's very own Ronnie Ray Carter in the number 9, the number 9 seed from 2018, but he actually took 7th in the championship this year. Rounding out the 18 strong, Zach Champney in the 28 and Will Green in the number 19. So with the format for C50s, what's going to happen is that basically the top 16 will go through to the main final, which takes place at around about 3 this afternoon. So the top 16 will go through to that. We will have a B final just after 2 this afternoon for the B final. So the top 4 qualifiers for that. Pending any sporting and technical checks post-races. Oh, a little bit of a clatter there by, looks to be the 32 of Alfie Mew and the number 21 of Harley Musk. Now, I've been commentating on Harley this year in the Rye House IKR Championship, which recently concluded its season, and Harley was in action at the recent London Cup at Rye House Kart Raceway, which was also broadcasted with via Alpha Live with myself and Anthony Jordan on commentary. So they're just getting the grid set up. Feel free to interact with us on social media. I know that they're... So we'll see if there are any feeds coming through. Good morning, Dave Ritson from the B&L Karting Series, a good friend of mine. Paul Pullen says, have a good day, Alex. We'll be tuning in later. So the grid has been cleared. 5-second board shown at the front. Let's see how the first of 2 preliminary heats go for the C50 Comas. 8 minutes on the clock. And they've been... Now, oh, a little bit of a touch there, and I'm just keeping an eye now. That looked to be Zach Champney. So everyone was waiting to say, come on, guys, go, 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 in the words of Murray Walker. So these drivers normally do time trials, and now they're in a full racing capacity. Some will have that little bit more experience. Some will be looking to steel themselves, let's say, as there looks to be a good move. That is the number 16, I think, of Oakley Hunter that's just taken the lead going through Christmas. And these are our youngest competitors out of the entire BKC fraternity, as there's a nice little move up the inside there for what is 2nd position by Noah Baglin through Inkermans. As the number 32, that's Alfie Mew now up into 3rd place. As Oakley Hunter runs a little bit wide there, that allows Noah Baglin to close up a little bit further down the order. We've got the number 27, and that is Morgan Weston. As we've got a spinner, that is... No, I can't believe that. That's not Oakley Hunter, is it? Is that Oakley Hunter that's just spun on the approach into Osiers, I think? As we've got one kart being pulled to the side, and the battle for the lead quite clearly on, and leading it at the moment is the 32 of Alfie Mew, another one that's been racing in Rye House IKR Championship this year. He's just behind Noah Baglin, and just behind the 32 is the 66 of Teddy Porter. So the top 3 starting to try and make an initial getaway here, but just behind them is the number 55 of Ronnie Legg. Morgan Weston now drops down into 5th place. Jensen Sale down from 2nd into 9th position, behind the number 21 of Harley Musk in 7th. Zach Champney into 8th position in the minute, and Elliot Dimlo has gone all the way down from 1st to 11th, as there's a great move from Alfie Mew to take the lead from Noah Baglin through the exit of Christmas, but Baglin is trying to go up the inside into Inkermans, makes the move nice and cleanly, and actually built up to that quite well, whereas Teddy Porter's got the ringside seat, as will have Ronnie Legg. And just behind, Morgan Weston is leading a train of around 4 to 5 karts going through Ashby's. As a little bit further down the order, there's quite a few drivers trying to make Now Baglin's got an absolute flyer of a lead now from Alfie Mew, who last time around put in the fastest lap of anybody of a 1 minute 24.995. So they come into the boot. We're now on to, this will be lap number 2, as we've got 5 minutes and 22 seconds plus an additional lap to go. Teddy Porter now going defensive against Ronnie Legg, going through the top part of the boot as they go around the right-hander at pit bend. And you can just see how different the driving styles are. These are the formative years at the entry-level category. So it gives them a chance to hone their driving skill, learn how to overtake, as looks to be a little bit wide going through Fine Lady for Teddy Porter, which allows Ronnie Legg to close up going up Manuel's bank. But this time around, Porter has the measure and goes very defensive. Legg just trying to keep with, it looks like, just trying to keep it calm and composed behind the steering wheel. Meanwhile, Noah Baglin has got a lead of over 1.5 seconds over Alfie Mew, who's got Teddy Porter about 0.7 of a second behind. And then a further 10th from that is Ronnie Legg. Oakley Hunter now up into 5th place ahead of Harley Musk. And that spinner that's just come through Ashby's looks to be Ronnie Legg. So Ronnie Legg's had a bit of a moment. That's going to allow Harley Musk, who's absolutely flying at the moment, and has just been in a battle with, looks to be, Oakley Hunter. So Ronnie Legg dropping a little bit further down the order, as Teddy Porter has got past Alfie Mew for what is second on the road. So these two need to start working together if they can, but some of these, you can just see how different these styles are in driving. When I'm looking at Teddy Porter, who's actually just run very, very wide, coming out of pit bend there, and he's looking at the apex, whereas Alfie Mew's a bit more sort of blinkers on, eyes forward. So Teddy has a very different style. Takes a look over the right shoulder to see where Alfie is in comparison, as they both make their way past Fine Lady, up Manuel's bank, up towards Christmas. And it's side by side, a little bit further down. That's a great battle that we've just picked up on the cameras there. Harley Musk and Ronnie Legg going side by side into Christmas. Legg gets the advantage, runs wide, going through the exit of Christmas. Musk now really on the back bumper of the number 55. This is for 4th position. Tyler Davis in the number 83 down in 10th position has just set the fastest first sector of anybody. But this battle is really intriguing. It's Legg versus Musk, and that is the battle for 4th place. As Musk runs very wide, coming out of Wilkins there. As they go, the field starts to make their way through Wilkins down into Osiers. So at the minute, Noah Baglin has a lead of 3.5 seconds ahead of Teddy Porter. Alfie Mew in 3rd. Harley Musk down in 5th behind Ronnie Legg. Oakley Hunter, Morgan Weston, Jensen Sale, Zach Champney and Tyler Davis round out the top 10. Amelie Davey unfortunately didn't make it past lap 1, so Amelie will be on the back foot for the second heat a little bit later on. Well, we'll just see what happens with regards to, as at the minute, the gap now has extended between Ronnie Legg and Harley Musk to the tune of just over half a second. Ronnie Ray Carter's made his way up from 14th to 12th position behind Elliot Dimolo in the number 71, who's currently occupying 11th position. Jacob Nairn and Will Green, they round out the top 14 with Harry Werrell. I think he's still circulating in around about 15th position at the minute. So it may have been Amelie Davies' cart that I saw being pulled off to the side a bit earlier on in this race as we go into the last 2 minutes. And again, Legg is just keeping out Harley Musk at bay, and Oakley Hunter is starting to close a little bit, I think. He's quite comparable on lap times with Harley. And there's been a bit of a change up the order a bit further down. Ronnie Ray Carter now goes into P10, having got past Elliot Dimolo. And Will Green, in the meantime, has got past Jacob Nairn, but it looks like Tyler Davis had a bit of a moment. Lost 22 seconds on that lap as... at the minute, now Ronnie Legg has actually caught up and passed Alfie Mew. So that's another change, I believe. So whether Alfie's had a bit of a moment a bit further around the circuit. So now Legg into 3rd place, Mew into 4th, Musk into 5th. Now, Musk and Mew have been battling all season long at Rye House, so they know how each other works. And I've just seen personal best set by Harley Musk and Oakley Hunter. 1 minute 21.0 from Harley Musk. 1 minute 21.444 from Oakley Hunter. Zach Champney's gone up into 8th past Jensen Sale. But Noah Baglin's got an absolutely humongous lead ahead of Teddy Porter at the minute. Last time around it was 6.6 seconds, and there is the number 25, that's Jacob Nan, just off circuit there. So I'm wondering whether that could be between, just thinking whether that might be down towards the back straight, or maybe Ashby's and Wilkins, not too sure. But Marshall is on the scene to make sure that Jacob is safe and sound. It's a real shame for the number 25, running up as high as P13. Time is about to expire very, very shortly. So time's expired this time around, as looks like we've got Noah Baglin just crossing the line. He gets the final lap board out on the digi flag on the start-finish straight, as Alfie Mew going side by side with Harley Musk, who goes around the outside of the number 32, ran the top part of the boot and takes now P4. As here we have Noah Baglin on his way up Manuel's Bank up towards Christmas Corner. And then you can just see the distance between the drivers behind. So Teddy Porter's got a good few kart lengths on Ronnie Legg. As again, Musk and Mew go side by side. Mew's got the inside run up Manuel's Bank up into Christmas. Musk runs a little bit wide there, but still keeps it composed, keeps it. And that is actually up at the top of just after Christmas Corner, that Jacob Nan is actually beached with the rear wheels on the muddy grass. As Noah Baglin, as we've had it. Oh, that's a spin for Alfie Mew, right on the middle of the apex and Ashby's. And that has allowed both Harley Musk and Oakley Hunter to go past on the very last lap of this race. So very shortly, the checkered flag will wave as Noah Baglin makes his way through Pit Bend for the final time to take the checkered. So there we go, checkered flag waves for Noah Baglin, the number 2 driver here in terms of the race number. Now we've just got to keep an eye out for where Teddy Porter is. He should be coming around the stripe very shortly, which he does now. 11.0 seconds behind. And then, good to be in the ringside seat at the best opportune moment, as Harley Musk takes 4th place behind Ronnie Legg, who takes 3rd. Oakley Hunter takes 5th, ahead of Alfie Mew, who had a bit of a disaster on the last lap, spinning off at Ashby's, but luckily enough kept it on the black stuff. Jensen Sale in 7th position, as we're just waiting for a few of the other drivers to come across the start-finish line. Morgan Weston takes 8th place. Now Zach Champney, I haven't seen cross the start-finish line just yet. So I think that's Champney now crossing the line, which he does in 9th position. And here's Runcorn's very own Ronnie Ray Carter across the line in 10th position. Tyler Davis takes 11th and then promptly pulls off to the left-hand side of the track. So might have been breaking down as he crosses the start-finish line. Will Green takes 12th position ahead of Elliot Dimolo in the number 71. Harry Werrell takes 14th position. With both Jacob Nan and Amelie Davey unfortunately not finishing the race. Now we get on to a new category for me to commentate on this season. There we have the O-Plate of Super One's very own Aidan Hassan. Also, if you might remember a certain race at Gleneagles back in summer of 2018, where he won the 1,000 cash prize amidst a very difficult red flag situation. But he's been contacted by none other than the brother of 6-time Formula One world champion Lewis Hamilton. Big announcement from them, and I've heard things are really looking good for Aidan. And great to see that someone as fantastic as Nick Hamilton, you know, who ran with Motorbase with the Rocket Phones backing for the majority of the 2019 Quick Fit British Touring Car campaign. They're looking to do more diversity in motorsport. So very shortly we'll get to the grid. But this is a very interesting, even though it might be our lowest capacity grid, it's still going to be very interesting indeed, because for those that aren't already aware, that the Bambino Kart Club and the Super One Series join forces for 2020. And it's a very exciting time with both John Hoyle and Darren Beavers having made the announcement. The entries have been flying through the door. I think over 140 at the first day of Kartmania at Silverstone. And Rock is one of the categories, as and they have the Rock International Finals in Italy every year, which Aidan actually took part as part of Team UK. There you can see Danny Hassan wearing his Christmas suit. Morning, Danny. Merry Christmas, everybody. So Mark Baines becomes Santa Baines for a weekend, and then Danny Hassan brings out the Christmas suit. Well, you couldn't have said it any better, could you? So, again, we will have another 8 minutes plus an additional lap. Slightly different in terms of the starting procedures, because this is the first of the rolling start categories. So, the second of the rolling start categories, my apologies there. So we have X30s, rolling start, C50 standing start, Mini Rock will be a rolling start, Honda Cadets, standing start. So the Rock engines roar into life as they start to make their way out of the pre-grid. As we've got a little bit of a staller there, the 99. We'll get onto the grid very shortly. So there's Jacob Ashcroft, whose son Jacob is running in this category, wearing his Christmas tree jumper. And that's one of the Mad Croc promotion drivers. They're trying to get underway very, very shortly. So, without further ado, let's run you through the grid for the first of two preliminary heats for Mini Rock. So, on pole position will be Aidan Hassan, and Archie Heron in the 59 will be alongside. Aidan's running the O-Plate this weekend. Cameron Edmonds and Joshua Turnbull, 99. So it's Cameron Edmonds that is in the pre-grid. They're trying to see if they can get things going, so there could be an empty spot on the inside of row number 2. Joshua Turnbull in the 38 will complete the second row. Jacob Ashcroft, sponsored by the likes of Laser Tools and Omologato Watches, who also sponsor DS Techeetah Formula E. He's in 5th. Alongside will be Luke Sintler in the number 71. Ollie Poole from Scotland in the number 94 will be on the inside of row number 4, alongside the 83 of Alfie Richards, as finally Cameron gets underway. Oliver Stilp and Fraser Anderson will complete the top 10. And Max Haller in the number 36. Also a former IAMI Bambino competitor in the Bambino Kart Club. So they're just trying to make sure that as we get underway, as Hassan takes the initial lead, now they let the number 99 go through. So Cameron Edmonds has got a heck of a lot of work to do. He would have been on row number 2 as Hassan takes an initial lead as the field starts making their way up towards Christmas Corner. A little bit squirrely on the brakes, and that allows the number 5 of Luke Sintler, who's absolutely shot up the order like anything proverbial, and is right on the back bumper of Aidan Hassan as they go down Inkermans, down into Ashby's for the first time. Sintler sends it up the inside of Hassan. So Sintler actually set a 22.8. Absolute got a fly. Oh, a little bit of rubbing there between the pair. That unsettles the O-plate of Hassan. So Sintler gets the advantage, but Sintler runs wide through Osiers, and that allows Hassan to retake the lead. And right on the back bumper of them is Archie Heron. And there is one of the Mad Croc promotion drivers just behind in 4th place, as everyone's trying not to. There's a little love tap from behind from Sintler onto Hassan, and gets a little bit sideways coming out of pit bend, and that's Oliver Stilp, who's now up into P7, having jumped up the order from 8th place. Josh Turnbull, there's a little warning flag that's shown there for Luke Sintler. Oh, that was very sideways for Archie Heron. That nearly allowed Oliver Stilp to fly past. So as Hassan, Sintler runs wide, Hassan goes up the inside of Christmas Corner. They nearly go side by side. Both Sintler and Hassan bump their way over the curbs on the bend in between Christmas and Inkermans. So at the minute, Sintler leads, Hassan in 2nd. Stilp's got past Heron for 3rd. Turnbull, Ashcroft, Ollie Poole, Fraser Anderson, also a former IAMI Bambino BKC driver, up into 8th. Alfie Richards, Max Haller, and Cameron Edmonds rounding out the 11 strong. So Hassan now back into the lead. 6 minutes plus an additional lap left to go. And at the minute, Sintler set the fastest lap of anybody, nearly half a second quicker than Hassan, who's got back on level peggings and has got his position back. He's back where he started, is Aidan, and puts in a whopping 1 minute 6.432. But Oliver Stilp has just smashed that to one side with his fastest lap, a 1 minute 6.394. Hassan was quickest in Sector 2. Sintler was quickest in the final sector, as, it's 3 wide coming out of Christmas, and Stilp tries to snatch the lead. Sintler goes back into the 1st place. Hassan goes around the outside of Stilp through the exit of Christmas. and into Inkermans and goes back up the inside and has enough room to get past Sintler, who's trying to keep it planted around the outside of Wilkins. Switches back, goes up the inside into Osiers. That's going to allow Stilp to go through too if he's not careful. It's nearly side by side. This trio are not letting each other breathe for a second. So Sintler put in a 21.5 on the first sector. That's a blistering pace. And Stilp goes up the inside of Hassan at the top part of the boot for second. You can just see how much understeer there is a little bit on the front of Aidan Hassan's car. He's trying to turn in. It's not biting. And Luke Sentner's just gone sub 65.5 just then, as both Stilp and Hassan run a little bit wide coming out of Fine Lady. So at the minute, Sintner leads by over half a second from Stilp. Hassan in third place. Heron in fourth, Joshua Turnbull in fifth. Ollie Poole is now ahead of Jacob Ashcroft for sixth and seventh, respectively. Alfie Richards gets past Fraser Anderson for P8, with Max Haller rounding out the top 10. Cameron Edmonds languishing, unfortunately, due to not being able to get off the grid in time, pre-grid. Now around about 17 seconds off of the back bumper of Max Haller. So the top 10 separated by just over 6.6 seconds. So pretty equally matched. Sintler's gone purple in sector 1, purple in sector 2, and he's coming out of the top part of the boot, down the hill, down into the right-hander at pit bend. So is he going to put in the fastest lap? He's put in a 1 minute 5.4. He's put in a 1 minute 4.7, but Stilp just absolutely obliterates it with a 1 minute 4.599, and he's just under 4.5 tenths of a second off of the leader with 3 minutes and 25 seconds plus an additional lap left to go. As again, Sintler seems to run wide at the top of Christmas. Stilp has the purchase and goes for the inside line, but then Sintler just manages to pull the car across enough in order to cleanly close the door for the number 7. So Hassan needs to have a little bit more pace. He's still got about 3 minutes plus an additional lap left to go. So there is still time. It's dependent on what happens in the case in point with the two battling their way down the back straight. So Sintler's got a lead of around a kart length and a half, but still looks to be a little bit better under braking. And as I've just seen, the number 59 of Archie Heron pull to the side. And that looks to be at the top of the hill just past Christmas Corner, as Sintler went very wide coming out of pit bend. And that allowed Stilp to close. Stilp was just over 0.23 of a second quicker than Sintler on that last lap, and the gap now down to 2 tenths. Now he's running the back bumper, the number 5, going towards the inside line up into Christmas Corner. So, and now the change has happened. So Stilp now up into the lead of this race. Sintler down into second, but Stilp's really getting the elbows out now to go ultra defensive on Sintler. So Sintler's now again being the hunter, not the hunted, which is what Oliver Stilp is right now as they go through Osiers. And they are line astern. You cannot put a piece of A4 paper between them, as great slingshot there up the inside into the boot by Sintler to try and get past Stilp, but can't get the brakes on, I think. But he manages to get the momentum switch back here, retakes the lead, albeit for a slight fraction. Now this is where it's going to come into the hands of Aidan Hassan, because whilst the two at the front are battling, Hassan was quicker by 4 tenths of a second. The gap now between the top three is just over 1.26 seconds. Hassan did his personal best in both sector 1 and 2. Stilp did put in a 21.0 on the first sector last time around, so he is quicker than Sintler. But Hassan did a 21.3 on that first sector. Sintler quicker than anybody, 21.079 on that particular occasion. Hassan set his personal best of the race. We got into the last 50 seconds, a bit further down the order. Because of obviously Archie Heron's unfortunate retirement on that number 4, Cameron Edmonds has now got P10. So down to 10 competitors with 38 seconds plus an additional lap left to go. So once they cross the line, they'll be onto the penultimate lap of this race for Mini Rock Heat number 1 here at the Bambino Kart Club Winter Cup at Whilton Mill Kart Club in Daventry. And again, Sintler runs a little bit wide, but to get that momentum carry going through into Oblivion and then Crook before they go through the slight right kink up through Fine Lady, as Oliver Stilps put in the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 4.427. Again, he's looking menacing as the time is going to expire. Oh, Sintler spins 180 degrees the wrong way. It was only a matter of time before something was going to happen, and Luke Sintler trying to get himself back going underway. It's going to get him in P3 because Josh Turnbull will not be able to catch him as the timer has now expired. This means that Luke Sintler now drops to P3. Oliver Stilp just made sure he kept his nose clean and did a very good job in doing so, but it's allowed Aidan Hassan to close. Probably not by much, but Hassan, as I know, he never gives up, he never gives in. So effectively, we're going to see what the gap is between first and second position, with Sintler's spin sort of throwing the top three in a topsy-turvy spin very quickly as we go into the final lap here, and the gap now between the top two is 0.875 of a second. Sintler now crosses the line as Josh Turnbull is being hounded by Ollie Poole. No, Poole's got past. Poole's up into P4 and absolutely flying. Now, if he could, I don't know if he's going to make up nearly 2.5 seconds on the final lap, but he's got past Josh Turnbull for position. Josh Turnbull looks to be running on the Daniel Ricciardo Series chassis there. The 38. Fraser Anderson and Jacob Ashcroft ran out the top 7 with Max Horler. All three of them former IAMI Bambino competitors. Let's not forget that Jacob Ashcroft came from stone dead last to win the Winter Grand Prix at this very circuit 12 months ago. Oh, Hassan's closed. Look at how close this is. We could have a grandstand finale. I think Hassan's just been toying with Stilp. Has he? Well, let's see what the O-plate has in his pocket, because they're going to come through the top part of the boot. Hassan is just swarming all over the back. He's going to try and go towards the outside, get the cut back through. Oh, they both run wide, but by a whisker, Stilp gets it by 88 hundredths. 88 hundredths of a second. And now I've seen this kind of tactic before from Aidan Hassan. I think he's just giving everyone a taste of things to come. One of the things that I know about Aidan is that he's an Ehlers-Danlos syndrome sufferer, but he doesn't let the condition detract from his racing. He is absolutely fantastic when he's on form, and that is just a sign of things to come. So Oliver Stilp in the 7 takes the win from Aidan Hassan by just 88 thousandths of a second. Luke Sintler, after that spin at Christmas on the last lap, would take P3, a further 5.4 seconds adrift. Ollie Poole from Scotland, from the Smedley Young Racing team, is in P4 in the number 94, ahead of Joshua Turnbull in the 38. Fraser Anderson, also from Scotland, in the number 10, finishes in P6 with Jacob Ashcroft, Max Horler, Alfie Richards and Cameron Edmonds rounding out the 10 that finished. And Archie Heron, well, we'll hopefully see him a little bit later on in heat number 2. So, as you can see, the Honda Cadets are getting final instructions ahead of their racing, their first of 2 preliminary heats, and then we will have they will have a pre-final and a main final. As I said earlier on in the opening salvo of the commentary today, the C50s will have the top 16 based on their results into their main final, which takes place at 3:10 this afternoon, barring any delays or any stoppages. But then those that don't get into the top 16 will be able to go for one of 4 qualification spots in the B final a little bit later on this afternoon, around about just about an hour before the main final for the Winter Cup here. As you can see, some of our very, very cheerful Honda Cadets giving the thumbs up, giving a few smiles and a wave to the camera. We do have an international field here this weekend. So we do have Germany, we do have Canada, we do have Poland, Guernsey, amongst others, and quite a few Brits as well, nonetheless. But great to have, you know, a great mix and plethora of racers here as the Honda Cadets make their way onto circuit, and we've got over 30 of them. So why don't we go through the grid for this one? So the starting grid is as follows. Zach Starbuck in the 88 and Joshua Mills in the 66 are on the front row, ahead of Thomas Carter and Alfie Chater. That's row number 2. Rocco Shenton and Henry Jocelyn, that's row 3, ahead of Oliver Bourne and Milo Manderson in the number 77, who rounds out the top 8 positions. We have a whopping 33 Honda Cadets. So Timur Jungling from Germany is in the number 69 on P9, ahead alongside Isaac Parkinson. Dalton Haywood and Devin Nolan, that's row number 6, ahead of Oliver Bocock, and Tommy Harfield. Ben Simpson and Connor Duncan rounds out the top 8 rows. Connor running in the number 3. He's been running in Honda Cadets this year in multiple of events, including Kart Masters and also the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. Caleb McDuff and Charlie Locker, that's row 9, ahead of Ralf Jungling, brother to Timo, and Tao Butler from Kart Tech. Hello, Gary Parsons, hope you're watching. That's the top 20 completed. Rounding out the order, 21st is Joshua Jarvis. Lucas Blanford in 22nd, Harrison Morrow in 23rd, with Theo Champney in the number 1, rounding out the top 24. Poland's very own Kasper Tomilewski, the vice champion from 2018 in Honda Cadet, finished 11th behind Frankie Smedley, who's a bit further down the order, with a few appearances. Then we've got Theo Champney, Harry Higgs, Jacob Anslow, Ethan Weldon, Frankie Smedley, Tyler Lee, Jacob Gibbet-Lee, who actually finished 3rd in the championship this year and is our O-Plate champion from earlier on this season. And then we've got Finley Fishburne and Jensen O'Neill going. So quite a few drivers, a plethora of colour here in the first of 2 Honda Cadet preliminary heats. So the results of the so these grids are at random. There has been no qualifying. They've had testing yesterday. They've had a warm-up this morning. There is no qualifying. They are put in relevant, randomly drawn positions. The red lights are on the starting gantry here at Whilton Mill for 8 minutes plus an additional lap. Just double-checking that everyone is in formation. There is one. That looks to be Jacob Anslow, who's out of position, I believe, on the grid. So Jacob now takes his place. So, 33 Honda Cadets, 1,200 metres, 5-second board goes out, red lights on the gantry, and we are off and away in the first Honda Cadet heat as there is an absolute swarm going down into oblivion and crook for the very first time. It's 3-4 abreast. We've had someone off, I believe, just going into oblivion for the first time, as there are drivers that will be surging their way forwards. There will be others that will be dropping down the order. Oh, we've already had a spinner. That's 2 off. So that's the 68. That's Dalton Haywood. And the number 13, whose tyres are starting to spin, that is Isaac Parkinson up at the top of Christmas. And that's within the first 30 seconds of this race. Now leading at the minute, if we can just pick that up on the camera, we've got the 26 there. That's Henry Jocelyn. Recognise that guy. Rocco Shenton up into 2nd position. Some of the drivers, as there are some now this is not rallycross, boys and girls, please stay off of the grass. It's not going to do your tyres any favours. So it's already kicking off in Honda Cadets, and we've not even got past the first lap. Well, we will do very, very shortly, as there's quite a big swarm. Connor Duncan's well and truly getting stuck in, and he is into what looks to be P8, I believe. P6, he's up from 16th to 6th position is Connor Duncan, as Rocco Shenton now leads the race by 1.3 seconds ahead of Zach Starbuck, who's dropped from pole position. Timur Jungling, the youngster from Germany, up into P3, up from 10th. Oliver Bocock up from P13 to P4. Thomas Carter now down into 5th position. Connor Duncan definitely hot on the heels, so could actually now be up into P5. That is, I think that is the case. So Connor Duncan, Henry Jocelyn dropping a little bit further down the order. There's Ralf Jungling. As Duncan goes up the inside, I think he's just taken. That's Oliver Bocock, I think. Bocock. That is the case. That's P4, so he's now got to try and close on to the back bumper of Timur Jungling for P3. And at the minute, Rocco Shenton's got the fastest lap out of anybody, but Connor Duncan's gone purple in sector number 2 by an absolute humongous margin. He's just put in a 27.0 as the young Scot, as it's side by side a little bit further down the order, and that was between Henry Jocelyn and Oliver Bucock for P4 by literally 12 thousandths of a second. Jocelyn got the nod across the start-finish line. Now Jungling senses danger. Here comes Duncan, and not just him, it's Jocelyn, and it's also Bucock. Connor Duncan's just put in a 1 minute 4.175 as the young Scot in the number 3, and he is closing down. He's chasing after Timur Jungling and Rocco Shenton, who are leading at the moment. Henry Jocelyn's just gone purple in sector number 1 with a 20.896 as it's 5 minutes and 10. Oh, a little bit of contact there. Slight nudge there, and that was, I think that might have been, I'm wondering where Ralf Jungling is in the mix of all of this at the minute. As well, there we go. The lead's is the lead going to change? Oh, Duncan sending it up the inside of the first part of the boot. He's got the move done. He's got past. That's a brilliant overtake. But what's even more astonishing is that Timur Jungling, oh, Jocelyn goes 2 wheels onto the grass on the exit, on the entrance into pit bend. They are nearly tripping over each other as Duncan takes the lead. He's got 0.4 of a second between himself and Timur Jungling, who's in second, who is coming under intense pressure. And it's not just from Henry Jocelyn. It's not just the initial interim leader of Rocco Shenton. Oliver Bocock is now there with them as well. As again, now Jocelyn goes up the inside of Jungling. And here goes Shenton, tries to force his way past Timur Jungling, who drops now down into 5th position. Jocelyn's been on a fly. He's going to try and hunt down Duncan. So effectively, Duncan struck whilst the iron is hot. He started all the way down in P16. He's now leading with 4 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. So he's now going to try and set a pace. He's done a 20.8 on the first sector. Jungling did a 21.5. Duncan's gone purple in sector 2. He is absolutely flying as the number 3. And he's about to go through pit bend, but about a couple of car lengths behind is Henry Jocelyn in the 26. Duncan goes quicker, a 1 minute 3.1, but Henry Jocelyn's just gone sub 63. He's gone purple in sectors 1 and 3 and put in a 1 minute 2.988. Absolutely dynamite performance from the 26. Oh, a little bit of side pod and wheel rubbing there between Rocco Shenton and Timur Jungling. So Jungling now having to fight. And his brother isn't that far behind, I must admit. He's down in P7 at the minute, right on the back bumper of Devon Nolan. And when I tell you that from 3rd to 8th place is separated by about 1.4 seconds, Honda Cadet Racing is always very, very close indeed, and here is no exception. But Henry Jocelyn is trying to get his way past Connor Duncan. He's really sizing up the number 3 with SFR Heinz Motorsport. And it's not that far between the pair. It's over 4.47 of a second. It's going to be probably less than a tenth. It's 0.2 between the top 2, as Timur Jungling is now a further 2.1 seconds adrift. This is going to be an exciting, action-packed, full-throttle battle between the top 2. But then you look at the madness behind. And I'm not talking... Timur Jungling started to break away from Rocco Shenton to the tune of around about 4.4 of a second. But then you've got Bocock, Nolan, Hartfield, Ralf Jungling now down in 8th place. Other drivers that have made their way up the order, Kasper Tomilewski now rounds out the top 16. So I'll try and keep myself through this running order as quickly as I can, as long as Connor Duncan doesn't get passed by Henry Jocelyn, which could very much happen if he gets the run down the back straight. So it's Duncan, Jocelyn, Jungling, Timur Jungling, Shenton, Bocock, Nolan, Harfield, Ralf Jungling, Caleb McDuff, Starbuck, Carter, Tao Butler up into 12th place now. Ben Simpson, Theo Champney and Joshua Davis round out the top 15. Oh, Jocelyn spins! Jocelyn spins! I don't know what happened there. Did he just hit a wet patch? He went spinning 180 degrees the wrong way onto the grass, and that has allowed everyone else up to possibly Zach Starbuck to get past. So that was a potential of having an opportunity. So that means that Connor Duncan has got a clear mountain between himself and Timur Jungling down in 2nd position. Oh, another spin up at the top of the hill. That's Tommy Harfield from P5. I think he just might have clipped the curb and it just spat the rear end out. So Devon Nolan gets a warning. So Kasper Tomilewski now down into 17th behind Charlie Locker, who's in 16th. Jacob Giblet-Lee has made his way up to 18th place ahead of Lucas Blanford and Harrison Morrow, with Dalton Haywood, Finley Fishburn, Jensen O'Neill going. Now we've got here on screen Ralf Jungling up into P6, so the two German brothers running in 2nd and 6th respectively. So Ralf Jungling coming under pressure from Oliver Bocock in the number 35. So Jensen O'Neill going 23rd. Tyler Lee and Frankie Smedley ran out the top 25 ahead of Alfie Chater, Isaac Parkinson, Harry Higgs, Milo Manderson, Jacob Anslow, Joshua Mills, Oliver Bourne and Ethan Weldon. All drivers are still running. 33 drivers. We're now down into the final few seconds. This is the penultimate lap. So the leader now, which is Connor Duncan, has gone through Ashby's as the timer has expired. So when he goes through pit bend for the final time... Oh, it's nearly 3 abreast going down into Ashby's. And that was a great move up the inside of Ralf Jungling by not just Bocock, but also the recovering Jocelyn. So Henry Jocelyn goes back up into now P6 behind Oliver Bocock, with Ralf Jungling now down into 7th position. Ralf just getting his head down here. So final lap board will be shown to Connor Duncan, who's just crossed the start-finish line. The gap between him and Timo Jungling a whopping 3 seconds. As now, let's just see what's happening ahead as Devon Nolan being closed by Bocock, Jocelyn and Ralf Jungling on the last lap. So Connor Duncan up at the front of the field. Oh, that was very ultra-defensive from Devon Nolan and Oliver Bocock. Henry Jocelyn trying to go through as well. So Bocock could have the run. Oh, Jocelyn puts it around the outside of him on the exit of Christmas. That's incredible. And he's going to try and go up the inside of Nolan, going through into Ashby's, but can't make it happen. But if he gets a run down the back straight, and Nolan doesn't need to gesticulate, he needs to keep looking forward and not worry about what Henry Jocelyn's trying to do. But in the meantime, Bocock's trying to go up the inside of Jocelyn, as Jocelyn was trying to go up the inside of Nolan, going through Ogiers. But ladies and gentlemen, what an impressive performance from SFR Heinz Motorsports. Connor Duncan in the number 3 comes round the final corner. An absolutely textbook race victory there. As, again, well, Timo Jungling takes the flag, 3.4 seconds adrift. Rocco Shenton takes 3rd. Henry Jocelyn steals 4th. He takes 4th from both Nolan and Bocock as they had that 3-way last lap skirmish. So Henry Jocelyn takes P4, 0.3 of a second ahead of Devon Nolan. Oliver Bocock in 6th. Tommy Harfield in 7th, having got past Ralf Jungling in 8th. Caleb McDuff and Zach Starbuck round out the top 10. I'll run through the order. Kartek's Tao Butler, 11th position at the flag, ahead of Thomas Carter. Ben Simpson, Theo Champney, Joshua Jarvis rounding out the top 15 ahead of Charlie Locker. Kasper Tomilewski, Jacob Giblet-Lee, Harrison Morrow and Dalton Haywood rounding out the top 20, and completing the 33-strong Honda Cadet field is Lucas Blanford, Finley Fishburn, Jensen O'Neill going, Frankie Smedley, Tyler Lee, Isaac Parkinson, Harry Higgs, Milo Manderson, Joshua Mills, Alfie Chater, Jacob Anslow, Oliver Bourne, and last but by no means least, Ethan Weldon. Right, so we get into the last of the first provisional set of heats. Well, penultimate one. So we've now got one of the mainstays of the Bambino Kart Club, the IAMI Bambino class. And they will be closing out the action later on this afternoon here at Whilton Mill. So it's good to see that we've got some clear skies up ahead. The rain has been kept at bay. And there's a lot of youngsters wanting to become the next big thing in Formula One. And there's a lot of drivers in this class that could be tips for the future. You never know. And that's why I like this kind of category. I mean, drivers that have won championships. And there again, there's Santa Baines. Come on, Mark, give us a wave. He doesn't want to do that. Joseph Katsantonis now with PMR and also under the Mark Blundell Partners stable. Mark, who's had a very first interesting season in the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship alongside Jake Hill at Dan Kirby's very own Trade Price Cars Racing. Hello, guys. Good. Hope you're all keeping well. Great to see their documentary. So head to their Facebook page and give it a watch. It's quite an interesting behind-the-scenes look of a new team going out into the British Touring Car Championship and upsetting the apple cart in more ways than one. So let's go through the grid for our IAMI Bambino Heat 1. So Jack McLaughlin and Harley Drake. That's your front row. Luca Narroway and Vinnie Oliver. That is row number 2 in the 17 and the 7. Rowan Henderson in the 72 and Harry Curry in the 84. That's row 3 with George House in the number 77 and Colin Denham in the 99, rounding out row number 4. Dian Singh Pahal in the number 23 and Freddie Denton round out the top 10 in the number 98. Felix Smedley, younger brother to Frankie, who's running in Honda Cadets in the number 19, starts P11 alongside Charlie Lomas in the 41. Jensen Thomas and Manav Dior in the 82, that's row number 7, with Noah Baglin and Daniel Miron Lorente, that is 16th. Larry Price and Jensen Jones and Luke Millward and Archie Lovett, that's the top 20 completed. Jensen Walker, Archie Rutter, Jensen Chalk and Jake Beecroft, that's the top 24 drivers on this grid. And we have 24 competitors, 24 IAMI Bambinos. And with regards to the recent awards, they were held at the Whittlebury Hall, not too far from here, actually just outside of Silverstone, the home of British motor racing. So looking forward to some great IAMI Bambino action. Previous champions, like I said, Joseph Katsantonis last year, who won the O plate, the GP plate, Riley Cranham. So a bit of trivia. I mean, I've been following the Bambino Kart Club since I've been working with the championship since 2018. Got to know Darren and quite a few parents within the paddock. So it's great to see some of them move up the order. But these youngsters are definitely some of those drivers that we've really got to keep our eyes on and make sure that you never know where they could start from. And some of the drivers in the higher tier categories, Logan Howes, Macaulay Bishop, Harley Keeble, they're here as well. So a few of the big teams here. So red lights on the starting gantry, 8 minutes set on the clock. 5-second board has just been shown and we go lights out in the first heat for the IAMI Bambinos as they all put the throttle down as best they can despite the adverse tarmac conditions, and it's nearly 3 abreast going through Oblivion and Crook for the very first time. So some of the drivers now making their way up through Fine Lady up to Manuel's Bank. And leading it at the moment looks to be Harry Curry in the 84. So Harry's made a very, very good getaway there. As they start fielding their way down through Inkermans, down towards Ashby's. And it's nearly 3 abreast at some points going down into Ashby's. We've had a warning flag for Jensen Jones, the number 74. So the first 6 or, well, from 7th onwards, there's a huge deluge of karts, probably at least 8 to 10 by my reckoning, as we go into the boot for the first time. So it is the 84 of Harry Curry that is leading the race, ahead of Luca Narroway in the number 17, and just behind is the 66 of Jack McLaughlin. As they go through Round Pit Bend, as Harry Curry takes a bit of a wider line coming out of Pit Bend. Noah Baglin, who's up from P12 up into P6, with Daniel Miron Lorente moving up from 14th up into 7th. Jensen Jones, a place behind in the 74, actually started P15. So Jake Beecroft has started 18th, now up, well, started pretty much down at the bottom of the grid and is now up into P11, having completed lap number 1 in P18, as we've got 6 minutes and 14 plus an additional lap left to go in the first of 2 preliminary IAMI Bambino heats. So So at the minute, Curry's got a little bit of a lead, but McLaughlin is closing, as is Lomas, as is Denham, as is Baglin. Now, Baglin has gone faster than anybody on that last lap, as Baglin, I think, might have just slingshotted past maybe Colin Denham. Well, Luca Narroway is just behind. Well, if Noah Baglin's absolutely flying. He's done a 22.8 on the first sector, 29.5. He's going to put in another fastest lap. 1 minute 10.495. Noah Baglin's gone sub 70 seconds. He's just put in a 69.523. Went purple in sector 1, purple in sector 2. He's absolutely nailing it, is Noah Baglin, and he's got the bit between his teeth as the number 21. He's gonna try and go up the inside of Luca Narroway up into Christmas Corner. But that's allowing Jack McLaughlin to keep in close proximity, as this is now the battle that's going to be emerging for what is second on the road, as Harry in the 84 has got away a little bit. His gap was just over 8.5 tenths of a second last time around. It could be closer to a second, but it just depends on how quickly Noah Baglin can get past Luca Narroway and then start chasing the leader. As, oh, there's been a little bit of a spin down at Osiers, around about 5th or 6th position. Now let's see who that driver was, as that could be Jack McLaughlin. That might have been Jack McLaughlin that might have spun out at Osiers. There might have been a little bit of touch from behind, not too sure. I just saw one driver start spinning out going out at Osiers, so your guess is as good as mine, as we've got, oh my goodness, where has he come from on this lap? That's absolutely blinding work there by, of all people, Noah Baglin, who is now trading places with Harry Curry for the lead of the race. Baglin was just 19 thousandths behind the 84 as they crossed the start-finish line, and he put in a 1 minute 9.539 on that last lap, as McLaughlin, actually it wasn't McLaughlin, I do apologise there. I saw a flash of blue, I couldn't really tell who it was, but someone went spiralling down a little bit. So McLaughlin is battling away with the likes of Charlie Lomas and Charlie Lomas, so those have been the two closest competitors to him. So Harry Curry leads by a mere fraction, as Noah Baglin's right in the toe down the back straight. It's not a case of if, it's a case of when Noah Baglin seizes the opportunity to get past Harry Curry in the 84, and I think he's doing it now. He tried to be a little bit, I think he might have gone a bit predictable there, to take a tighter line coming out of the boot and head down towards Pit Bend. The gap between them this time around was just under 1/10.5 of a second, with Curry ahead of Baglin. Luca Narroway, the pair of them are dropping Luca Narroway. The pair of them were just under a second quicker than the number 17, who is about 2.3 seconds adrift at this particular moment in time. So Jensen Walker, P20, Manav Duel in the 82, up into 21st ahead of Archie Rutter, who's down in 22nd position. So at the minute, Harry Curry leads from Noah Baglin, Luca Narroway in 3rd, Jack McLaughlin in 4th, Charlie Lomas in 5th, Daniel Miron Lorente in 6th place, Cole Denham, Jake Beecroft, Jensen Chalk and Jensen Jones round out the top 10. Oh, here we go. Could it be on here, the move? No, not quite. Baglin had the run coming down the back straight into the approach into the boot, but Curry just had that purchase. He's probably got that kart set up to corner pretty well, but just to have that grip. But then Curry runs wide coming out of Pit Bend, and that's allowing Baglin to close up. And Baglin's gone up the inside of him to take the lead, I believe. Yes, he has. That's a great move through Oblivion into Crook. Now the leading duo exit Fine Lady, as Miron Lorente has now dropped to P9. So Colin Denham and Jensen Chalk take P6 and P7, respectively, as this battle. Now that's for 3rd place. Jack McLaughlin's just lost out to Luca Narroway, who's put in the fastest first sector of anybody. Went up the inside of the Irish driver into the top of Christmas Corner. So a nice bit of work there from the number 17. But McLaughlin not letting Luca Narroway get away just this far. So they go through Wilkins, down the short blast into So So Jensen Jones now up into P9 ahead of Daniel Miron Lorente. So we've got Freddie Denton 11th ahead of Larry Price, Rowan Henderson, Archie Lovett, Harley Drake, Felix Smedley, Luke Millward, Vinnie Oliver, George House, Jensen Walker, Manav Duel, Jensen Thomas, Archie Rutter. We've also got Dian Singh Pahal in the number 23, rounding out the 24 strong, as McLaughlin definitely has got a fight on his hands, and I think has Charlie Lomas entered the battle. He has, and he's up into P4. 45 seconds on the clock remaining as the leader. Noah Baglin continues to make his way up towards Christmas Corner over Manuel's Bank. Jensen Thomas down in 22nd position, gets a warning flag. There's a little bit of a run wide there from Charlie Lomas at the top end of the exit of Christmas Corner, which allows Jack McLaughlin to close up slightly there. 20 seconds on the clock remaining. Leader now going through. Wilkins down the short blast towards Osiers. So Noah Baglin has a humongous lead. 5.356 seconds over Harry Curry, who might have had a bit of a moment at some point. But Curry's trying to respond. It's going to be close, but no cigar, unfortunately, because the timer has now expired. That's it. This is the penultimate lap. So at the moment, Noah Baglin's going to come round pit bend as I speak. And we'll now have the digi flag signalling to him, right, this is your final lap. But the battle behind, now this is a great battle, as Charlie Lomas has got past Luca Narroway for P3. So this could be a really interesting battle, as Harry Curry's now got a bit of breathing space, about 2.1 seconds between the trio battling away over the final spot of the top three. But it looks like Lomas has got away at the minute, but it's all dependent on what Luca Narroway and Jack McLaughlin do at this particular moment. But McLaughlin's sizing up Narroway for a move, I think. Probably not just yet, because they've gone through Inkermans. They're going to go down towards the right-hander at Ashby's. And there's a little bit of a run wide there from Charlie Lomas. That's allowed Luca Narroway to close, as well as Jack McLaughlin. So it could be a grandstand finish for third place. If Lomas is not careful, he's going to get swallowed up by the pair behind. And just behind that, Cole Denham and Jensen Chalk I've just spotted going through Wilkins. That's a close battle for sixth at the flag. But very shortly, Noah Baglin comes round pit bend and will now take the checkered. So great win for Noah Baglin to open his Winter Cup campaign in fine style. Curry takes second. Nearly 5.1 seconds adrift, and Luca Narroway steals third at the flag. Third at the flag. It must have been a moment there for Charlie Lomas. So Narroway seized the advantage and took P3 ahead of Charlie Lomas, and that was by 0.8 of a second. So whether there was an issue, whether there was back markers coming up ahead, not too sure. But Lomas ends up fourth ahead of Jack McLaughlin in the 66 with Cole Denham, Jensen Chalk, Jake Beecroft, Daniel Miron Lorente and Jensen Jones rounding out the top 10. Just waiting for the final few competitors to make their way through to the flag, but Jensen Jones rounds out the top 10. Freddie Denton in 11th. Larry Price will finish in 12th place ahead of Rowan Henderson, with Archie Lovett and Felix Smedley rounding out the top 15. Luke Millward in 16th, Vinnie Oliver in 17th ahead of Harley Drake, Jensen Walker and Manav Duel in the 82, rounding out the top 20 with Jensen Thomas, Archie Rutter, George House and Dian Singh Pahal rounding out the 24 strong. So that concludes the first heat for IAMI Bambinos. Well, greetings to the Bacini household up north. Hello, Kate. Hello, Dan. Hello, Kai. Well, your wish has been granted. IAMI cadets are now here on the pre-grid at Whilton Mill. Don't worry, we kept you waiting. We kept you waiting, guys. So, again, another bumper field here for the IAMI cadets. Oliver Rowland Motorsport, Fusion Motorsport. We've got a few privateers here, a few waves to the camera. So good to see all these youngsters in fine fettle, and looking forward to what's going to be a great racing day here. Now, ORM, run by Oliver Rowland, of course, Formula E fame. Now into his second season with Nissan Edams alongside a FIA Formula E champion, Sebastian Buemi. So If you're watching, Sebastian, please give Ollie's team a cheer if you can. Be greatly appreciated. So we've got over 30 entries as they now roar out of the grid. And there's quite a few names that you might recognise. And I know that Jake Sanson will be keeping an eye on one particular driver in this, Hadi Mamasi, running under the Canadian flag. We've got quite a few people in here. Oakley Keatley, Ty Buckley, amongst other, Eden Spanswick, Kai Semi. But let's go through the grid, shall we? Jack Buckley and Connor Duncan in the top front two. Ty Buckley and Jesse Phillips. Now, Jesse was recently running in IAMI Bambino up until quite recently, so he's now made the move to cadets. Sebastian Mims and Ryan Gill, that's row number 3. And one particular individual that I've had the pleasure of meeting finally, Macaulay Bishop, IAMI International Finals competitor and runner-up as the first ever UK Micromax competitor at the 20th running of the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals in Sarno earlier on this year. Kit Bolofsky and Michael Walker ran out the top 10 with Cathal Clark and Cody Le Patrel. That's row 6. Michael Gray and Kian Amy, that's row 7 with Ben Smith and Ben Crosley. That's rounding out the top 8 rows. Rounding out the top 20, it's Zachary Knight and Hadi Mamasi, Kanish Rao and Kai Semi. Will Knight, as we now, do we go lights out this time? It is a rolling start formation. And Ethan Woodward starting a little bit further down the order. He's also a former IAMI Bambino competitor. So up the hill, up Manuel's Bank, up into Christmas Corner for the very first time of asking. So we've got ORM, we've got Fusion Motorsport, amongst others here. So they go through Ashby's for the first time. So I think that might have, I'm not too sure. Now, now that was definitely a full start, I think. That looks to be a full start, so formation getting underway. So it will be a 2x2 rolling start formation. So Buckley and Duncan. So it's going to be quite an interesting one. So we've got Jack Buckley, Connor Duncan, Ty Buckley, and a few others. So we'll get things underway very, very shortly. 31 cadets. So it was a full. It would have been a full start that particular time, or it was just the. Well, this is the formation lap actually. So my apologies there. It is still early on a Sunday morning in my books. But there we go. Right, let's get things underway for IAMI cadets. They come round pit bend. The IAMI engines shift up the rev range. Do we go lights out? Does the timer start ticking down? Yes, we go racing. So, as several drivers nearly exploring the outside of Fine Lady. So, as we've got drivers, definitely it's 2, 3, maybe even 4 abreast. There are drivers, and there's some clattering into each other. I think I saw Michael Walker being affected, and there is definitely a very frustrated Ben Smith, who's gone off at the top part of the hill just after Christmas. Another one's gone grass tracking, heading down into Ashby's. And looks like Sebastian Mims is being followed by, well, there's a couple of carts behind, one of which is the number 20 of Jack Buckley. Oh no, that's disaster for Sebastian Mims coming out of Ogiers. He went bumping off of the grass on the exit, and that allowed Macaulay Bishop to go through as well. So it's getting a bit messy out there, unfortunately, but the track conditions not helping the drivers, but they've got to work with it, not against it. So Nathan Ty gets a warning flag in the number 46. So Macaulay Bishop leads the race by just over a 1/10.5 of a second ahead of Jack Buckley, Connor Duncan, Sebastian Mims, Cathal Clark, as Bishop takes a glance over the right shoulder. And he's now, for those wondering at the stream at home, what is Macaulay doing when he's doing it? He's doing the think gesture. Henry Baudet, you will know what I'm talking about, my good friend. So, but Bishop has got a test of fire to deal with. He raced at Le Mans, he raced at the Circuito Internazionale Napoli in Sarno, became the first ever UK Micromax competitor in the 20 years of the Grand Finals, and he is leading the IAMI Cadet first heat here. He's a former BKC driver himself, so it's good to see him back in the fold, but he's lost the lead to Jack Buckley. No, that's Connor Duncan. Connor Duncan now up into P1 as they go through the boot on lap number 2. Bishop set the blistering pace in the first lap with a 1 minute 2.986, but Jack Buckley and Connor Duncan have responded with Sector 1 and Sector 2 quickest of anybody, respectively, as they cross the start-finish line. And Sebastian Mims now gets past into P3 ahead of Jack Buckley. The Knight brothers, 10th and 11th respectively, with William fending off Zachary at the minute by about 0.3 of a second between the pair, as Bishop gets a little bit twitchy under the brakes as he's trying to not go into the back bumper of Conor Duncan into Christmas. And there is an absolute swarm of Oliver Rowland Motorsport colours, which includes the two Knight brothers. And I'm sure that the Baccinis are cheering them on as I say that right now as they go through Inkermans down into Ashby's. And it's two abreast at some points. There's definitely no quarter being given, and someone runs very wide coming out of Ashby's there. That was the 26 of Jesse Phillips. So Phillips now under that same stable as the Knight brothers and a few others as well. Lewis Worrell down in 16th position ahead of Hadi Mamasi from Canada. So Macaulay Bishop losing a little bit of distance now to Conor Duncan, as up the inside of Sebastian Mims on pit bend goes Jack Buckley to take P3. 4 minutes and 50 plus an additional lap left to go. Cathal Clark, Kit Bolowski, William Knight, Nathan Tighe, Zachary Knight, Roman Kamyab now up into P10. Ben Crosley, Eden Spanswick, Mason Bishop, Lewis Worrell and Jesse Phillips round out the top 15. And Sebastian Mims now right on the back bumper of Jack Buckley going through the exit of Christmas. So effectively, Macaulay Bishop has got a little bit of work to do here as the number 9. He's got about 7/10 between himself and the leader, Conor Duncan, as Jack Buckley is battling tooth and nail with Sebastian Mims going through Wilkins into Ogiers. Now down the back straight they go, as we are now on to lap number 4, and very shortly Conor Duncan will be going through the boot. Now goes Buckley, followed by Mims and now Clark. Top 5 separated by just over 2.1 seconds. From P16 downwards, it's Michael Gray, Hadi Mamasi, Kai Semi, Jack Mowat, Jack Walker, Tig Buckley, Cody Lepatael, Ethan Woodward, Ryan Gill, Kian Amy, Logan House from Norwich in the number 11. He's moved up to IAMI Cadet following his last season as a Bambino. He's in 26th position. Ben Smith, Zach Green, Kenny Schrau, Tyler O'Neill and Kazra Kamyab now round out as Jack Mowat gets a warning flag in P20. Gap now between Conor Duncan and Macaulay Bishop now extends to just under 8.5 of a second. But sometimes it is about not making... You've got to make sure that your kart is completely fine after a race. And with the amount of fervour and vigour that these IAMI cadets are showcasing right now on the stream, it is absolutely ridiculous, is the word I'm going to use right now. A sea of colour, but also a sea of cavalcade when it comes to fast-charging young drivers wanting to make sure they get bragging rights. And I think along with trying to maintain a consistent position, you're also going to have to make sure that your karts are 100% okay post-race, because it is about damage limitation. Because when we get to the main finals later on this afternoon, the gloves will be off, the elbows will be well and truly out, as up the inside of Sebastian Mims to take P4 goes Cathal Clark in the 22. Nice clean move, didn't telegraph it, and made sure he got the run going up Manuel's Bank into Christmas Corner. Nathan Tighe on a flyer at the minute, the number 46. Same number as multi-time MotoGP champion Valentino Rossi, up into P8. 1 minute 1.338. He's closing on William Knight just up ahead. He was about just under 0.4 of a second adrift. He's bringing along Zachary Knight as well. And I'm just keeping an eye on what's happening between William Knight in 7th and then Eden Spanswick down in 14th position. They're separated by just over 3.4 seconds. As Conor Duncan now has a lead of 1.2 seconds over Macaulay Bishop. Jack Buckley a further 4 or so tenths of a second behind. Cathal Clark up into P4, past Sebastian Mims on the last turn, the last tour, up through Christmas Corner. He's actually catching up with Jack Buckley, and he was a bit deeper into the brakes into Christmas Corner there was the number 22. So Buckley has got to watch out, because he's got the number 22 of Cathal Clark trying to get up close and personal, but obviously not do any undue mistakes that might cause the pair of them to be spat out. And there's been an incident up at the top of the hill. Hadi Mamasi looks to be one of them. The other one is the number 26 of Jesse Phillips up at the top of Christmas Corner. So I only just caught the tail end of that. So Phillips was pointing as if he was going to go back down Manuel's Bank, and Hadi Mamasi was somewhere else in his nearby vicinity. So Cathal Clark really closing in, and he's gone quicker on Sector 2 by nearly 0.2 of a second. on Jack Buckley. Comes round pit bend, nice and tight and tidy through the final corner goes Cathal Clark, and he's literally on the back bumper by about half a kart length through Fine Lady. So the battle for third place is really the interesting point now that I've got to concentrate on. Oh, that's a great move from Cathal Clark. Did the same to Sebastian Mims. He's now done the same to Jack Buckley within 3 laps. That's a brilliant move there. So Cathal Clark now goes up into P2 onto what is going to, I think, effectively be the penultimate lap of this race. We've got 14 seconds on the clock, and he's only a couple of kart lengths behind Macaulay Bishop. But Bishop is just keeping it nice, cool and consistent rather than trying to go after Connor Duncan and cause a problem. Time's expired, that's it. 8 minutes are up. So this time around, coming through the top of the hill, come Macaulay Bishop after behind Connor Duncan, our current leader. Jack Buckley behind now Cathal Clark, as Bishop was about 6/10 ahead. He's not anymore. That's less than 0.3 between second and third. So Cathal Clark has really come alive in this race. And he's swarming all over the back bump. He's not going to try and send it round the outside of Macaulay Bishop at Christmas. No, he didn't. He actually played safe there. I think he's got an opportunity now because he's literally within a quarter of a kart length on Macaulay Bishop. Bishop goes ultra defensive into Ashby's, which means that Clark has to go wide to avoid. And now Bishop realises, I've got someone breathing down my neck, and I recognise those colours. But he's gone ultra defensive. But this is going to allow Jack Buckley and Sebastian Mims to battle over what is effectively P2. Well, Buckley's run on the back bumper of Cathal Clark, going into the boot for the final time. Round the final corner comes Connor Duncan. He's going to take the flag and take the win. But it's an absolute squabble behind. Macaulay Bishop, I think, is just going to hold on to a second position, as Cathal Clark takes third behind the number 9. Jack Buckley takes fourth ahead of Sebastian Mims, with Kip Bolowski finishing in P6. Nathan Ty, William Knight, Roman Kamyab and Zachary Knight round out the top 10. Lewis Werrell on the final lap of the race sets the fastest of anybody, a 1 minute .662. And with the track evolution at the moment, I'm sure that these cadets are going to be sub 60 seconds by probably the next heat. At the very, very earliest. So Lewis Werrell takes 11th ahead of Ben Crossley. Eden Spanswick, Mason Bishop and Michael Gray round out the top 15. Jack Mowat in 16th ahead of Michael Walker. Tyg Buckley, Kai Semi, Hadi Mimasi, Jesse Phillips. They ran out the top 21 positions. And rounding out the final running order, it is Ben Smith, Cody Lepatorel, Ryan Gill, Ethan Woodward, Logan Howes, Kian Amy, Zach Green, Tyler O'Neill, Kanish Rao and Kazra Kamyab, rounding out the 31-strong order after what was a titanic 8-minute plus 1 additional lap battle for IAMI cadets. Well, that's just a sign of things to come. But now we go back to X30 Libra, a combination of junior and senior X30 drivers. So the seniors go out first in terms of the start order. And then after that, we then go to... Now, Simon Parker won the first heat, ahead of Charlie Koschel. Mason Weir, Harvey Little, Harvey Ribby, Vinnie Phillips finished in P6, so he showed a great turn of purchase earlier on. But it's going to be interesting to see what happens this time around. So again, rolling start formation for the X30 seniors and juniors, or X30 Libra as we're calling it. So here's the starting grid for Heat 2. Austin Weldon and Charlie Koschel round out the first 2 positions on the grid, with Weldon on pole. Sheldon Davey and Nathan Herbert on row 2. Harry Little and Leon Dolby, row 3, with Mason Weir and Brad Parrott on row number 4 in the 46 and the 19 respectively. Again, another randomly drawn grid. Cameron Davey and Nathan Peters. Simon Parker will start from 11th position on the inside of row number 6 alongside Carl Slee in the 92. Rhianna Regan in the number 14 will have Harvey Ribby alongside on row number 7 with Luke Watts and Josh Agenbar. Now with SFR Heinz Motorsport running at the top 4 row, the top 8 rows, my apologies. Gabriel Stilp starts in 17th alongside Alicia Bradshaw. Vinnie Phillips, Alex Johnson and Ashton Parsons round out the grid that we've got here. So let's see what happens this time around for the penultimate preliminary heat, which will decide the grids for the pre-final. The X30 seniors get underway and head into Oblivion and Crook for the very first time. Now the X30 juniors, they roar into life with a plethora and plume of exhaust smoke coming across the start-finish line. As up the hill we go as Charlie Koschel gets a little bit squirrely under the braking. As the number 11 goes a little bit wide, that's the first heat winner of the day. Simon Parker a bit wide going up towards the top of the hill of Christmas Corner. As the number 71 of Cameron Davey, I think, has just got up the inside of Harry Little through Ashby's. As a little bit further down the order, looks like we've got Josh Agenbar, I think, being passed by Harvey Ribby going through into Ashby's. Oh, now that was very close indeed. How did you hang on to that one, Charlie Koschel? Coming off of Osiers, he went onto the back straight and had Leon Dolby alongside on the right of his number 25. So Leon Dolby gets a warning flag for his troubles there. So I don't know if there was a little bit of excess in the slight amount of... They do say that rubbing's racing, but karting is a non-contact sport. But Leon Dolby now takes the lead by about half a second, as again Charlie Kosch, when he's putting on the brakes, the back end just starts to step out going into Christmas Corner. I think I just saw the same with Mason Weir. Good to see that Brad Parrott's actually running a bit higher up than he was before he had to retire in the first heat earlier on this morning. So 6 minutes and 36 to go. And at the minute, just keeping an eye a little bit further down the order. And again, there's dramas for Brad Parrott. Oh, commentator's curse, Mr. Goldschmidt. Deary me. Or he might have just had a moment there. At least he hasn't pulled off to the side due to a technical issue. But now he's, as we've got this nice little battle here, that's Harry Little versus Cameron Davey. And along with them is Simon Parker. So Simon Parker now is going to start pulling in towards the people in front as Leon Dolby has dropped all the way down from first to 8th position. Fastest lap of the race so far. Just keeping an eye on that at the minute. So Charlie Koschel leads by nearly 1.6 seconds ahead of Harry Little. Cameron Davey in 3rd, Simon Parker in 4th, Mason Weir, Sheldon Davey, Nathan Peters, Leon Dolby, Brad Parrott. And at the minute, it looks like Vinnie Phillips is leading the juniors. So Vinnie Phillips again trying to keep ahead of everybody as Nathan Peters now gets a warning flag from race control. Currently running in P7, around about a 10th and a half behind Sheldon Davey in the 72. But at the minute, Simon Parker is making some good progress through the field as we go towards 5 minutes, 10 seconds, plus an additional lap left to go. Some drivers hitting the standing water that are on the curbs coming out of pit bend. That's a bit tricky there. So at the minute, it's going to be interesting to see. Now, the fastest lap of this race is Harvey Ribby down in P13, but P4 in X30 Juniors, with Vinnie Phillips leading Josh Agenbar from SFR. Number 16, Rhianna Regan, in the number 14 is 3rd in that class. Alicia Bradshaw's a little bit further down. She's down in P16, but in the class itself, she is P6. Nathan Herbert has dropped all the way down to 15th overall, which has put Nathan down into the X30 Juniors. As Agenbar, well, it looks like, I'm wondering, has Harvey Ribby overtaken Rhianna Regan for position in the class? As Charlie Koschel sets the fastest lap of anybody, and that's sub 56 seconds. He's actually gone just over 4/10 quicker than that. And there's been another drama, and this time it is for Nathan Peters and Nathan Herbert. They have tumbled their way down the order big time. absolutely huge disaster for those two. Nathan Peters and Nathan Herbert way out of the reckoning for X30 Senior. They are down in 18th and 19th overall, and there's another drama there, and that is for the 46. That's Mason Weir, who's now got the 71 of Cameron Davey going up the inside of him through Osiers. All it takes is one mistake, and your run out of a corner gets compromised, but here comes Weir back up the inside, just absolutely slingshots past Cameron Davey, down the back straight into the boot. So very interesting to see. Now the lead between Charlie Koshel and Harry Little is extended to 3.2. Yellow flags at Fair Lady. Yellow flag, Fine Lady. So there's probably been a drama up towards Christmas or near Christmas or Inkermans. I'm really interested to see. Could that be through Peters and Herbert maybe coming together? Not sure. As the number 99, that's Leon Dolby, has a bit of a skew-if front Nassau plate there. So the nose not exactly straight and true. So I'm not too sure what's happened with Peters and Herbert, but they are clearly out of the race itself. So we now have 18 drivers still running. 2 minutes and 30 plus an additional lap left to go. Harry Little is being reeled in by Simon Parker at a rate of knots. So Charlie Koshel's started to pull away, and he's got a gap of 3.7 seconds. And Simon Parker is now 4/10 adrift of Harry Little, so he's got time to catch up to the 18. Oh, that was deep on the brakes. That's not what Simon Parker wanted. He's slightly tapped on the back bumper of Harry Little, and he sent it up the inside. So the tricky conditions still rearing their ugly head here at Whilton Mill. So Simon Parker tried to go deep on the brakes. Gabriel Stilper's just got a warning flag in the number 10, and he's currently 8th in the class. Simon Parker now gets a warning flag as a result of that slight amount of that slight unwanted contact to the back bumper of Harry Little, but he knows that he's got the run. He can get the run on him now. Well, Mason Weir is actually... So Simon Parker now has a little bit of chasing to do, but if he had maybe, say, 3 minutes in the pocket plus an additional lap, he'd have more of a chance to get up against Thank you very much, Mr. Dan Bacchini. Appreciated it as always, and no worries, I'll be in touch soon. So effectively, Simon Parker, if he had 3 minutes in the pocket plus an additional lap, he could go after Charlie Koshel. But he's won a heat earlier on today. He's now in second position. This is going to help him no end of staying where he is at the moment, because effectively it's going to put him in prime position for the pre-final, because the randomly drawn grids have been will decide the pre-final grids for later on today. Vinnie Phillips now running in P7 overall, but leading the junior class ahead of Harvey Ribby. Josh Agambar actually doing pretty well, P10, but P3 in the class after a bit of a difficult first outing earlier on today. Spoke with Josh's dad yesterday and said, you know, it's a new change for us, and the team have been really, really helpful. That's great to see when things change and it works well. It gels quite easily. So Charlie Koshel very shortly will get the final lap board as soon as he crosses the start-finish line. He's about halfway through the lap at the minute. He's probably going through Ashby and Wilkins as I speak. And meanwhile, Mason Weir. Now that's interesting. Harry Little's going to get some new decals for the back bumper very, very shortly. So they need to have them as part of the regulations for this weekend. Harvey Ribby's on an absolute flyer. He's trying to chase down Vinnie Phillips. Now this is for the battle for X30 Junior. Now Vinnie Phillips has got one more lap. He's got just over 1,200 metres to fend off Harvey Ribby for the win in class and also for P7 on the road. Meanwhile, Mason Weir is on the back bumper of Harry Little. Vinnie Phillips just, gets a bit twitchy under the brakes going into Christmas, but still keeps it composed through the exit. Bumps the curbs on the left-hand side out on the exit, but Ribby's going for it. He's going to try and go through Ashby's. Phillips shuts the door and goes, no, sunshine, I don't think so right now. and he's looking over his shoulders at every opportunity just to see where he needs to place the kart. But Ribby's going to try and go up the inside on Osiers, and he does. He does. But Phillips has got a couple of corners. He's got the boot. He's got pit bend to try and get past. However, very shortly, Charlie Koschel's going to take the win. And he does. Simon Parker finishes 2.7 seconds behind. The battle that I'm really interested in is who's got the upper hand. Is it Phillips or Ribby? It's Ribby by 0.12 of a second. So Ribby had the measure of Phillips, did him through Osiers, and Phillips had the back straight to gain the momentum, to try and carry that through the boots and go through pit bend, but it didn't work out. So Harvey Ribby wins for the So Charlie Koschel takes the win, Simon Parker in second, Harry Little in third, ahead of Mason Weir and Cameron and Sheldon Davey, rounding out the top 6. Harvey Ribby takes the top honours in Junior X30, just by 1.12 of a second ahead of Vinnie Phillips, finishing 7th and 8th respectively. Leon Dolby in 9th, Luke Watts, P3 in X30 Junior, and 10th overall ahead of Josh Agambar. Great outing from the youngster in the 16 from SFR. Brad Parrott finished in 12th position after some issues earlier on in the race. Alex Johnson in 13th, Rhianna Reagan in 14th, Alicia Bradshaw in 15th, ahead of Gabriel Still, Ashton Parsons and Kyle Sleep, with both Nathan Peters and Nathan Herbert not finishing the race, ending it on lap number 3 earlier on when we saw yellow flags at Fine Lady. So that's it for X30 preliminary heats. We'll see them a little bit later on after the lunch break for their pre-final. Right, so we get to C50 Bambino heat number 2. Again, another randomly drawn grid. Sebastian Power and Maximilian Abarat on row number 1 with Liam Welsh and Motorsport Woman's very own Isla Monday. So I know that the likes of Jem Hepworth, Michelle Westby, Steph Luttridge, ladies, good morning. Hope you're all keeping well. Give Isla your full support as always. Felix Hill and Rowan Duncan, that's row 3. Jensen White and Lorenzo Martin, that is row number 4. That completes the top 8. Top 10 are completed by Finley Hines and Jack McLaughlin, Tyler Davis and Oakley Hunter. That is the top 12, ahead of Alfie Mew, Noah Baglin, Jensen Sale and Teddy Porter. And we've got Elliot Dimlow and Morgan Weston rounding out the 18 strong. So this time around, we'll see what happens. It's going to be very interesting. We'll find out what happens with the C50s because effectively the top 16 will go through. Then the rest of the field will end up in the B final. The top 4 will qualify for the main final later on this afternoon. So the lights go out and we go racing as they head into Oblivion and Cruise. Crook for the very first time. So they go up the hill through Fine Lady, and at the minute leading the way looks to be the number 24 of Duncan. And Isla Monday looks to be in 3rd place at the minute, side by side, so she's on the outside, and up the inside goes Liam Welsh to take P3 as they go down into Ashby's now for the first time of asking. So some of the drivers making sure that they're keeping themselves within the confines of the track limits. So based on the aggregates of the heats that we've had, that the top 16, as I said earlier on, will qualify for the main final. They'll also qualify for the... so there'll be a pre-final, there will be a B final, and there will be a main final a little bit later on. So effectively, it's all about how they can keep their composures. This is the first time, I think, if I remember correctly, that I have seen C50 Bambino. Oh, we've had 2 drivers spin 180 degrees, and there's absolute carnage and pandemonium just off of pit bend. Sebastian Power was there, and the number 88 of Liam Welsh was there, and the number 16 of Oakley Hunter, all facing the wrong way. So these track conditions not helping them all in any way, shape or form, as Isla Monday is trying to go past Noah Baglin. She's gone towards the outside of Christmas Corner, trying to get the cut back through the exit. Nice and clean and tidy there from Isla Monday. But just behind is Jensen White. So that is the battle for what is effectively, I believe, that's now P4 and P5 respectively. As right behind them, I think that is Alfie Mew on the back bumper of Isla Monday as they go through Wilkins. So just over 5 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. Maximilian Aberhart now leads this race, but it just depends on how... No, he doesn't. Rowan Duncan has actually got past the 61 for the lead of this race. So Maximilian now in second position. So Rowan Duncan's got about 2 to 3 kart lengths advantage. That equates to... Now the thing is that Aberhart looks to have... I'm not too sure if there's been a glitch with the timing, but Aberhart looks to be in second position and was leading. So Rowan Duncan has a gap of probably not that much between himself and Maximilian Aberhart, but there may be a transponder issue or a timing issue, not 100% sure. So the graphics that you're seeing on the left-hand side of your screen are unfortunately incorrect. So I'm just going to go with what I can, as there has been a driver pulled to the side at the top of Inkermans on the inside of the circuit, and that looks to be the 20. That's the 24 of Rowan Duncan. Rowan Duncan has pulled off, or has he spun and can't get the kart restarted? So Rowan Duncan out of the running in the second heat here at the Bambino Kart Club Winter Cup at Whilton Mill. That's the drama for the 24. So everyone else behind now has an opportunity. Teddy Porter definitely in the thick of things with the likes of Tyler Davis just behind. And just up ahead is Jensen White in the 58. And then they've got Alfie Mew about 5 or 6 kart lengths ahead. So Noah Baglin effectively inherits the lead. Alfie Mew, Jensen White, Teddy Porter, Tyler Davis. We've got Maximilian Aberhart at the front. Now, so for those wondering about how come he's done 5 laps and we've got 3 minutes left, well, like I said, there may be an issue. We'll get official ratification once the results have been amended post-race. So the timing at the minute, Aberhart looks to be in the lead by a couple of laps, but I would probably say that his transponder, I noticed that his transponder started working before the race got underway. So Baglin is ahead of Mew, White, Porter, Davis, Weston. Monday down in effectively on the timing screens, 8th position, but probably could be 7th or 8th. Jensen Sale and Oakley Hunter, that completes the top 10. Ahead of Oakley Hunter. Well, Oakley Hunter is ahead of Finley Lyons, Liam Welsh, Lorenzo Martin, Sebastian Power, Felix Hill, Elliot Dimolo. And what a disaster for Rowan Duncan in the number 24. I think he might have to fight his way back from the back part of the grid for the B final. So we've got 2 minutes plus an additional lap to go on this race. So I would think that the gap there, I'm going to sort of estimate it a little bit, I think, because Noah Baglin is actually closed by about half a second on Aberhart, but Alfie Mew has got Teddy Porter breathing down the back of his race overalls, a neck brace at the minute. And that's a great little scrap here, but Porter might size up Mew for a move. Not through Inkerman's he won't, but he won't through Ashby's either, whether he does. So it depends on how wide. Well, he doesn't run wide at all, does Alfie Mew in the 32. As they go through the left at Wilkins, down the short blast towards Osiers, which puts them onto the back straight. So the fastest first sector of anybody is actually being set by the number 61 of Abrahart, 24.292, and that's over 3.5 tenths of a second quicker than Noah Baglin. But Baglin now definitely. Now I've got a feeling that this is actually for the lead. I'm not going to go by the timing anymore unless I need to count down the grid, because with what's going on, I think if Noah Baglin gets past Abrahart, he's got the lead with about 40 seconds to go on the clock. So I just need to keep an eye on where he is at the moment. And it's quite interesting that Noah Baglin is trying to chase him down, and it's not quite panning out yet, but Abrahart goes a little bit wide coming out of Ashby's. So this is a real telling point now of what's going to happen between the pair. So effectively, now Baglin sizing up Abrahart, and he... That's really funny. But he should be looking in front of him, not looking to the side of him like that. As that's a great little move there from Noah Baglin, which I think takes the race lead. So Baglin leads from Abrahart, and Abrahart goes... Oh, that was a very, very wide excursion coming off of what is effectively pit bend. So Abrahart goes very, very wide out of the final corner. As it is side by side, Abrahart has got some... I'm flabbergasted by that. Yes, the long words will be coming out today here on commentary. I'm absolutely flabbergasted that Maximilian Abrahart has just pulled past Noah Baglin and got the move done round the outside, going up Manuel's Bank into Christmas Corner, and we've had a coming together up at the top of the hill. It looks like Alfie Mew's at the tail end of those three carts, which will have involved both Teddy Porter and Jensen White. That's so. So we'll just see what happens here. So effectively, it's going to be interesting. So the last lap board was shown. Now the thing is that blue flags are being waved. So that is for the driver that's... Abrahart's got to be really careful. That was very close indeed, and that was the 71 of Elliot Dimolo. Now the thing is, the checkered has gone out, but I don't believe it... I think... With the issue that we've had with the timing, I'm not... because we've got Maximilian Abrahart actually finishing on 9 laps, or his transponder actually started working for some reason before we went green. So we'll wait until... I'm not going to call that, but I think that Noah Baglin has actually taken the win ahead of Maximilian Abrahart, with Alfie Mew, Teddy Porter, Morgan Weston rounding out the top 5, Jensen White and Jensen Sale rounding out the top 7 ahead of Finley Hines. Isla Monday finishing in a credible 9th position. Oakley Hunter in 10th, ahead of Liam Welsh. Sebastian Power, Felix Hill. So Liam Welsh crosses the line, takes 11th place after that race. Sebastian Power will now take 12th ahead of Felix Hill. Tyler Davis looks like he'll be ahead of Lorenzo Martin for 14th position as Felix Hill crosses the line now. Yep, so Tyler Davis 14th, Lorenzo Martin 15th ahead of Elliot Dimolo, and unfortunately Rowan Duncan's cart will now need to be recovered off of the exit of Inkerman's after what was a very interesting C50 Heat 2 here at the Bambino Kart Club Winter Cup for 2019. So we will confirm the official results in due course, reference that particular race. So we'll find out what happens a little bit later on. So obviously they'll just have to look back through everything as Rowan Duncan's kart gets recovered. So next up, it is Mini Rock, heat number 2. So they're second of 4 races in this meeting. So we will have, they will be the third set of drivers out for, because what we've got, slight change, because the C50s will not have a pre-final. They will have 3 heats, and the top 16 based on the aggregate results. So each driver will take part in what I would imagine is going to be 2 out of 3 heats. Their point score goes towards their tally, and whoever doesn't make it into the top 16 ends up in the B final. So there'll be some drivers that will have already done their 2 heats. They'll have to sit back on the sidelines and wait to see what happens for their grid a little bit later on today. And then the C50s will have their main final after the B final has been carried out. So we will have a total, hopefully, of around about 20 C50 Bambino comas racing later on this afternoon. I have to give a shout out to my good buddy who's probably watching as we speak, Jordan Bird from JB Data Engineering. Good to see that you're doing great things in engineering in motorsport. You can also go to the Downforce Radio website, downforceracing.uk, to check out a fantastic 4-piece interview I did with Jordan at the Autosport International Show this year, back in January. Yeah, so, right, we'll be waiting very shortly because obviously there'll be a couple of minutes delay. We're running a little bit behind time, but we'll hopefully get things back on track. Great thank you to the entire marshalling crew here at Whilton Mill Kart Club for doing a great job. Well, I can hear from the commentary position, I don't have a window to look out of apart from the one at the door that we've had here in the office. But let's go through the grid for Mini Rock heat number 2. Max Horler and Fraser Anderson start on row number 1. Horler is on pole position. Oliver Stilp and Alfie Richards, that's row number 2, with Ollie Poole from Scotland and Luke Sintler. With that spin out on the final lap up at Christmas Corner, will start on row number 3. Jacob Ashcroft, number 22, will have Joshua Turnbull alongside in the number 38. Cameron Edmonds and Archie Heron ran at the top 10. No surprise here. The random grid generator has sent Aidan Hassan for his second heat to the back of the grid, but he's done it before. He can do it again. He'll go to, he'll definitely, let's just see what he does here. So they now are on what is effectively going to be a very interesting 8 minutes plus an additional lap here. So the Rock engines roar into life, and we are off and away into Oblivion and Crook for the very first time. And Max Horler goes a bit wide coming out of Fine Lady, and it's 3 abreast going up Manuel's Bank, and in the lead that looks to be Oliver Stilp that's taken the initial advantage. Ahead of Fraser Anderson. Aidan Hassan has already made up 2 places, maybe even nearly make that 3 going through the exit of Christmas Corner. He's got Ollie Poole just up ahead in the 94. As there's definitely a lot of pushing and shoving. And Aidan Hassan, you absolute hooligan. He's gone past 3 carts in 1 corner. He's gone and done 3 people up the inside of Ashby's. That's ridiculous. And he's just, I think he's just got past Max Horler, which he has, and that's through that's through Osiers. So again, the Aidan Hassan show clearly playing out under the Sunday afternoon sunshine here. Or Sunday morning sunshine, because we've got about 3 minutes, as that was very sideways for Fraser Anderson coming out of pit bend, and that's allowed Luke Sintler to close up on the back bumper of the Scot, going through Oblivion and Crook, through into Fine Lady. So Sintler's just got to really, really mind his P's and Q's and keep it clean as he goes up the inside of Fraser Anderson, as we've got yellow flags at the bottom of Crook. So yellow flags at the bottom of Crook. Has someone gone off? Or was that just briefly for... If someone's gone off and they've rejoined, The yellow flags were briefly out as Sintler is up the inside of Anderson. Anderson's not letting him go without a fight, and that's allowing Oliver Stilp to get away. Alfie Richards in fourth has set the fastest first sector of anybody in this race, but Stilp is setting purple lap times. Aidan Hassan from stone dead last up to sixth position with 6 minutes and 12 to go plus an additional lap. Fraser Anderson still keeping in touching distance with Luke Sintler, who is now up into second position. Whilst they're battling, Oliver Stilp has gained a 0.4 of a second advantage. He was 0.8 of a second adrift of the two behind, but now he's 1.2 seconds in front of them. Because what they need to do, so Sintler and Anderson need to start working together. They need to catch up to Oliver Stilp. And if they don't do it, Stilp is just going to put in the quick laps. But I just noticed that both Sintler and Anderson are 0.4 of a second quicker. They're starting to work together. I think they've decided, you know what, we've got to go after him. We've got a chance. Now, I've just seen that Aidan Hassan has dropped all the way back down to stone dead last. And his last lap was a 1:04. So Aidan probably might have been one of those drivers, because I've just seen Max Haller and Cameron Edmonds both do lap times in excess of 60 seconds. Aidan's was a 64.7. So whether there was something that occurred, probably just an oblivion in his career. Sintler's off and onto the grass. Goes very, very wide. Loses not just second, but he's going to lose another position. That's Archie Heron up the inside. So Sintler loses out to Fraser Anderson, Alfie Richards, and Archie Heron. And if he's not careful, Jacob Ashcroft is not that far adrift. He was about 2.1 seconds adrift of Archie Heron. So if I'm complete, there's Jacob Ashcroft just going through Osiers. And Josh Turnbull's just behind the 22. He's just put in his fastest lap of the race, a 58.363. So Jacob Ashcroft now starting to show his prowess in the Mini Rock in this race. As we're about to hit halfway on the timer counting down here in what's been a topsy-turvy Mini Rock heat number 2 this time. As now Oliver Stilp has got Fraser Anderson breathing down his neck. Anderson has just absolutely nailed pace. Nailed it. He's not going to try. He's gone for the switch back up the inside of Inkermans. He's going to get the move done through Ashby's. What a drive from Fraser Anderson from Scotland. He puts in a 57.564. Closes on the back bumper of Stilp going up Manuel's Bank. Gets through Christmas. Lines him up in Inkermans. And through into Ashby's, he gets the job done. That's a great move. Absolutely textbook. But Stilp is going, well, Anderson, if you can fight fire with fire, I might do the same. But he's got Archie Heron now behind him. And Archie Heron was neater than the two in front going out of pit bend there. And there is possibly some still some standing water. Aidan Hassan is on a recovery drive now. He's now about just over 2 seconds off of Josh Turnbull with about just under 3 minutes to go. So now Anderson has a lead of just over 5.5 tenths of a second over Oliver Stilp, who's now got Archie Heron, who's just put in the fastest lap of the race, a 57.431. Heron's got him in his crosshairs as they go through Wilkins, down the short blast down to Osiers. Heron absolutely wrestling with the cart, but he's got some pace. And Heron's going to get him. He's got the slingshot down the back straight into the boot. Nice work by Archie Heron. So within a couple of laps, Oliver Stilp has gone from first to third. First, he gets deposed by Fraser Anderson. As again, Oliver Stilp goes very, very wide. And I think that was also Alfie Richards and Luke Sintler who did too, coming out of pit bend. And Archie Heron again puts in the fastest lap of the race. Well, puts in his fastest lap. But the Toy Master is trying to do his best. Aidan Hassan has just put in a 57.034. He was over 1.8 seconds quicker than the driver just in front, Josh Turnbull. And he's still got time. I know how quick Aidan can be when he's on his A game. And I'm sure that Nick and Anthony Hamilton are watching right now, because Hassan is now trying to show how he can fight back after a disaster in a race. And that shows the true composure of a driver. And Hassan was quicker than Turnbull by over 8/10 in the first sector. And he's got past him. He's got past him. Josh Turnbull now down into 8th position. The next in Aidan Hassan's crosshairs will be Scotland's Ollie Poole from Smedley Young Racing Team. And Aidan Hassan is, well, he's 9/10. He's 9.5 behind Ollie Poole. 1 minute to go plus an additional lap. And there is Luke Sintler behind the 83 of Alfie Richards. This is the battle for 4th position on the road. So Sintler, if he gets a good run, coming out of Inkermans, he's going to try and go up the inside of Ashby's. He can't do the move as they both run wide coming out of the corner. And they're going to go through the left at Wilkins. Now into the left at Osiers. And it's a slight right kink onto the back straight before they make their way down towards the boot. And here is Fraser Anderson, who's got a lead of just over 8.5 of a second over Archie Heron. Oliver Stilp has started fading away in the latter stages of this race, and he was about 2.1 seconds adrift. Make that 2.7 seconds adrift off of Fraser Anderson as Archie Heron goes sub 57, as does Fraser Anderson. So as Anderson makes his way up to the approach, he's going to exit Christmas corner. That's it. Time's expired. Someone's gone off, and that is Ollie Poole. Ollie Poole's gone off at Fair Lady, trying to get the kart back on the tarmac. And the wheels are just spinning up like a good one. He's just got beached. He's just got beached. That's Ollie Poole's race done. That's a shame from the Scot. And that's allowed Aidan Hassan, who's now up into P7. And Hassan has just put in a 56.848 on the penultimate lap of this, on the second from last lap of this race. As Fraser Anderson now comes through down towards Pit Bend. So yellow flags, so they can't overtake after Fine Lady. Well, great job from the marshal to get Ollie Poole back underway. Ollie will finish the race, but he will be nowhere in comparison to where he could have been. Aidan Hassan on the penultimate lap of this race has just put in a 56.6, and he's got Richards, Sintler and Ashcroft ahead. That is the battle for 5th position. Actually, make that 4th. Hassan, if he does this on the last lap, Sintler sends it up the inside of Richards through Ashby's. They both run wide, allows Ashcroft to get into the mix. Hassan has got the ringside seat. He's on the back bumper of Ashcroft through Wilkins. Now into the left at Osiers. He goes up the inside of the 22. Now onto the back straight. He'll have Sintler and also Richards as Anderson is going to hang on to the win as Hassan, I think, has just got past. That could be P5 for Aidan Hassan in the final throws. Yes, it is. Hassan's done it. He's made it up to 5th at the flag behind Luke Sintler. Alfie Richards takes 6th ahead of Jacob Ashcroft. But Fraser Anderson wins by just over 0.3 of a second. That's 0.315 ahead of Archie Heron, who was closing and on the last lap of the race took the fastest lap, a 56.555. Oliver Stilp takes 7th, third, having initially taken the lead. But Fraser Anderson and Archie Heron got the better of him in the latter stages. Luke Sintler in 4th. Aidan Hassan recovered to finish in P5. And there is someone at the side of the grid. That's Max Haller. Max Haller. Sorry, that's at the side of the track. Not the side of the grid, Alex. What are you talking about there? Can't get my words out right. Sanson, it's all your fault. It normally is when that happens. So Max Haller being pulled by the marshal back to safety, just off Oblivion and Crook. So Alfie Richards takes 6th ahead of Jacob Ashcroft. Joshua Turnbull, Max Haller will finished in 9th. Cameron Edmonds in 10th, with Ollie Poole being the 11th and final classified finisher for what was an interesting mini-rock Heat 2 at the Bambino Kart Club Winter Cup here at Whilton Mill. So, after an interesting mini-rock Heat 2, it's now Heat 2 for the Honda Cadets as they start making their way again. Standing start formation for the 33 drivers. So let's run through the grid. Alf Jungling and Charlie Locker are on the front row, ahead of Caleb McDuff and Connor Duncan, Ben Simpson and Tommy Harfield. That's row 3, with Oliver Bocock and Devon Nolan rounding out the top 8 positions. Run through this as quickly as possible. Dalton Hayward and Isaac Parkinson round out the top 10, ahead of Timur Jungling, Milo Manderson, Oliver Bourne, Henry Jocelyn, Rocco Shenton and Alfie Chater. That's the top 16. Top 24 is rounded out by Thomas Carter, Josh Mills, Zach Starbuck, Finley Fishburn, Jensen O'Neill Going, Tyler Lee, Jacob Giblett-Lee and Frankie Smedley. Then we have Harry Higgs, Ethan Weldon, Jacob Anslow, Kasper Tomilewski, Theo Champney, Harrison Morrow, Lucas Blanford, Joshua Jarvis, with Kartek's Tao Butler rounding out the 33 strong. And I'm sure that Gary Parsons from Kartek is watching this with very eagle eyes at the moment. We are running a little bit behind schedule, so we may have a shorter lunch break as a result of that. However, the action will continue all the way through. Our last final today, barring any delays or stoppages, will be at 20 to 4 this afternoon with the IAMI Bambinos, seeing out the current era of the Bambino Kart Club, or the BKC as it's formerly known, as Super One and Bambino Kart Club join forces for 2020. You can go to the official BKC Facebook page and find out the information about the calendar. It's a 6-round calendar for next season, starting in early April and concluding at Shennington later on in the season. So before we go to the probably brief lunch break, I will take you through the provisional calendar a little bit later on. So at least I'll give you all the information you need to know about Super One BKC for 2020. So we'll see out the old this weekend. But of course, for those watching at home, you can see the brand new logo, and it looks pretty good, doesn't it? Looks really, really good, and it's going to be an interesting season for next year with a lot of categories, and good to see that Bambinos is going to be a part of it, and I'm really, really happy to hear that the association with that John and Darren have put together, as we have gone. Now, I'm just keeping an eye on this. Now, it looks like we have gone lights out, which is the case. So all 33 cadets. It is being classed as a full start, it looks like. So the control alt and delete buttons will be hit. So they'll come around again for another. I think it'd be quite good because it will give them another sighting lap here, just to. At the end of it all, it's going to be quite interesting with regards to how things do proceed. I will try and read out your comments. I do need to gain access to our social media channel, reference YouTube, and obviously for whoever you're rooting for, we'll try and make as many, give you a shout out as many as possible. We're just going to have a look through some of these feeds because we are broadcasting on the official BKC Facebook page, Downforce Radio, Karting Magazine, and of course on Alpha Live. So please, if you are watching on YouTube, please make sure you hit the like button for the video, you hit the subscribe button, and also hit the notification bell so you're kept apprised of every single event when it goes live with Alpha Live in 2020. So quite a few comments coming through on relative social media channels, so hopefully we'll get that all sorted out, ready for the afternoon's action. Well, it is the afternoon's action at the moment because, as I say, we are running slightly behind time. We've got this and 2 other heats left to go before we go on to the So the rev rise on the Honda Cadet engines, lights on the starting gantry are red, and they go out. We go racing for the second and final preliminary heats for the Honda Cadet division here at the Winter Cup for the Bambino Kart Club in 2019. A little bit of jockeying for position up and down the field. So hopefully we won't have any issues, as it's definitely getting a bit heated out there. One of the drivers in there looks to be one of the Jungling brothers. I think that might have been Timur, if I'm very much mistaken. No, that might have been the 68. Oh, now there's a problem for Tyler Lee. Beached, and that is... And where is he? Tyler Lee, currently 21st, showing on there, as it is definitely getting a bit hot and heated. Now, Tyler Lee is beached. There's going to be yellow flags wherever he is. I'm just wondering, is that on the top of the hill at Christmas Corner? Because if that is the case, yellows will have to be shown. So I'm just going to keep my eyes out on the stream if there are any yellow flags, but I'm just wondering. Now, Tyler Lee has dropped down out of the order. So he's now Charlie Locker is another driver that I haven't seen. He's circulating at the minute. I think Tyler Lee's got back underway, but at the moment, with just under 6.5 minutes to go in this race, it's going to be very interesting how the race is going to pan out, because Connor Duncan again is on a flyer. Number 3 has just taken over 0.6 of a second out of Ralf Jungling, who's leading in the 41 thus far. They've just come through pit bend, so Jungling will have a lead, but it's going to be nothing, absolutely nothing. 1/10 of a second, and Devon Nolan in the 54 is trying to chase them down. He's 1.3 seconds adrift off of Connor Duncan, as Duncan gets his head down, up Manuel's Bank, up towards Christmas Corner. Try and see if he can keep with and then pass Timur Jungling. Ben Simpson gets a warning flag from race control, as Connor Duncan just being very, very calm and composed here. Very calm and composed. Just making sure he times it right to get past Germany's Ralf Jungling in the 41. And Jungling just looks forward, but Duncan powers past. Up the inside of the German he goes into the entrance of the boot. Nice work by Connor Duncan. Once again, Devon Nolan in the meantime is running on the back bumper of Jungling as well. So Jungling could go within 3 corners if Nolan gets the inside run into oblivion. He does. That's a great textbook manoeuvre into the first corner by Devon Nolan to slingshot past Ralf Jungling. And also in the process puts in the fastest lap, a 57.029 by the number 54. So I must be completely honest here. Connor Duncan, you will have a fight on your hands, good sir. As looks to be a little bit more jostling, a little bit further going through Ashby's. And that looks to be a little bit further outside of the top 5. So Devon Nolan, quickest out of the top 3 at the minute. Timur Jungling in 4th now. So the 2 brothers from Germany definitely making sure that they make good their intentions, as Jocelyn goes up the inside of Bocock, up into the entrance of the boot, and makes the move stick. Nice work there. That's retaking P5. As Devon Nolan is catching Connor Duncan. Connor Duncan is not out of the woods, and we've got under half of the time left to count away here. He's just put in a 56.7. That's incredible pace, as they now go down through Inkermans, down the hill, down towards the right at Ashby's. And Nolan was 2.5 of a second quicker than Duncan in sector number 1. I think Duncan's going to sense it right now that Nolan's breathing down his neck and wanting to get past. Yep, he's gone. He's made the move stick. So even before we've got 2. So Connor Duncan might be fractionally ahead. Let's just see what happens. They come across the start-finish line. Nolan's got the lead. Nice work by Devon Nolan to take the lead. So the good thing is at the moment, there's been a warning flag for Rocco Shenton in 12th place, as now Devon Nolan. Oh, now the key thing here, what is the biggest rule in racing? Never take out your teammates. And I've just noticed that Devon Nolan is running on the same chassis as Connor Duncan. That's interesting. That's very interesting indeed. So they've got to watch their P's and Q's. Got to keep their nose clean a little bit here, because otherwise if they don't get it right at the opportune time, there's going to be a problem. So there's a bit of a gap extending now between Devon Nolan and Connor Duncan. It's now over a second, as Devon Nolan is on an absolute flyer. He's just put in a 56.162, and in the meantime there's been an overtake. That is, I think that's Finley Fishburne, isn't it? 14. This has gone up the inside into Christmas Corner there. Oh, Henry Jocelyn went very, very wide there, coming out of Fair Lady. Went grass tracking, did a Matthias Ekstrom a la World RX. And that's not going to help his race any way, shape or form, because that's put Timur Jungling, who's up into P4, but he's just had that taken away from him like candy from a baby by Oliver Bocock in the 35. So Henry Jocelyn drops out of the top 5. He could be even out of the top 10 if he's not careful, but if he got back onto the track quickly enough, he would have done so. 1 minute 20 plus an additional lap. Devon Nolan now looks to be extending that lead between himself and Connor Duncan. It's gone up to nearly 1.2 seconds on that particular occasion. So Half Jungling puts him into the top 3, which is quite good going for him. And it's great to see that his brother Timur is up into 5th place in the number 69, as blue flag's being waved through Fine Lady. So some of the younger drivers will have to watch out. As, well, Henry Jocelyn recovered to 6th, but hot on his heels, hot on his back bumper is Tommy Harfield in the number 32. Caleb McDuff is about 3.8 seconds away from this battle in 8th position. Oh no, disaster for Hartfield. Hartfield goes off. I didn't really see what happened there, so if Jocelyn tried to force the issue on the inside of Ashby's, it might have meant that Harfield's had to take avoiding action. So I couldn't really see what happened there. And if there was a case that it did happen, your guess is as good as mine. If there's a discussion post-race, it's not my place to call on it. So we'll leave it to everybody else to argue amongst themselves on that one. So at the minute, Devon Nolan now has been closed down. Connor Duncan's now put the boot on the other foot, so to speak. He's closing. So Connor Duncan is behind Devon Nolan. He was about 6.66 of a second behind the number 54. They're now going through Augiers onto the back straightaway. So if we can pick up our leaders. So they're now heading into the boot. So the boot is where I'm really going to have to see what happens. So they've now come through Pit Bend. Leaders coming through Pit Bend now. And this is where it's really going to be a telling sign. Devon Nolan has extended the gap. He's actually gone and set the fastest lap yet again of this race. 56.127. He's bridged the gap between himself onto the final lap of the race by over 0.888 of a second. There is a kart. And that is the 43. That is the 43 of Tao Butler from Kart Tech. What a disaster for the youngster who normally races out of Rye House. Retires on the penultimate lap of this race. But Connor Duncan has gone over a 10th quicker than Devon Nolan in the first sector. They're going to hit sector 2 very, very shortly, which they're going to do pretty much now. So Devon Nolan crosses the line, goes purple. He bridges the gap between himself to what it should be. Devon Nolan now is going to come through the top of the boot, through Pit Bend, and he's going to win the Honda Cadet Heat number 2 here at the Bambino Kart Club Winter Cup from Connor Duncan, who sets the fastest lap of anybody in this race on the final tour. 56.047, finishes 0.863 seconds at the end of the race. Herzlichen Glückwunsch und die beiden Deutsche Half und Timur Jungling, dritter und fünfter Platz. And between those, and for those wondering what I just said there, Congratulations to both Ralph and Timo Jungling for finishing 3rd and 5th respectively. In the middle of the Jungling sandwich was the meat filled by Bocock in the 35 in 4th position. Henry Jocelyn finishes in 6th ahead of Caleb McDuff. Tommy Harfield, Milo Manderson and Thomas Carter ran out the top 10. Dalton Haywood and Rocco Shenton complete the top 12 positions ahead of Finley Fishburne. Harrison Morrow, Kasper Tomilewski from Poland. Well done, my friend. Up to P15 at the end, ahead of Frankie Smedley in the 73. Ben Simpson, Theo Champney, and Jacob Giblet-Lee with Jacob Anslow rounds out the top 20. Isaac Parkinson rounds out P21. Jensen O'Neill going. Zach Starbuck, Joshua Jarvis, Lucas Blanford, Joshua Mills, Harry Higgs, Tyler Lee, Oliver Bourne, Ethan Weldon, Charlie Locker, Alfie Chater, and unfortunately on the penultimate lap, we had our only retirement of the Honda Cadet field so far, Kartek's Tao Butler. Let's see how he gets on in the pre-final a bit later on in Honda Cadet. So now we come to our penultimate of the preliminary heats here at the 2019 Bambino Kart Club Winter Cup, being held here under the fantastic Sunday afternoon sunshine. We've had sunshine all day. It's cold, it's a bit slick on the track, but we've got our IAMI Bambinos, all 24 of them, making their way out onto the circuit. So let's run you through the grid. Jake Beecroft and Jensen Chalk, that's row number 1. With Archie Rutter and Jensen Walker in the 20 and 22, that's row number 2. Head of the number 8 of Archie Lovett on P5 and Luke Millward in P6 and number 38. Jensen Jones in the 74 and Larry Price round out the top 8 positions in the number 97. The number 85 of Daniel Miron Lorente and Noah Baglin in the 21, that completes the top 10. Manav Duel in the 82 and Jensen Thomas in the number 40, that's row number 6. Charlie Lomas and Felix Smedley in the numbers 41 and 19 respectively. That's the top 7 rows completed. Ahead of Freddie Denton in the 98 and Dian Singh Pahal rounding out the 8th row. Cole Denham in the 99 and George House in the 77. That's row number 9 with Harry Curry and in the 84 and Rowan Henderson in the 72. That's the top 20 completed. Ahead of Vinnie Oliver in the 7. Luca Narroway in the 17. Harley Drake in the 91 and Jack McLaughlin in the 66. Gary Parsons, if you're asking me what happened to Tao in that one, I think he just pulled to the side. It might have been a technical, not a mechanical. Not too sure. So your guess is as good as mine. You might have to touch base with your guys in the awning. So in many respects, if anyone asks me what happened in that one, well, sometimes I can't see everything. You know, there's only so much a commentator can do. I've only got so many words to speak and only 2 eyes in the front of my head, not 2 in the back. But yeah, I mean, effectively, we can only do what we can. And we'll just... Right, okay. I'm going to have a look through some social media after this race, and I'm going to call out some people that I know very well, because the 5-second board is about to be raised for IAMI Bambino, heat number 2 here at the 2019 Bambino Kart Club Winter Cup here at Whilton Mill in Daventry, Northamptonshire. 5-second board goes out. Let's see what happens in Heat 2 for IAMI Bambinos. They get underway. It's a slow start for the two on the front, as they now start making their way down into oblivion. And Crook for the first time of asking here, as it is 2, 3 abreast at points. A little bit further up the order. If you're wondering what the rustling is, lunch is being served. I can't have mine yet. 7 minutes and 10 plus an additional lap to go. So we've got some drivers going a little bit wide coming out of Ashby's. As the race proceeds, we'll see a bit of a dynamic start, as I've just clocked Jensen Walker coming through Ashby's, going a little bit wide, but making sure he doesn't get compromised in any way, shape or form. Jensen Jones having a great battle there with Archie Lovett in the number 8 as they go through the boot. So at the moment the lead is in the hands of the number 10 of Jake Beecroft. Jensen Chalk is in second position. Now I'm wondering, is there an issue again with the transponder? Not 100% sure, but I want to just try and keep my eyes on the action as much as possible. I think there might be, for the second time today, possibly a transponder issue. So Jake did start from pole position, so effectively what happens, so I'm just going to keep an eye on the actual grids. So here, this great little battle here, this is the number 74 of Jones and the 85 of Lorente, now battling over what is effectively fourth position. So I would imagine there is possibly a transponder issue with Jake Beecroft's kart, or the timing. So it's the second issue that we've had today, but it's not the biggest drama. So Jake Beecroft is leading, and Jensen Chalk is dropping away from the number 10 at the minute. Archie Lovett in third. Miron Lorente has got past Jensen Jones, so there is Jake Beecroft. He's an absolute country mile ahead of Jensen Chalk, who's now going through Christmas. So in many respects, it could be very much a case of who is going to be best of the rest, because Jake Beecroft is saying to everyone else, well, you can breathe on you can breathe in my exhaust fumes at the moment because I'm pulling away from everybody, and he's doing a fantastic job. He's just put in a 20.684 for the first sector. Jensen Chalk second, Archie Lovett in third, Daniel Miron Lorente in fourth, Jensen Jones in fifth, Noah Baglin in sixth, Charlie Lomas in seventh, Cole Denham, Larry Price and Jensen Walker. That rounds out the top 10. Rounding out the 23 that are running at the moment, we have Freddie Denton, Archie Rutter, Luca Narroway, Luke Millward, Harry Curry, Jensen Thomas. Well, Harry's made moves up from 19th to 15th place and could move further up the field. Jack McLaughlin in 17th ahead of Rowan Henderson, Vinnie Oliver, George House, Manav Dewell, Harley Drake and Dhyan Singh Pahal. That rounds out the 23 strong. So Jake Beecroft has got, and he's put in the fastest sector of anybody in sector number 1, a 20.567 has Jake Beecroft on the number 10. But I'm looking a bit further down the field. It's getting a bit tasty between 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th. That's Larry Price, Jensen Walker, Freddie Denton and Luca Narroway, as Archie Lovett is being chased down by Noah Baglin, it looks like. So just keeping an eye on things. So a lot of changes up and down the order. Luca Narroway up into 12th. Harry Curry now up into 13th place with 3 minutes and 25 seconds to go, plus an additional lap in this last of the preliminary heats. The grids will be decided for the pre-final based on the results in both heats, as Miron Lorente now gets past Archie Lovett for P3. So effectively, as Freddie Denton's dropped down the order back down into 12th position, there's Noah Baglin, hot on the heels of Archie Lovett. This is for P4. And just up ahead, we've got Looks to be Miron Lorente. He is closing. He's actually chasing down Jensen Chalk quite significantly. On the last lap around, he took over 1.1 seconds. Archie Rutter's just had a warning in race control. Miron Lorente has now got second. That looks to be the case. He has. He's done the move before the boot. So nice work by the number 85. Now ahead of Jensen Chalk, but Chalk now back on the counter-offensive. The pair last time around were just over. They took, well, Miron Lorente took over 0.26 of a second out of Jensen Chalk, who wasn't actually feeling that well coming into this weekend. But he's feeling a little bit better as Noah Baglin tries to go up the inside of Chalk, but Chalk instantly counter-attacks through the exit of Christmas, retakes the position. But Baglin, I think, has just gone up. Oh, no, big. That's a big off. Who's that? Off into the water, off of Ashby's. That could be. I'm just seeing who that is. That's very difficult to make out that number at the moment. But that driver's not going to be able to take any further participation in this race. Is that Noah Baglin? If I can get a clear sight on that kart. That is a... Let's just keep an eye on this for a moment. I'm just going to wait for that driver to come through and go left at Wilkins. That's the 23. And that's Dhyan Singh Pahal, who went straight off at Ashby's, went straight into the water splash, or the steeplechase puddle. So, right. Now, at the moment, just keeping an eye on our leader. Now, Jake Beecroft is coming through the left at Wilkins. He's doing a fantastic job at the front of the field. I think, trying to remember, I think he got Young Achievement, he got Achievement of the Year award, this year's awards, following in the footsteps of Ronnie Ray Carter. So Jake Beecroft doing a fantastic job at the front of the field. Yeah, it is a transponder issue because I've just seen the best lap time for Jake Beecroft, and it's probably something wrong with, you know, the signal's got crosshead or something like that. It's put his best lap at 16.7 seconds, which we all know isn't really true. 15 seconds plus an additional lap to go. Jake Beecroft continues to lead ahead of Daniel Miron Lorente. Noah Baglin in third place. Jensen Chalk in fourth place. Archie Lovett, Jensen Jones, Charlie Lomas, Cole Denham, Luca Narroway now ahead of Larry Price. And that rounds out the top 10 with Harry Curry, Jensen Walker, Freddie Denton, Luke Millward, Jack McLaughlin, Archie Rutter, Rowan Henderson, Vinnie Oliver, Manav Duel, Harley Drake, George House, Jensen Thomas, Dhyan Singh Pahal, still circulating, having gone through that water splash puddle off of the exit of Ashby's. So the time has now expired. Beecroft is now coming down the back straight to put him into the boot for the penultimate time here. And this is really going to help his claim towards a Winter Cup victory. So now the last lap board is going to show on the Digi flag and also on the start-finish line. Is coming into my line of sight on the commentary side of things. It looks like we've got Jensen Chalk being, well, hounded along by Archie Lovett in the 8, and right behind is Noah Baglin in the 21. The 77 of George House clearly gets out of the way because of the blue flags. Someone runs very wide. That was Noah Baglin. So Beecroft now up into Christmas corner for the final time. Miron Lorente isn't that far ahead of Jensen Chalk, Archie Lovett and Noah Baglin. He's got about 8.5 tenths of a second or so in the bag. Of course, these results with the timing issue that we've got. Oh, we've had another spinner again. Singh Pahal, unfortunately, doesn't go through the water splash this time at Ashby's, but spins 180 degrees the wrong way. So effectively, the good thing is he didn't have an issue getting out of Ashby's on that particular occasion. So that's it, Jake Beecroft. Well, considering the fact of where the timing has been, Jake Beecroft has won the race. Now we'll get Daniel Miron Lorente across the line in second place ahead of Jensen Chalk, or is it Archie Lovett? Archie Lovett takes third at the flag. Nips it in the bud before the end of the race. So Jensen Chalk takes fourth. Noah Baglin takes fifth ahead of Jensen Jones, Charlie Lomas and Colin Denham. Harry Curry takes posts his best lap, and I think that is the fastest lap of the race on the final lap. Harry Curry 1 minute 1.612, setting purple sectors all the way along. Luca Narraway takes 10th ahead of Larry Price. Luke Millward, Freddie Denholm, Jensen Walker, Jack McLaughlin, Rowan Henderson, Vinnie Oliver, Archie Rutter, Manav Diul, Harley Drake, George House, Jensen Thomas and Dhyan Singh Pahal rounding out the 23 strong, with every single driver finishing the race. And that concludes the preliminary heats for IAMI Bambino of the 2019 Bambino Kart Club Winter Cup. So we come to our final preliminary heats before what's probably going to be a slightly amended lunch break. It's IAMI Cadet heat number 2. We'll run through this as quickly as we can. Roman Kamyab and Lewis Werrell are on the front row ahead of Jack Mowat and Ethan Woodward. Mason Bishop and Nathan Tye, with William Knight and Kai Semi rounding out the top 8. Top 16 are completed by the following drivers: Kanishk Rao, Hadi Mimasi, Zachary Knight, Ben Crosley, Ben Smith, Kian Amy, Michael Gray and Cody Lepatarel. Cathal Clark, Michael Walker, Kit Bolofsky, Eden Spanswick, Macaulay Bishop, Ryan Gill, Sebastian Mims, Jesse Phillips. Full start has been called, so we continue running down the grid, thank goodness for that. Tyg Buckley and Connor Duncan, P25 and 26. Jack Buckley and Kazra Kamyab, P27 28. Jack Paul and Tyler O'Neill round out the top 30, with Logan Howes, Zach Green, and last but by no means least in 33rd position. Looks like we've only got 31 competitors taking part. Well, it looked to be 30, depending on how you look at it. So it was a full start called. It is 2x2 rolling start formation. Hurrah! Haven't said that in a while. But it's going to be an interesting 8 minutes plus an additional lap to see us into the lunch break. So a big thank you from us here at the Bambino Kart Club for providing your comments. We will get onto them hopefully later on this afternoon, but we'll try and keep the action flowing as quickly and as fast as is humanly possible, as it is the way in karting. So we're now going to get a real taster of how the level of intensity is going to rise up in IAMI Cadet. They come through the boots. They now head into the right-hander at Pit Bend. They go towards the start-finish line. It looks like, have we got green lights going out? Red lights going out? Yes, we have. They're off into oblivion and crook for the first time of asking. So effectively, they're all coming down through into Inkermans. Now into Ashby, and then what they will also do is they will then move through into the left at Wilkins. So they go down the back straight for the very first time, heading into the boot. There are some positional changes happening as it's... Oh, that's... I've never seen that before. That was nearly 4 wide coming out of the top part of the boot. And everyone is jockeying for position. Roman Kamyev gets a tap from behind and now gets a warning flag as well. Lewis Werrell is up into the lead of the race. Macaulay Bishop has slungshot his way up from 18th to P4. And he is absolutely flying up the field. Zachary Knight now gets a warning, as everyone's nearly tripping all over each other's heels at the minute. Kamyev gets a warning, Zachary Knight gets a warning. I did say the level of intensity would need to see how it progressed, and it is definitely not. It's definitely firing on all cylinders at the minute in every one of these single carts racing around the 1200 metre circuit here at Whilton Mill. So Lewis Werrell leads. He's got the fastest lap under his belt at the moment, but Nathan Tighe is fastest in sector number 1. And he's only 9/10 off of Lewis. Hadi Mamasi in P3. Macaulay Bishop, P4. Zachary Knight, Roman Kamyev. Mason Bishop, Jack Mowat, Cathal Clark, Michael Gray. That's the top 10. Well, Cathal Clark now up from P8 to P6. As now Lewis Werrell just looks back to see where Nathan Tighe is in proximity, and the gap now over a second. As there's a little bit of a slight touch there. Kit Bolowski up the inside into Christmas corner, and that might have been, I think that was on Roman Kamyev, I believe, in the number 95. In the number 55. So effectively, your guess is as good as mine. How are things going to pan over for the next 5 minutes and 20 seconds? Plus an additional lap. Mason Bishop now gets a warning from race control. In all honesty, ladies and gentlemen, I have absolutely no idea how it's going to transpire. But at the minute, Lewis Werrell and Nathan Tighe are leading the race. Tighe's just taken the fastest lap of the race. He's taken 2/10 out of Lewis Werrell. So these two know each other very, very well. They've been competing alongside each other. Jack Buckley now gets a warning. Cathal Clark, in the meantime, set the fastest lap of the race. 55.181. Eden Spanswick, Connor Duncan, they've all made up places. So Connor Duncan up into P10 from P13. Eden Spanswick up from P14 to P11. Jesse Phillips now gets a contact warning. First one of the meeting from race control, I believe. He's ahead of the two Buckleys. Tighe in 20th, Jack just behind in 21st. Logan Howes has been making some steady inroads up the field. He's gone up from towards the back end of the grid. He's now up into P25 as the youngster from Norwich, who said goodbye to Bambinos, and now he's been doing some testing ahead of this weekend. He's now on his new FA chassis. And I've been speaking with him and his dad, James. They've been pretty happy. James just said to me he's a bit nervous about the starts. Well, considering this is his first meeting, we saw a very, very claws-out little Wolverine last year at the Winter Grand Prix, especially in the pre-final and the final. So effectively, there's a lot of things that people will... people will have to be on a slight, big learning curve, and that's the same with Logan this weekend. 3 minutes 35, plus an additional lap left to go here in the second and final preliminary heat for IAMI Cadets. As looks to be, there's going to be a lot of jockeying for position, as now Cathal Clark has got past Zachary Knight, up into P5, and now he's back on the heels of Macaulay Bishop. Bishop has got to watch it, and Cathal Clark is the first IAMI Cadet this meeting to go sub 55 seconds. Bishop has got a repeat of what happened in the first heat earlier on this morning. He now is going to have to do one or two things. He's going to have to go ultra defensive, and he's looked to his right, and there comes Cathal Clark up the inside of Macaulay Bishop through into Ashby. So Cathal Clark sets the fastest lap of the race of 54.682. That's incredible pace. Absolutely flying is Cathal Clark up into P4, and I'll be completely honest here, he's not that far behind the likes of Hadi Mamasi. And Hadi Mamasi was just under 2 seconds up the road from Macaulay Bishop. And Cathal Clark has 2 minutes 20 seconds plus an additional lap to reel in just under 1.8 seconds off of Hadi Mamasi. So Mamasi didn't have a great one in the. He had a coming together with Jesse Phillips in the first heat. Now he's in P3. So the Canadian driver now has to watch out. I don't think just for Cathal Clark, because if you're watching at home, you can see that Macaulay Bishop is just keeping his eyes on Cathal Clark. Jack Buckley gets a warning from race control now with 1 minute and 45 seconds plus an additional lap to go. So Cathal Clark was quicker than Hadi Mamasi in the first sector. But Macaulay Bishop could have launched it up the inside of Cathal Clark through the first part of the boot. So in all honesty, I don't think Cathal Clark's going to have it all his own way, because he wants to catch up with Hadi Mamasi. He probably wants Macaulay Bishop to work with him, but Bishop has got other ideas, and he's in the slipstream. Up Manuel's Bank, up towards Christmas Corner. Cathal Clark's kart was squirreling at the back part of the axle, the back axle there, as he tried to really nail the brakes as best he could, whilst trying to fend off Macaulay Bishop as they've gone through Ashby. Now the short blast up to the left at Wilkins. Sebastian Mims now gets past William Knight for P15. Jesse Phillips now up into P18 as well. Connor Duncan up into P8 ahead of Eden Spanswick and Michael Gray, who round out the top 10. So this is going to come to a bit of a crescendo to close out the preliminary heat action here at the 2019 Bambino Kart Club Winter Cup. Lewis Werrell has a lead over Nathan Tye to nearly the tune of 3 seconds. As we go on to the penultimate lap with around about 30 seconds remaining, Hadi Mamasi has just set his best lap of the race of 55.041, and the moves happened. Clark has got past Bishop. He must have done it on the way up into Christmas and had the run of momentum. So Cathal Clark has been ahead of Macaulay Bishop, but I'm wondering if Bishop is going to respond. He's got about a lap and a half to do this as Macaulay. And not that far behind them, he's been like the silent assassin as Zachary Knight. He's only 6/10 adrift of the two in front. Maybe not even make it that at this particular moment, as now Connor Duncan is battling tooth and nail with Eden Spanswick in the 69 for P7 as they go through the top part and the second half of the boot for the penultimate time down the hill into the right-hander at Pit Bend. And Mamasi is closing on Nathan Tye. Zach Knight is 0.68 of a second behind this battle right now. So he's about 0.6 of a second off of Macaulay Bishop. As Lewis Werrell now makes his way through Osiers through the last time. Down the back straight. But it's getting very, very close indeed, because Zachary Knight could pounce. And there's a bit of argy-bargy a little bit further back. Looks to be like Kit Bolofsky and Ben Smith battling over what is 12th position. But I'm more interested in what's happening at the front, because it looks like, yep, the win's being taken by Lewis Werrell. Nathan Tye crosses the line. He takes second by less than 2/10 off of Hadi Mamasi, who came flying back at him. Cathal Clark takes fourth ahead of Macaulay Bishop. Zachary Knight in 6th place at the end of it all, and was 39 thousandths off the back bumper of Macaulay Bishop. If he had had one more lap, Macaulay Bishop would have lost out P5 on the final lap itself. Eden Spanswick and Mason Bishop, there's a big off there for Ryan Gill, who slips out of the top 20 thanks to his off-track excursion off of the exit of Pit Bend, putting him down into P24. So Michael Gray in 10th, Jack Mowat, Kit Bolofsky, Ben Smith, Kai Zemi, Roman Kamyab, Jesse Phillips, William Knight, Ethan Woodward, Sebastian Mims, Michael Walker, Jack Buckley, Ben Crosley, Kian Amy, Ryan Gill, Tyler O'Neill, Kanish Rowell, Cordila Patohel, Tyke Buckley, Logan Howes, Kazra Kamyab and Zach Green round out the 31-strong grid that all finished. But wow, what a drive from Lewis Werrell. You know when they say that you're not talking about the leader, He's doing a damn good job. Well done, Lewis Worrell. Also making it a 1-2 for the team with Nathan Ty. Hadi Mimasi doing a great job to finish in third place. So, on that bombshell, that concludes the preliminary heat stages of the 2019 Bambino Kart Club Winter Cup here at Whilton Mill Kart Club in Daventry, Northamptonshire. This is your commentator from Downforce Radio, Alex Goldschmidt. Clearly, I'm very much looking forward to seeing what happens this afternoon. I'll be back very shortly on the microphone, talking you through on the action as it happens, as we end our 2019 season style with the Bambino Kart Club before the new era begins in 2020. I'll be back in just a few moments. So the 5-second board, you've probably just seen the grid there for our final heat of the afternoon, which is the C50s. So after this, we will have our top 16 already allocated for the final a little bit later on, but some of our competitors will have to go through into the B final, because we did have quite a big grid here this weekend. As we've had, oh no, Ronnie Ray Carter's stuck on the exit of Christmas Corner. The number 19 from Runcorn, I'm not too sure, didn't really see what happened there. So Ronnie Ray Carter, with 7 minutes and 13 seconds plus an additional lap, is stuck at the top of the hill between Christmas Corner and Inkermans, as the rest of the field start making their way through. Now, it's going to be quite interesting. So the drivers now, Ronnie Legg has put the right. So it looks like Ronnie Ray Carter has got the wheels spinning. He has got the wheels spinning, and he wants to. He's feverishly wanting to get back out on the circuit, but the marshal's pulling him away for safety. So whether there was an issue, and if Ronnie's managed to restart the kart, that's really going to compromise him. That could put him in the B final. So Ronnie is now going to be on the back foot, and he's dropped out of the order. I think they've called it for him. I'm definitely not sure, but it looks like, yeah, that has happened. I know that Andrew Patch is watching with a hangover. Evening, Mr. Patch. Hope you're keeping well. Hopefully you didn't have too many bevies last night, my friend. One of the regulars at Rye House. Sorry, mate, I had to give you a shout out. That was too tempting. Way too tempting for me not to say anything about that. So at the minute, with about 5 minutes and 37 seconds plus an additional lap left to go, Zach Champney leads the way on the number 28. Ronnie Legg in second. Rowan Duncan is the fastest driver out on circuit. Harry Werrell has got a warning flag from race control. So is Isla Monday in the number 15 down in 16th position. Unfortunately, Ronnie Ray Carter from Runcorn in Cheshire will not be taking any further participation in this heat. That's a real shame for the youngster, the number 9 from 2018 seed. Finished 7th this year in the championship. So Rowan Duncan, again, fastest lap of anybody, a 1 minute 12.117. We've got Maximilian Abrahart in the number 61 ahead of Harley Musk in the 21, so that's the completion of the top 5 so far. Finley Hines, Jensen White, Liam Welsh, Jacob Nairn, Sebastian Power, Lorenzo Martin, Felix Hill. Isla Monday now up into P13, having got past Amelie Davey in 16th position, Will Green in 15th, and Harry Werrell in 14th position. So Isla Monday quite clearly on the move here in Bambino C50 Coma heat number 3. So this will be the last of our preliminary heats. So as there's a little bit of near contact there between Ronnie Legg and Rowan Duncan there going through Oblivion and into Crook. But Duncan's got that place away from Ronnie Legg, and now I've just had our first sub 71 second lap in this race, and it's Maximilian Abrahart in the 61. 1 minute 10.4 flat from the youngster, fastest in sector number 1 on that lap, and took over 6.5 tenths out of Rowan Duncan on that particular tour. And there on your screens for those watching at home, the number 55 of Ronnie Legg. He's about 1.2 seconds adrift off of Zach Champney when he crossed the start-finish line earlier on to finish lap number 3. We're on lap 4 at present. So Zach Champney being chased down, I think, or not thereof. Ronnie Legg, well, the Zach Champney was just over 1.5 tenths quicker than Rowan Duncan. And then Rowan Duncan pulled back an impressive 4.5 tenths of a second and has now just set the fastest lap. He's decimated that gap by half. 0.634. He's taken 0.565 of a second out of Zach Champney on that last lap in terms of the lap delta time. So that's great pace from Rowan Duncan. So before they get to Inkermans, they'll break the timing beam for sector number 1, which they do now. And in that particular occasion, Champney's actually quicker than Duncan by over 4 tenths, as there's a little bit more jockeying for position, a little bit further back up at Inkermans. So still, at the moment, Zach Champney now, well, that's an impressive feat from Rowan Duncan. He took over 7 tenths out of Champney, who's leading, and he was getting very close to the back bumper with around about a little bit to go on the back straight heading into the boot. Now Rowan Duncan's absolutely decimated the gap. He's halved it again. Well, no, more than halved it. That's over 55% of the lap time gap, well, the lap time delta, taken off once again. So Rowan Duncan in around about 2 laps, has taken over 9/10 of a second out of the lead that Zach Champney did have before Rowan Duncan decided, you know what, I'm going to reel you in a bit here, Mr. Champney. And he's made good his intentions with that one. So effectively, it's not going to be much longer before Rowan Duncan has a sniff at a gap and goes for it. And he's gearing up to it now. They're going down the back straight, heading into the boot. He's got the move even done before then. That's incredible work from Rowan Duncan. He came out of Osiers, nailed the throttle on the back straight. You can see there's a definitive dry line now. That's really helping the track. Harley Musk has just set the fastest lap. But as I was saying, Rowan Duncan just came out of Osiers ever so much more planted than Zach Champney and just drove past him. And up the inside into the boot, made the move, but now it's boot on the other foot, I fear, here, as Champney's looking up the inside of Duncan going into Christmas. He could return the favour at the very same point on the circuit. So at the moment, Rowan Duncan leads from Zach Champney, who's hot on his heels in second position. Maximilian Abrahart a further 2 seconds off, but he's about 0.3 of a second ahead of Harley Musk, who rounds out the top 4. Ronnie Legg, Finley Hines, Jensen White, Liam Welsh, Sebastian Power and Lorenzo Martin round out the top 10. Jacob Nairn and Isla Monday now round out the top 12, ahead of Felix Hill, Will Green, Harry Werrell, Emily Davey. Unfortunately, with Ronnie Ray Carter not taking any further participation on just only lap number 1, as Rowan Duncan looks to have got past Emily Davey, who's probably just been given the black flag, blue flag just to let everyone else past. As now that's a great little move there. That's Maximilian Abrahart up the inside of Zach Champney for second position, and here comes Harley Musk up the inside to take that place into oblivion. So within the space of, what was it, a matter of corners, Abrahart's gone past Champney, Musk has gone past Champney, and Champney now languishing a little bit further down the order, and there's a back marker in the form of Harry Werrell just up ahead. The last lap board has already gone out, and at the minute, Rowan Duncan has got a gap of around 2 seconds ahead of Maximilian Abrahart in the 61, who is being chased down by Harley Musk, and Musk is trying to close up on him, but I don't think he'll have enough. If he can get a good run out of Osiers, he'll have a good run, but it's going to be dependent on the back marker in front, which is Will Green, and that was very close. No, it compromises him. It compromises him. He had to back out of it. He thought, I want to keep it clean. In the meantime, round the final corner comes Rowan Duncan in the 24. He's going to take the checkered flag after a great win. One hand in the air. Maximilian Abrahart takes second in the 61. Harley Musk in third place, with a pair overtaking Zach Champney with it from, what was it? From the pit bend down to oblivion. He lost 2 positions in 2 respective corners. Ronnie Legg takes 5th ahead of Finney Lines. Jensen White in 7th. Liam Welsh in 8th ahead of Sebastian Power. Lorenzo Martin. Isla Monday finishes ahead of Jacob Nairn in 11th place. So well done to the young driver, backed by Motorsport women. Felix Hill in 13th. Will Green in 14th. Harry Werrell and Emily Davey rounding out the 16 strong that finished, with Ronnie Ray Carter having some work to do in the final, I think, a little bit later on. Right, now we get on to the pre-final stages of the 2019 Bambino Kart Club Winter Cup here at Whilton Mill. We've just seen that Brad Parrott's not having the best of luck. He's spun 180 degrees the wrong way going onto the starting grid. So let's go through the grid, shall we? Charlie Koshel and Harry Little, that's row number 1. Mason Weir and Simon Parker, that's row 2. Harvey Ribby and Vinnie Phillips, that is row number 3, with Cameron and Sheldon Davey alongside. So it looks like they've on there. So there is a pre-final and a main final. As Charlie Koshel gets a warning already, and that was just after the start-finish. So it is getting a bit elbows out, so they've let everybody go. So Charlie Koshel started in pole alongside Harry Little with Simon Parker, Mason Weir, Sheldon Davey, Cameron Davey, Nathan Peters, Leon Dolby and Nathan Herbert. Brad Parrott's dropped all the way through into the junior X30 grid, which is being led by Harvey Ribby at the moment, when they started with Vinnie Phillips, Gabriel Stilp, Alex Johnson, Leanna Reagan, Luke Watts, Josh Agenbart, Alicia Bradshaw, Carl Slee and Ashton Parsons. So now Charlie Koshel leads, but it's dependent on what happens a little bit further down the order, because we've just seen Mason Weir go up into 3rd place, but in front of Simon Parker. Nathan Herbert has got past Nathan Peters. If you remember what happened in the previous race, they didn't get past lap number 3. Not too sure why, but they're both... Oh, a little bit of argy-pargy. That was a bit uncalled for. Simon Parker gets an absolute biff in the side pod, thanks to Nathan Herbert coming through the exit of Christmas. Mason Weir now gets a warning flag. So they're going to have to cross the T's and dot the I's and mind their P's and Q's all at the same time. Crikey. Never said that one before like that, but hey-ho. 6 minutes and 25 plus an additional lap, and it is definitely elbows out, because the way that it happens normally with any pre-final, if the pre-final sets the grid, it's going to be about every person for themselves. That was a big kick up of water there coming out of Pit Bend on the exit. So we're going to be finding very, very interesting dynamics, as Mason Weir is the quickest driver out there. 49.811 on lap number 2 of this race, with 5 minutes and 54 plus an additional lap to go. Gabriel Stilp now leading Harvey Ribby, Vinnie Phillips, Alex Johnston and Luke Watts, as that's a great move up the inside from Simon Parker, up the inside of Cameron Davey. Look to be going through into Wilkins. And he's made the move completed by Osiers. And there we see the small but diminutive figure of Gabriel Stilp there in the number 10. Ashton Parsons gets a warning flag from race control. So Gabriel Stilp now gets is being chased and hounded now by Harvey Ribby, who's been in the thick of things, along with Vinnie Phillips, who's not far off the pair of them. And it looks like Luke Watts has gone up the inside of Alex Johnston, who's now returned it. Simon Parker's now got a warning, as has Ashton Parsons, as you can just see Gabriel Stilp glancing over the right shoulder slightly there, as just behind them Luke Watts is right on the back bumper and trying to push along Alex Johnston in the 48, going down the hill through, and he goes up the inside through into Ashby. That's a nice little move there, quite cheekily done by Luke Watts on Alex Johnston. So Johnston had to run a little bit wide coming out of Ashby. And you can, you can just see, it doesn't matter what your build composure is on your body, you whack a curve like that, and you just saw with Gabriel Stilp just how far his head lurched back. But he's doing a fantastic job, is Gabriel Stilp at the moment, keeping Harvey Ribby at bay. Vinnie Phillips is around about a second off of this battle, as going into the braking into Ashby. Harvey Ribby puts on the brakes, I think, a little bit too sharply there, and it kicked the back end out to the left-hand side. He managed to catch the drift, so nice work there. Charlie Koshel now extends his lead over Harry Little too, 2.8 seconds. Little lost about half a second on that last lap. Meanwhile, Nathan Herbert in 4th position in the number 51 has just gone purple all the way across the board. Sectors 1, 2 and 3, and he's done it again for the second time in a row on Sector 1. He's put in a 47.584, and he's taken over nearly half a second out of Mason Weir. Gap now down between third and fourth, down to 1.5 seconds. So the gap now between Gabriel Stilp and Harvey Ribby last time around was just over 3.5 tenths. It just depends on how quickly Ribby forces the issue. He was 0.04 of a second quicker than Gabriel Stilp on that particular occasion, as Luke Watts has taken time, and we've got now, there's a penalty. That's the first penalty of the meeting. We've had 2 of them issued in rapid succession. Not too sure what they're for. We'll find out post-race, but it looks like we've had a penalty issued for Brad Parrott and also one for Cameron Davey in the 71. Not 100% sure. I can't really give you clarification on that, but we'll find out post-race. So Nathan Herbert, again, is going quickly, but Sheldon Davey in the number 72 in 5th place is now getting a motor on, as we've now got a really good battle here. Now I see that Nathan Herbert is ahead of Mason Weir, and just behind them is Harry Little, who's dropped down from 2nd to 4th. And going through the puddle, that's Sheldon Davey, who's pretty much on the limits of adhesion at the minute. So the fastest lap at the moment is by the 51 of Nathan Herbert, a 47.541, as up the inside. Oh no! Massive off! Massive off! And that is the 46 of Mason Weir. I think Harvey Little was on the outside. Nathan Herbert went up the inside and went for that move, and I don't think it was on. Not 100% sure, but that is a very disconsolate Mason Weir on the outside of Ashby's, right off the fence. That was so close. That could have been a nasty impact there. But my main concern is that they're all right. Big off, absolutely huge off. So Mason Weir is going to really be up against it later on today in the final here at the Bambino Kart Club Winter Cup. But my goodness me. And again, no. That time it didn't work for Nathan Herbert. Nathan Herbert was getting, I think, a bit too greedy there. Went up the inside. Now, I'm not too sure. Was it a back marker? Not happy, but Nathan Herbert went up the inside of another competitor, tapped the bumper slightly with the left front fairing of his kart, and it spun him 180 degrees the wrong way. Well, if you go into it too hard, you're either going to do one of 2 things. You're either going to make the move stick and it works, or you're going to come a cropper out of it. And unfortunately, it was the latter for Nathan Herbert. But luckily enough, he's got back underway, and it's dropped him down to what is effectively 5th place, behind Sheldon Davey and Leon Dolby. So I'd be interested to see that again on the first incident and the second incident, but it's going to be quite interesting how that might happen. So 12 seconds to go on the clock. The leader has quite literally cantered away with this one. But now the battle between Gabriel Stilp and Harvey Ribby is definitely well and truly on, as is the battle between Luke Watts. And now you've got Alex Johnston, and I think, just keeping an eye, so Alex Johnston is behind Luke Watts at the minute. Now I recognise that overalls. I'm sure that Jem Hayworth and Ethan Simmons would like that, because that's the Young Racer Driving Academy overalls. I thought I recognised that from somewhere, and I knew Luke Watts from somewhere. Mechanical black flag for Alex Johnston, unfortunately, in 13th, 5th in the class. So that's put his credentials for a top 5 finish in Junior X30 in the pre-final. Yeah, bumpers hanging off on the right rear. That's a real shame. I'm not too sure where that came from. But yeah, that means he's got to now. So Charlie Koschel, in the meantime, I've been so interested in what's been going on around the track. They said about the leaders, if you don't say anything about them, they do really, really well. Charlie Koschel takes the overall win, 3.168 seconds ahead of Harry Little. Sheldon Davey takes P3. Leon Dolby takes 4th. Nathan Herbert finishes in some kind of recompense there in P5, having posted the fastest lap of anybody in the race on a 47.041. Cameron Davey in 6th ahead of Nathan Peters and Simon Parker. Gabriel Stilp in 9th, taking top honours in juniors, ahead of Harvey Ribby, Luke Watts, Vinnie Phillips and Ashton Parsons. Josh Agenbar in P14, but that puts him P6 in the class. Alex Johnston, unfortunately, mechanical black flag on the last lap of the race, ahead of Rhianna Reagan, Alicia Bradshaw and Kyle Slee. Mason Weir was one of the karts involved. I've got a feeling that the other one that was involved was Brad Parrott. He's not had any luck at all today, has Brad. It's a real shame for him because he must have been the other kart that was an unwanted participant in the incident that involved Nathan Herbert and Mason Weir. Mason Weir is probably fuming under that race visor of his. So that's the pre-final for X30 Libra concluded here with the 2019 BKC Winter Cup. Right, so that is our first of our multiple pre-finals here, total of 5 in all. So we've had X30. We now go to Mini Rock here at the 2019 Bambino Kart Club Winter Cup, being held at Whilton Mill Kart Circuit here in Daventry, Northamptonshire. Your grid is as follows: Oliver Stilp, Fraser Anderson, that's your front row. Aidan Hassan, Luke Sintler, 0 and 5, that's row 2. Archie Heron and Joshua Turnbull, that's row number 3, with Jacob Ashcroft in the 22 and Ollie Poole from Scotland in the 94, that is row 4. Alfie Richards and Max Horler round out the top 10, ahead of Cameron Edmonds in the number 99, who starts from the tail end Charlie of the field. Now, they are going to have to watch it here because there are a few stragglers at the back part of the field, and that will be considered. So it looks like we've had someone start from the pit lane already, as the top 5 literally line astern. So Anderson ahead of Sintler, Stilp in 3rd place ahead of Hassan. Archie Heron trying to go around the outside of Hassan through the exit of Christmas, but can't make it stick. Hassan up the inside of Heron now to take P3. Slots in behind Anderson with Sintler just up ahead. As Jacob Ashcroft, I think, is starting to get a bit stuck in here with Archie Heron. Oh no, that wasn't the case. So it looks like we'll have a few changes very, very shortly, because Sintler, I think, is now leading. Hassan is now in 2nd as Ollie Poole gets past Jacob Ashcroft through pit bend. So Sintler leads, Hassan 2nd, Stilp in 3rd. Fraser Anderson in 4th, Archie Heron in 5th, Alfie Richards in 6th, Ollie Poole in 7th. Jacob Ashcroft rounds out the top 8 ahead of Max Horler and Joshua Turnbull. Looks like Cameron Edmonds has decided, well, or hasn't been able to get out on that particular occasion. I've just heard an engine roar up in the... there's been a penalty awarded to Fraser Anderson. I'm not too sure what that is all about, but your guess is as good as mine. So once it shows up on the timing board, as Hassan is definitely going for position. He's having a great battle with Oliver Stilp as they've just gone through the back straight and into the first part of the... that's great work from Aidan Hassan. He's now got into second position. Now he's got just over 6 minutes to close after Luke Sintler. So in the meantime, it's not going to be an easy job for anybody behind Luke Sintler, who is absolutely flying away at the moment. But Aidan Hassan is just under 2/10 slower in the first sector. Now that Sintler's got no one to hassle him yet, with about 5.5 minutes left plus an additional lap to go, Aidan Hassan has now got to be the torchbearer. He's the one that's now got to start pushing. And he's gone 31 thousandths quicker on that last lap. He's put in the fastest lap of the race of anybody, has Aidan Hassan, with Mark Baines Motorsport. It's going up the hill, up Manuel's Bank, up towards Christmas. Oliver Stilp in third, Archie Heron in fourth. Fraser Anderson rounds out the top 5 now, and he's dropping a little bit further back, but he's set a personal best. In comparison with the top 4, the slowest driver out of them is Oliver Stilp at the minute, and he was only a 10.5 off. But Sintler, Hassan and Heron are all running anywhere between a high 53.1 or a low 53.2 second lap time here at Whilton Mill. And Stilp is putting in a flyer. He's gone fastest in Sector 1 and Sector 2. And Hassan has just taken out nearly 9/10 of a second out of Luke Sintler. Because Sintler hasn't got anyone to work with, he is the one that really has the bullseye on the back of his race overalls, as Oliver Stilp has set the fastest lap and is battling tooth and nail with Aidan Hassan. This is not what either of them need at the minute, as Hassan tries to go up the inside on Ashby, on Oliver Stilp, and this is allowing Archie Heron to get in the mix. So Hassan really now needs to just sort of refocus a little bit and try and get past, as Cameron Edmonds is now was briefly in the way, as I've just seen that Stilp's just gone to Hassan, come on, work with me. Aidan's gone, no, I'm going to throw it up the inside of you. You know, he wants to get past. He wants to be, but in some respects, he's now got to look at how he plays his strategy. We've got 3 minutes and 25 seconds, plus an additional lap. Running order is as follows. Luke Sintler has a 1.145 second lead over Oliver Stilp. Aidan Hassan in third place. Archie Heron in fourth. Fraser Anderson in fifth, ahead of Alfie Richards, Ollie Paul, Joshua Turnbull, Max Horler, Jacob Ashcroft and Cameron Edmonds. So it is about what Hassan does now, because the gap it was just under 0.65 of a second before the gap extended after Stilp overtook Hassan for second position. So Sintler had just under 7/10 between himself and Hassan. Hassan got pounced on by Stilp, which meant that they were battling. So it extended the gap further. So Oliver Stilp really now needs to bring Aidan Hassan along with him. But Aidan, if he's smart, he's put in the fastest lap of 52.3. That's a great lap there. And the best laps from both Sintler and Stilp. Stilp was the 52.369. Sintler, 52.701. Aidan Hassan, 52.311. He's using the slipstream. He's being very, very smart here, is Aidan Hassan, the Mini Rock O-Plate winner from the Super 1 Series this year. And he's just putting out the feelers. He's biding his time. He's like a coiled tiger in the reeds in the Jungle Book, waiting to see if Mowgli's going to come around, and his Mowgli is Oliver Stilp. So, and you can see now, because they're working together, they took 4/10 out of him last time around. This time, they're even closer. The gap now between the top 3 is 6/10. They've pulled out another 4/10 out of Sintler in that lap alone. And the way that Stilp is motoring forward, he's actually dropped Hassan slightly, and he's going after Sintler. We've got 90 seconds plus an additional lap left to go on the clock. And your guess is as good as mine. The pre-final could implode momentarily here at Whilton Mill, as Hassan has been biding his time. Stilp and Sintler know this. They've raced against him. They've seen him out on track yesterday. Stilp looked up the inside of Sintler there, going into the entrance of the boot. And Hassan has just been keeping his nose clean. Very smart tactical driving as they go across the line with 51 seconds on the clock. Hassan, the quickest of the top three. He's getting a double toe from both Stilp and Sintler. And the gap now was 0.6. It's now less than 3 as Stilp goes up the inside of Sintler to take the lead at Christmas Corner, which puts Sintler back down into second position. Hassan has got the run on Sintler going down into Ashby. He goes up the inside. He takes second place. Now, this is very, very much a case of how Hassan measures what he does against Stilp. Because there's 13 seconds on the clock. They'll exit the boot and they'll probably get towards pit bend, and then the time will run out because this will be the penultimate lap of the race. So Hassan again has a chance to really put the cat amongst the pigeons. He's 0.3 off Stilp at the minute. Stilp was quicker by over 0.2, but Hassan has now got to dig deep as Sintler tries to go up the inside of Hassan, who closes off the door very firmly but fairly and gave Sintler enough room to stay out on circuit. Because this is not the one that Hassan wants to win. Oh no, it's the one that's coming up. It's the main final that he wants to win. And I had a very interesting chat with Gemma and Danny, his parents. I heard the words, oh yeah, I was just toying with them. If this is a sign of what Aidan Hassan is capable of in the pre-final, as we get the checkered flag, Oliver Stilp takes it by half a second from Aidan Hassan. Luke Sintler takes third place. All I'm going to say is this. We have 10 minutes plus an additional lap for every single final here. 10 minutes plus an additional lap might seem like a small amount of time to, an everyday person. But in motorsport, that can feel like an absolute lifetime, because Stilp and Sintler now know that Hassan is possibly saving something in reserve. Archie Heron takes fourth ahead of Fraser Anderson, who rounds out the top five. Alfie Richards, Ollie Poole, Joshua Turnbull, Max Horler, Cameron Edmonds, and Jacob Ashcroft unfortunately retired on lap number 4, with Cameron Edmonds actually finishing 2 laps down off the leaders. But if I'm honest here, those extra 2 minutes could be just what Aidan Hassan needs when the Mini Rock main final takes place at 20-3 this afternoon here at Whilton Mill. So, the grid for the Honda pre-final here at the 2019 BKC Winter Cup is as follows. Connor Duncan and Devon Nolan, row 1. Timo Jungling, Oliver Bocock, row 2. Followed by Henry Jocelyn, Ralph Jungling, Rocco Shenton and Tommy Harfield, who round out the top 8. Moving on to the top 16, the rest of the top 16 here in the Honda Cadet pre-final. Caleb McDuff, Thomas Carter round out the top 10 ahead of Ben Simpson, Charlie Locker, Zach Starbuck, Dalton Hayward, Theo Champney and Kasper Tomilewski, who completes the top 16. Milo Manderson and Finley Fishburne, along with Tao Butler and Joshua Jarvis, round out the top 20, with Frankie Smedley, Jacob Giblett-Lee, Harrison Morrow, Jensen O'Neill going rounding out the top 24 drivers. Jacob Anslow, Isaac Parkinson, Lucas Blanford, Tyler Lee, Joshua Mills, Harry Higgs, Oliver Bourne and Alfie Chater round out the top 32, with Ethan Weldon in the number 98, rounding out all 33. So this is the international variation of Whilton Mill Kart Club here in Daventry, Northamptonshire. Just a short drive from Silverstone, the home of British motor racing. Approximately 14 miles away from here. And 20 minutes, 21 minutes according to Google Maps. That's a bit of random trivia, isn't it? I'm just speaking with our live stream director, Finley, who's sitting opposite me, doing a great job, mate. Thank you very much. As is the rest of the camera crew, including Luke, Slavik, another Finley as well. So 2 Finleys in one crew. Is that? Fraser. Sorry, Fraser. Fraser, Finley. It's Sunday. So I've just been given a heads up. Thank you very much, Luke Austin from Alpha Live. A couple of starting from the pit lane. So 5-second board is out. Red lights go out and we go racing in the Honda Cadet pre-final, and it's nigh on 3-4 abreast. There are people trying to side their way past the opposition as one of the two looks to be Dawson Hayward and Ben Simpson started from last, as the driver's got the initial jump on the field is Germany's very own Timo Jungling in the number 69. So, timing is perfect there, Luke. So now I'm able to read all the social media comments when I have a chance to. But we've got a race to talk about here. So, 7 minutes and 4 seconds plus an additional lap. Harry Friel says on YouTube, good luck to all my teammates from SFR and my buddy Tao Butler. So Tao is currently, well, started 18th. He's now up into P13. Kasper Tomilewski, the young hotshot from Glasgow, now up into P10. Nice work by the youngster. Know him and his mum and dad very, very well, and his sister Maya. Very nice people indeed. So Jungling is leading now from Connor Duncan as Theo Champney gets a warning. He's down in 22nd position at the moment. Kasper Tomilewski is looking a bit racy here, is the youngster from Glasgow. Currently in P10, and just up ahead, he's going to be battling with the likes of Tommy Hartfield, who went off in the last salvo. He's right on the back bumper of Rocco Shenton heading into the boot there. A little bit further up the order, Devon Nolan's got past Connor Duncan for second position as Timo Jungling goes sub 56.5 seconds, 56.482, and sets purple sectors across the lap. That's great work from the young German. His brother at the moment, Ralph Jungling. Just seeing where Ralph is at the minute. Down in P4. So Connor Duncan right on the back bumper of Devon Nolan. So they're battling away tooth and nail over second and third place respectively. So this is going to be a bit of a cat and mouse game. With Honda Cadet racing, it's always the way where you find that sometimes things will be a little bit all over the place for the first, first few laps. And then you get to effectively the last couple of laps, and if there's two leaders battling over the race lead, they go at it like you wouldn't believe. Henry Bose-Essen will definitely know about this from Kartmasters, from the British Kartmasters British Kart Grand Prix earlier on, which Alpha Live actually streamed live and direct from PF International. As Devon Nolan has gone sub 56, as has Timo Jungling, as has Connor Duncan's not that far adrift, but everyone throughout the entire field. Kasper Tomaszewski is ahead of Caleb McDuff, but he's a little bit behind. He's about 7/10 or so off of, as now there was definitely a kart I saw going across the start-finish line. Looked to be the number 28 of Jacob Anslow, dropping down the order. Not too sure if he's had a slight problem there. There's Tao Butler in the number 43. In P12, he's trying to fend off Zach Starbuck from that position. So Tomaszewski running in the 58.6s at the moment. He's a youngster based out of Glasgow. And we have got one driver, that is Ethan Weldon, that has not taken any further participation in this pre-final. 8 minutes, 4 of the 8 minutes completed. And then, Tomaszewski's gone spinning out off of pit bend, and the rear bumper impacts on the foam padding. Black flag, the first one of the meeting, Harrison Morrow. So he's got a black flag. He's going to have 3 laps to pull that into the pit. So the first black flag of the meeting shown to Harrison Morrow there. Kasper Tomaszewski, in the meantime, as a result of his off-track excursion, he was very disappointed and very articulate in showing and sharing that disappointment. But he's now gone from 10th, which is now occupied by Tao Butler. So Butler clearly on the move, and I think he's got past Rocco Shenton. If he has, that's great work from Tao Butler, who had an issue in the second heat, and now he's storming through the field. And that is the well, no, it's changed. Milo Manderson has made his way up into P10. He's made up 3 places thanks to the likes of Caleb McDuff. Tao Butler drops down to 12th. Zach Starbuck now down in 13th, ahead of Kasper Tomaszewski. Jacob Giblett-Lee is in 15th, ahead of Jensen O'Neill going. Theo Champney is in 17th position. Rocco Shenton's had the warning flag shown in his general direction, as Devon Nolan is closing hand over fist on Germany's Timo Jungling, who's gone and he's trading fastest laps with Devon Nolan at the minute. He's just been in a 55. You know what's really funny? That is the first time this meeting that 2 drivers have set exactly the same lap time on the same lap, but because Timo Jungling is leading, he gets that honour. So they set exactly the same lap time. They've just set exactly the same same sector times in sector number 1 at 17.993. And there's 1 minute and 51 seconds plus an additional lap still to go in this race. So they're going to come through into sector 2 very, very shortly. They've just gone past it, and quicker out of the pair of them by a considerable margin was Timo Jungling. 23.624 from the German, 23.951. And Nolan has lost a little bit of time there, and it was he's now down to he's 0.6 of a second away from the young German. So at this particular moment in time, Tommy Hartfield has gone past Henry Jocelyn for P6, ahead of Thomas Carter in 8th. Milo Manderson has got past Rocco Shenton for P9. So nice work from the youngster in the 77, as Timo Jungling gets past the number 34. It looks to be Oliver Bourne, who is one of the back markers just up ahead. So Harrison Morrow, yep, has had the first and only black flag of this meeting, and is not taking any further participation in this race. So both Morrow and Weldon will have to start from the back end of the field as we go into the last 30 seconds. Jungling crosses the line and is 0.564 ahead of Devon Nolan. Connor Duncan, Ralph Jungling, Then we've got Oliver Bocock, Tommy Harfield, Henry Jocelyn is now behind Thomas Carter. Milo Manderson, Rocco Shenton, Kasper Tomilewski now resurging. The number 20, sponsored by one of the companies, is Breck, which is a Polish brake distributor. He is now up into, well, he was in P11. He's now dropped down again to P14. So Zach Starbuck up into P11. Tao Butler now into P12. Caleb McDuff. Tao Butler's got a warning from race control. Time is now expired. So Youngling and Nolan will be probably less than half a second adrift of each other, as Timo Youngling has to go round very wide on one of the back markers, and that looks to be Tyler Lee. So last lap board is out, as Devon Nolan has taken out over a tenth of a second out of Timo Youngling. So it is getting close. They're going down into Ashby. Warning flag for Tao Butler. There's Connor Duncan, so they'll be on their way through. They've gone through Wilkins, they've gone into the left into Ogiers. This is going to be very, very nip and tuck between the top two, as they now go down onto the back straightaway. But I think Youngling has got the job done. Or has he? No, he has. It looks like he has, because Nolan's been compromised by a back marker in the front. So around the final corner, herzlichen Glückwunsch, Timo Youngling. The German pumps both fists in the air with charismatic style, winning the pre-final at the Honda Cadet contingent for the 2019 Bambino Kart Club. I'm sure that his dad is going to be absolutely ecstatic at that one. Devon Nolan finishes second by just over 0.77 from Timo Youngling. Connor Duncan in P3, and there is the number 24 of Alfie Chaytor. Now, where is Alfie? Let's just have a look. Looks to be, that's on the run-up, just on the outside of Christmas Corner. So there'll be a recovery operation for Alfie Chaytor. Jacob Anslow retired on lap number 6. Harrison Morrow, black flagged, had to pull it into the pits at lap number 4. Ethan Weldon didn't make it past lap 2. So, and also, the good news is that the Younglings will be celebrating, because it was P1 for Timo, P4 for Ralph. Oliver Bocock finished in 5th position ahead of Tommy Harfield, Thomas Carter, Henry Jocelyn, Milo Manderson and Rocco Shenton as Alfie Chaytor gets back underway. Great job by the marshalling crew here at Whilton Mill. Kasper Tomilewski in 11th, Tao Butler from Kartek in 12th ahead of Caleb McDuff, Zach Starbuck, Dalton Haywood, Theo Champney, Jacob Giblet-Lee, Frankie Smedley, Jensen O'Neill going, and Joshua Jarvis running at the top 20. Harry Higgs, Finley Fishburne, Charlie Locker, Lucas Blanford, Isaac Parkinson, Tyler Lee, Joshua Mills, Ben Simpson, Oliver Bourne, Alfie Chaytor being the last of the 30 classified finishers, with Jacob Anslow, Harrison Morrow and Ethan Weldon not finishing the race in the Honda Cadet pre-final here at the 2019 Bambino Kart Club Winter Cup. Well, interesting bit of trivia. Of course, on Downforce Radio, we do cover a few racing categories, including Formula One, but also IndyCar. So it's with great pleasure to wish newly signed Ed Carpenter Racer IndyCar driver for 2020, partnering Holland's Rinus VK, Connor Daly. Happy birthday, my friend. Hope you're keeping well. If you remember him, he used to do some testing with Racing Point when they were known back as Sahara Force India. Interesting bit of trivia. Funnily enough, Racing Points are only based 20 minutes from here, literally off of the the main entrance to Silverstone itself. So we've got the pre-final for the IAMI Bambinos. And we are running pretty much to time at the moment. So here is the grid for you ladies and gentlemen watching at home. A big thank you to everyone communicating with us. I've now got the laptop so I can put any sort of things. We've had Dale Carter saying, come on Ronnie Ray Carter. So Noah Baglin and Jake Beecroft on the front row. Harry Curry and Daniel Miron Lorente on row 2. Charlie Lomas and Jensen Chalk, that's row 3, ahead of Luca Narroway and Cole Denham, who complete the top 4 rows in the number 99. Now get on to the remainder of the top 16, as the grid is, well, the parents, the mechanics are all making their way to the grid. Jensen Jones and Archie Lovett complete the top 10 in 74 and 8. Jack McLaughlin and Larry Price in the 66 and 97, that's row number 6, ahead of the 98 of Freddie Denton and the number 38 of Luke Millward. That's row number 7, ahead of Rowan Henderson in the 72 and Jensen Walker in the 22. Vinnie Oliver and Harley Drake in the 7 and 91 round out the top 18 positions, with Manav Dew and Archie Rutter in the 82 and 20. That completes the top 20. And then you've got the likes of Felix Smedley a little bit further down the order. Dhyan Singh Pahal, who went into the puddle a little bit earlier on. Now there is Jake Beecroft, one of the young chargers of the IAMI Bambino Brigade here in the BKC. He's been a very, very interesting character to watch. Remember, I think the first time I saw him was Llandau, just not too far from some good family relations of mine down in South Wales, and obviously not too far from Barry, which is where Henry Badette's from, ladies and gentlemen. A bit of information there for you. Jake Beecroft finished 10th overall this season, amassing a total of 505 points after drop scores. So he's done a pretty good job this year, and especially the top 13 have done the majority of the rounds. So the grid is being cleared. Red lights on the starting gantry. Right, okay, so final. It's quite funny when they say cleared the grid, and there's always a couple of people. 5-second board is being shown. Red lights on the starting gantry for the pre-final for IAMI Bambinos, and we go. Lights out. I'm sorry to say this, but again, for some reason, Jake Beecroft's transponder has done the Watutsi and has gone off at a 5.2 second lap here. That's a quick. Has he got the nacelles from the Starship Enterprise powering that IAMI Bambino kart of his? It does happen, so we always wait and see what happens. But Jake Beecroft has got away to a great lead there initially here at the pre-final, as some of the IAMI cadets who will be up very, very shortly, I believe, they will then be, they're keeping their eyes on what's happening, because this is a category that some of them will be very, very familiar with. So yeah, it will be the pre-final, the last pre-final of the meeting with IAMI cadets very, very shortly. So it looks like we've got some cheers coming in, thanks to Harry Friel. And he said, go Harley, as in Harley Drake, and go Noah Baglin. So, don't know if these will show up on the screen, but probably won't. However, we are doing our best to, I'll say them as they go along. So Jake Beecroft has a lead over Noah Baglin. There's Logan Howes, Little Wolverine as is more commonly known. Interesting fact about his race helmet. You know how kids say, well, yeah, I want to have a really cool helmet design. Logan has saved a lot of pennies to have that done. Good kid. Just shows the amount of passion that these youngsters have for racing here at the Bambino Kart Club. So Baglin in second, Miron Lorente in third, Charlie Lomas, Cole Denham ran out the top 5, Jensen Jones in 6th ahead of Jensen Chalk, Archie Lovett, Luca Narroway and Freddie Denton. Karen Whelan says, come on Jack, as in Jack McLaughlin, currently running in 11th position at the minute. 5 minutes and 47 plus an additional lap left to go here in the IAMI Bambino pre-final. A little bit of a tasty scrap coming along here, and that is, now, there's been a change for the lead. Noah Baglin is in the lead ahead of Jake Beecroft. Timing's now rectified itself. Great job by the timing people here, with Alpha Timing being the source of our timing here, which you can go to live.alphatiming.co.uk/BKC. So Noah Baglin leads by just over 0.4 of a second from Jake Beecroft. Miron Lorente in third place, in the meantime, has set the fastest sector of anybody, a 20.633. That's great work from the youngster in the 85, as Noah Baglin has got... Now, what has happened to Beecroft? Beecroft has dropped off a little bit, or has he had a bit of a moment at a 21.077? So here's the battle for the lead. Noah Baglin and also Miron Lorente in the 85, who's looking very, very racy indeed. I must be completely honest here. And he's got the slipstream. He won't have a run in it here at Oblivion and Crook and through Fine Lady, but he'll have the run. Oh, there was a little bit of a tussle. There was the slightest of nudges, but Miron Lorente could be in with the chance. Beecroft's just gone and had a bit more of a better lap, but he's just been passed by Cole Denham, and he's got Charlie Lomas breathing down his neck at the minute. So at the moment, the two leaders, line astern. So Baglin still fending off Daniel Miron Lorente at this particular moment in time. Beecroft in fourth place now. So he's basically the Beecroft filling in a Denham and Lomas sandwich. So here's the two leaders into the boot. Miron Lorente, I think, just holding station a little bit and just waiting and biding time, because you don't want to play all your cards early into a race. And that's what I saw earlier on in multiple of the heats. I mean, let's take, for instance, Aiden Hassan. You know, perfect example of that, because these kids, they may be the youngest competitors we have in the Bambino Kart Club, but the amount of stuff that they learn is their learning rates. You know, if they love to do something, they have a passion for it, like these kids do. That's why. You know, they know the dangers, they know the risks. I mean, I've seen the faces of parents where you can see them, they've gone whiter than Casper the Ghost at times. But if these kids want to do it, the parents will do their absolute utmost to help them out, to be there. And I see so many parents away from, you know, spending the weekend at home. The weekend at home for them is at the racetrack. So, Baglin leads. Miron Lorente, second. Cole Denham, Jake Beecroft, Charlie Lomas, Jensen Jones, Archie Lovett, who's just gone purple in Sector 1. Luca Narroway, Jensen Chalk, and Freddie Denton. They round out the top 10 ahead of Jack McLaughlin. Hey, now we've heard of Vamos Carlos. We've now got Vamos Dani, 85, from Francisco Papisora. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias. That's all the Spanish I know. But he's now leading the race, and there's been a bit of gesticulation there from the 41 of Charlie Lomas. I wonder what for, but Daniel Miron Lorente leads by nearly a second ahead of Noah Baglin, who's just put in the fastest first sector of anybody, and we've had a track limits warning for Archie Rutter down in 18th position. So from Jack McLaughlin in 11th place, it's Larry Price, Luke Millward, Jensen Walker, Rowan Henderson, George House, Harley Drake, Archie Rutter, Vinnie Oliver, Manav Dewell, Felix Smedley, Jensen Thomas, and Tian Singh Pahal. So Miron Lorente is still leading at the minute. But I've just noticed that Noah Baglin is on course to set an absolute blistering lap here. He's just taken out half a second out of Miron Lorente on that lap. He did a purple sector 1. He took over a 10th and a half out of Miron Lorente, and you can see now he's closed up really, really quickly. So he's found some pace from somewhere, has Noah Baglin. He's been a quick peddler all the way through the weekend, and he's going to go for the lead. The pair are side by side out of Inkermans down into Ashby. Miron Lorente shuts the door firmly in the direction of Noah Baglin's front bumper and says, right, you're not getting through. So great little battle that we're having here, and there's a back marker in the way now that's going to compromise Noah Baglin onto the back straight away, and that's Felix Smedley there, I believe, in the number 19. So Baglin quickly deposes of the youngster and now tries to get back onto level terms, but they're going to fast run out of time because we've got 27 seconds on the clock. And what's going to happen here is that it's going to be interesting how Baglin responds, because He's got this, and then he's got another lap. So they've got about 2,000 metres of this circuit. The back markers are now going to be in their sight, and that's what's happening now with Daniel Miron Lorente. And he gets past, that is the 82 of Manav Diu, who quickly gets out of the way there, so nice job there. Manav is running currently in P18, having got past Archie Rutter on the road for position. So Daniel Miron Lorente continues to lead as the timer has now expired. They go through Augiers for the penultimate time, down the back straight into the boot, and there's a good little bit of breathing space for Miron Lorente, who's just gone purple in sector number 2. 26.269, 26.445 for Baglin. But Baglin seems to close up a little bit better in the braking zones, but he hasn't taken a chunk out. Last lap board is out. So it's about who's going to want this the most. Now, is Baglin going to settle for second, or is he going to put it past Miron Lorente very shortly? Well, he's got the toe. He's going to go side by side. He's going to get the inside run for Christmas Corner. He takes the lead. That was very shrewd. He got the run coming through Oblivion and Crook and up through Fine Lady, and had the momentum going up Manuel's Bank, and said to Miron Lorente, and in the process, he puts in a purple sector, a 20.330. Miron Lorente did a 20.756, but it's not over yet. They go through Augiers for the final time, down onto the back straight. Miron Lorente has a slight advantage here. He's going to have the toe into the boot. He's going to make it nice and clean, is he? He looked up the inside at the top part of the boot. What's going to happen at pit bend? Is he going to take the initiative and trying to keep it nice and tight? He's not going to do it, because Noah Baglin takes the victory by just a 1/10.5 of a second ahead of Daniel Miron Lorente. Charlie Lomas takes 3rd place, and that battle was... now look at Noah Baglin coming through Christmas Corner, and he's just doing that in, that little fist bump, like, yes, I did it, I did it. He knew he did it, he knew he did it at the right time, and he's beside himself with glee. He'll be smiling like the proverbial Cheshire cat. Charlie Lomas takes 3rd. Denholm takes 4th ahead of Archie Lovett. Jake Beecroft, Jensen Jones, Luca Narroway, Jensen Chalk, Freddie Denton, Jack McLaughlin, Larry Price, Luke Millward, Jensen Walker, Rowan Henderson, George House, Harley Drake, Manav Diu, Archie Rutter and Felix Smedley round out the top 20. Vinnie Oliver and Jensen Thomas will be coming across the line, as will Jian Singh Pahal very, very shortly. So that, actually, we have one more pre-final to go. So we'll see what happens in the IAMI Cadet pre-final very, very shortly here at the 2019 Bambino Kart Club Winter Cup. Well, as you can see from our cameraman who's based just up at Christmas Corner, there is the nice clubhouse. Fantastic thing that, fantastic building that Whilton Mill have managed to provide for the circuit here. Of course, for those that may have been here a couple of years ago, you would have seen probably one of those sort of like food carts, and then a couple of porter cabins, one with timing downstairs and commentary upstairs. But this is the new state-of-the-art facility, a fantastic place to be. Very, very nice and clean. As we now have our B final, our only our IAMI Cadet pre-final here. at the 2019 Bambino Kart Club Winter Cup. I'll go through the grid as they make their way onto the circuit. Macaulay Bishop and Cathal Clark level on points, but based on times, well, based on their positioning, Macaulay Bishop is ahead because he's got a second and a fourth. Cathal Clark has got 2 third positions. Connor Duncan and Nathan Tye will start from 3rd and 4th respectively, ahead of Lewis Werrell and Zachary Knight. Kit Bolofsky and Eden Spanswick round out the top 8 positions. That's quickly followed by Roman Kamyab and William Knight, who round out the top 10. Mason Bishop and Jack Buckley complete the top 12 ahead of Michael Gray, Kai Semi, Jesse Phillips and Jack Mowat, who round out the top 16. Sebastian Mims and Ben Crosley, that's the top 18 completed, with the top 20 being rounded off by Ben Smith and Michael Walker. Ethan Woodward, Hadi Mamasi, Ty Buckley, Ryan Gill, Kian Amy, Cody Lepatrel, Tyler O'Neill, Ganesh Rao, Logan Howes, Zach Green, Kazra Kamyab and Jack Paul round out the 32 strong as they come round the final corner. Do we get lights out? We do. The timer starts ticking away here as they roar through Oblivion and Crook. Now that has been declared, I think, a full start. Yep, that's a full start. I didn't see the red, I saw the red lights. Will Mulvey goes, well done lads, very tidy and clean. Unfortunately not, Will, it's a full start. So we're going to have to reset everything again, so it's going to be quite interesting over the next few moments. So 8 minutes plus an additional lap. C50s, we will have their B final, and we are, well, we're running around about sort of time, I think. We'd like to say a big thank you to every single one of the team of marshals, the clerk of the course, race director, everyone that's involved with the running of this event here at Whilton Mill Kart Club. It's been greatly appreciated. And even though we've had to have a very, very, I think from our perspective, a very, very short lunch break, as in nigh on nothing, the meeting has run pretty much to as best time we can. So they come round the boot down into Pit Bend. Let's see if we can get it second time, lights out around this time. Shall we, drivers? Lights are out. 8 minutes start ticking away here in the IAMI Cadet pre-final for the 2019 Bambino Kart Club Winter Cup. So they all head up Manuel's Bank, and there's a bit of argy-bargy. Nathan Tye and Cathal Clark battling over the lead, and just behind them is Lewis Werrell in the number 10. So Kamyab, I think, is up into what's going to be P5, and he looks up the inside into Ashby for P4, and that would have probably been against Zachary Knight. So this is where things may change quite a bit. Now, obviously, you've got drivers that are starting a little bit further down than where they would like. Now, Cathal Clark has set the timing sheets purple in Sector 2. Nathan Tye has done that for Sector number 1. As this is getting very, very dicey here. The brothers Knight need to just keep it clean. That could have been very, very nasty there. So we'll just wait and see as Nathan Tye continues to lead, but it's a 3-way scrap between Oliver Rowland Motorsport teammates. Right, this is where it's going to get interesting. They say don't take out your teammate. This is where it's going to be interesting, because it's not just Ty Buckley's just got a warning. So we've got Nathan Tye, Cathal Clark, Lewis Werrell, Zachary Knight, Kit Bolofsky, all running in the same colour scheme. Yes, I had to say that. So it's going to be very, very interesting indeed how things happen and how they proceed over the next 6 minutes and 15 seconds plus an additional lap. Purple sector number 1 for Macaulay Bishop in the number 9. He's down in 19th at the moment, having started 27th position. Top 3 come across the line. So Werrell now takes the lead from Tye, ahead of Clark. Zach Knight and Will Knight ran out the top 5 ahead of Kit Bolofsky. Hadi Mamasi now has a warning, but has made his way up into P12. Macaulay Bishop sets the timing screens purple and goes quicker than anybody. 56.342, as there could be another change for the lead. Tye goes up the inside of Werrell through Ashby to take the lead. So what's going to, for the uninitiated at home, this is what happens in cadet racing. you will have teammates working together throughout a race. And what will happen, I guarantee you this, at least maybe 2-3 laps before the end, they'll know that they can race because they're working together. They're pulling a gap away. And the gap between Cathal Clark in 3rd position back to Zachary Knight in 4th is 2 seconds. But what Zachary and Will have to do is to start working together to try and build their momentum as Macaulay Bishop, now up from P15 to 11th. He is working his way through the field like a little scything scimitar. 55.741. He's gone purple in sector 2, purple in sector 3. Lewis Werrell's gone quicker than anybody in sector number 1, but no, that's been retaliated on by Macaulay Bishop. 18.124 seconds as we go into 4 minutes and 33 seconds, plus an additional lap remaining. Jack Mowat gets past Sebastian Mims for 15th. Jesse Phillips gets past Cody Lepatorel for 21st. Kian Amy gets past Kanish Grau for 24th. Connor Duncan, the number 30, gets up into 29th position. The 3 drivers from Oliver Rowland Motorsports, line astern, 0.37 of a second adrift of each other. Fastest lap of the race was Cathal Clark's for a brief moment, but then it gets obliterated once again. Macaulay Bishop on the move, and he's going up the inside. That's Hadi Memasi, who's just passed through Christmas Corner, having done a 55.115. Again, another change a little bit further down the order. It could be William on Zachary Knight there, where the places just changed for 4th, ahead of Roman Kamyab. Just in shot there was the, I think that was, I'm trying to remember, that was Eden Spanswick just briefly in shot there, whereas Nathan Tye and Lewis Werrell, along with Cathal Clark, they're all working together. So 2 will take the lead, 1 will slot in behind. Kit Bolofsky gets a warning for his troubles, as the top 3 again separated by just under half a second. So that was William Knight going up the inside of Zachary a bit earlier on through Ashby's. But in the meantime, Macaulay Bishop is only 9/10 of a second, well, 9/10 of a second away from Roman Kamyab, and he took over 6/10 of a second out of the number 55 from Fusion on that last tour alone. So what this is going to mean is that in the next 2 minutes, and I'm probably going to say that probably with about 90 seconds to go, the gloves will be off between the 3 at the front. And when they start doing that, those behind will start being able to claw in that gap. The gap now between Cathal Clark and William Knight is just under 3 seconds as we go into the last 2 minutes and 27 plus. No worries at all, Will. There's always a time delay these days, especially with modern technology. So we go into the last 2 minutes and 15 plus an additional lap. Macaulay Bishop has got past Roman Kamyab. He is now 0.9 of a second ahead behind Will Knight. So William Knight has to watch his back bumper, and if he gets past, he will have to try and see how much time he can make up. And Bishop is closing. He is closing very quickly indeed. He took 2/10 out of Will Knight on the first sector alone. Very soon they'll be coming through into sector number 2, which the top 3 are doing right now. So we've got Tye leading from Werrell, Cathal Clark in 3rd, William Knight in 4th, Macaulay Bishop in 5th, Kamyab, Mimasi, Zach Knight, Jack Buckley, Michael Gray rounding out the top 10 ahead of Spanswick, Mills, Bolofsky, Smith, Mowat, Crossley, Tye, Buckley, Woodward, Semi, Walker, Phillips, Lepatorel. Top 3 separated now by 0.85 of a second, so Cathal Clark has started dropping off the top 2, who are now, as we've had someone go off at the top of Christmas, and that was the 53 of Zach Green. So, and now the leaders will be coming through very shortly. There they are. There they are. So Nathan Tye now is behind Lewis Werrell, who has decided to start engaging battle lines right now. And this is where it can implode and go very, very wrong and very, very south quickly. Now it's about what Werrell does. So Nathan Tye has brought his pawn out on the chessboard. Now it's time for Lewis Werrell to think about what strategic move he can make in karting chess, as we'll say here. 33 seconds on the clock. Macaulay Bishop is now past Will Knight. He's not going to get up towards the top 3 as Hadi Mimasi gets a warning. So Nathan Ty and Lewis Werrell engaged in battle. And now Ty leads. Werrell literally a bumper's width apart from the back bumper of Nathan Ty as the number 11 of Logan Howes quickly gets out of the way. Very good astute driving there from the youngster from Norwich. Timer has now run out. This time around, Ty and Werrell will have to start, but if they want to get the win, they're going to have to make this decisive move either very, very shortly, because look at Werrell's placement. He's right on the back bumper. He is not allowing, he's not giving up his, he's not going to telegraph what he's going to do. These two have raced together as teammates, but also as rivals throughout the country this season. Last lap board is out. 0.153 between Ty and Werrell. They go through. Fine Lady up Manuel's Bank for the final time. Werrell jinks to the outside to get the cut in through Christmas Corner. Looks where Clark is going to do it. But Clark's not having, he doesn't need to worry about Clark now. Clark is too far away to get anything towards the lead. He's got to go with Ty. They've gone through Ashby. They're now going through into Wilkins, then the left at Osiers before the last attempt that Werrell is going to have on Ty. So Werrell is going side by side. He's going to try to go around the outside towards the boot. Has to slot in behind. Werrell has to slot in behind Ty, but Ty goes a bit wide. He goes defensive. That's very, very close indeed. But it's allowed Nathan Ty, because Ty went to go in, but Lewis Werrell's lost out. Lewis Werrell has lost out all of a sudden as Cathal Clark takes second. So when Ty and Werrell were going side by side into the boot, Werrell got compromised coming out of the boot. Cathal Clark was just waiting, and he's just seen an opportunity. And it's just presented into him like a white light at the end of the tunnel, and he's gone for it, and he's got it. Macaulay Bishop had some drive from the number 9 up into 4th place ahead of William Knight. Roman Kamyab in 6th position ahead of Hadi Mimasi from Canada. Michael Gray and Zachary Knight with Sebastian Mims running at the top 10. Jack Buckley in 11th ahead of Eden Spanswick. Kit Bolowski, Ben Crosley, Ben Smith, Jack Mowat, Kai Semi, Michael Walker, Jesse Phillips and Tyg Buckley rounding out the top 20 ahead of Cody Lepatahel, Kian Amy, Ethan Woodward, Tyler O'Neill, Kanish Grau, Kazra Kamyab, Logan Howes, Zach Green rounding out the 28. Then actually finished the race with Connor Duncan retiring on lap 4, with both Mason Bishop and Ryan Gill ending their race on the very first lap here in the IAMI Cadet pre-final. So we now go into the last of the preliminary pre or B finals here at the 2019 Bambino Kart Club Winter Cup here at Whilton Mill Kart Club in Daventry, Northamptonshire. So the B final for the C50 Comas is as follows. Lorenzo Martin and Tyler Davis will be on the front row ahead of Felix Hill and Jacob Nairn in the numbers 76 and 25. Will Green and Ronnie Ray Carter start on row number 3 on the numbers 19 and 9. Alex Goldschmidt and Harry Werrell will complete the top 4 rows with, it looks like we've got Emily Davey, Jack McLaughlin and Arthur Bourne, but according to the formation lap that we've only got 9 competitors, so they will be battling over the top 4 spots that will put them onto the 20 strong grid for our main final a little bit later on this afternoon. Very interesting indeed. So I have been hearing that there are some clouds around the circuit. I've not looked at a weather app all day. I don't want to, I don't need to, because normally if I say something about weather, as in what it's going to do, it normally causes problems. Which is why I just said there's dark clouds overhead, Luke. You don't need to worry. Touch wood. So we get underway with the C50 Coma Bambino B final here as everyone starts making their way through. Oblivion and Crook. It's a fine lady for the very first time. So they all make their way up the hill. Let's see if everything is going to be now. Ronnie Ray Carter looks to be trying to get past Jacob Nairn into Christmas Corner, whereas the 69 of Lorenzo Martin, who's been given some good luck wishes from Janet Martin on YouTube. And Harry Friel says, go get them Felix, as in Felix Hill, in the number 76. So Ronnie Ray Carter have just seen P5 at the moment, the number 9 from Runcorn in Cheshire, not too far from where Jake Sanson actually lives, Chester. So Lorenzo Martin looking to keep himself in the hunt for a possible opportunity of being one of those that competes for the Winter Cup. Now, obviously all results that are called here today are provisional, pending any sporting and technical checks post-race. So they're about to come around to complete their first lap here in the B final for the C50 Comas. There's the number 76 of Felix Hill. Always has a very, very colourful livery on the side pods and the front Nassau plate, as Lorenzo Martin has a lead of only 0.048 ahead of Tyler Davis. Felix Hill in 3rd place. Jacob Nairn sets the fastest lap of the race at 1 minute 21.034. And is just fractionally ahead of Ronnie Ray Carter. Well, not for long, because the youngster from Runcorn is trying to keep... Oh, there's a little bit of a slight bit of contact there, a little bit of rubbing, as Ronnie was up the inside of Jacob there, going into Christmas. And it's allowing the likes of Will Green to get into the mix. So Ronnie lets Jacob back into P4. So Will Green catches up. A little bit further back, Elliot Dimolo, Emily Davey, and Harry Werrell, as we've had a spin. Oh no, that's the leader, that's Lorenzo Martin. Lorenzo Martin has spun out from the lead, and that's probably put him outside of the top 4, with 5 minutes and 42 seconds, plus an additional lap remaining in this particular race, as Tyler Davis has gone purple in both first and second sectors at the minute. Ellie, yeah, I'm sure that Lorenzo could do with your Go Lorenzo cheers right about now, because Lorenzo Martin has dropped all the way down from first, and he's dropped to 6th position. And he's got an absolutely humongous mountain to climb. After that spin, he's lost about 10.8 seconds, which has put him behind Will Green. Will Green is about nearly 5.5 seconds up the road, as Felix Hill and Jacob Nairn now battling over 2nd position on the road. So we've got 4 minutes and 47 plus an additional lap. This means that Ronnie Ray Carter is in the hot seat. He's in the last position that will allow people to qualify into the main final, which will take place for the C50s in around about 45 minutes time at 10 past 3. All finals this afternoon will be, the main finals will be 10 minutes plus 1 additional lap here at Whilton Mill. 4 minutes 11, so we're about to hit half-time here. As Ronnie Ray Carter has a bit of distance between himself and also Will Green. So Ronnie Ray Carter puts in his best lap. Tyler Davis, in the meantime, is absolutely flying. Is the youngster up front. So that is a 1 minute 12.369 from the youngster. There is still plenty of time left to go. Now, that was a bit of an off-track excursion there for Jacob Nairn through Ashby. That's allowed Ronnie Ray Carter to try and close up a little bit here. So Ronnie could help his grid position no end for the main final a little bit later on this afternoon. But Tyler Davis is setting a great set of lap times here. And his last time around was 6.221 seconds ahead. Felix Hill, Jacob Nairn in third place. Ronnie Ray Carter from Runcorn, the youngster from Cheshire, getting a bit closer as each lap progresses. He was 1.5 seconds off of Jacob Nairn on that last lap around, and he's absolutely decimated that gap. He's less than half a second behind. So Ronnie Ray Carter on the run here, moving forwards, not backwards. It's moving forwards after what was a difficult last heat for the youngster, where he didn't even make it past the end of the first lap, being stuck up at the top of Christmas. But it's not just the fact that Jacob Nairn is going to have to watch it. Felix Hill is going to have to watch it now, because this means that Ronnie Ray Carter has around 3 or so minutes in his pocket to just see what he is able to do in the next 3 minutes. And he's really forcing the issue with Jacob Nairn now on 4P3 as they come out of the exit of Osiers. They go down the back straight. Ronnie Ray Carter sizing up the move. No, had to think of a different way to go into the boot that time. So nice peripheral vision and clarity there from Ronnie Ray Carter as he's trying to keep up with Jacob Nairn in the number 25. Felix Hill, in the meantime, has started getting away. The darkness is starting to sort of, well, I mean, in terms of the light, it is starting to fade a little bit here at just before 2:30 in the afternoon. That's an absolutely brilliant opportunistic move from Ronnie Ray Carter to take P3 from Jacob Nairn, as Nairn went wide coming out of Fine Lady, and then Ronnie Ray Carter went, oh, little gap for little old me. I'll have that one then. Thank you very much. Gets through, and now gets through into P3. However, in the meantime, Felix Hill has managed to get away. So it looks like Nairn and Ronnie Ray Carter, because they were sort of in a way interlocked into battle, not literally, but figuratively speaking, it gave the opportunity for Felix Hill to start pulling a gap, which he has done. And the gap between him and Jacob on the last tour was just over 2.3 seconds. But Nairn not being, I don't think, is going to settle for 4th place, because it will be the last place on the grid. However, it's going to be quite interesting how he's going to try and he's going to have to try and get back at the youngster. So 15 seconds on the clock remaining still in this race. So at the moment, as the timer is about to expire very shortly, which it does now as Ronnie Ray Carter goes through Christmas Corner, Tyler Davis has just made his way through Wilkins and now through Osiers. Now he goes down onto the back straight as Ronnie Ray Carter really just deciding to fend off Jacob Nairn a little bit more forcefully now. So it's going to help him out a little bit here. So the time's now expired. This time around, our leader, Tyler Davis, in the 83, will get the last lap board, which he has done. 1 minute 10.7, so he's put in the fastest lap on the penultimate lap of this race. Felix Hill is a colossal 16.2 seconds behind. But look who's chasing him down. Ronnie Ray Carter is on a mission. Felix Hill is going to have to watch it very, very shortly because he's going to get a comeuppance here, is Felix. He won't get second. If Ronnie has his way, he's going to get past and go for P2. So they go up the hill, through Fine Lady, up Manuel's Bank. Ronnie Ray Carter sizing up Felix Hill. Up to Christmas they go. It's not Christmas yet, Ronnie. You can't get your presents until Christmas Day anyway, mate. But they go through the right-left, through the rights into Inkermans, down to Ashby. So Ronnie Ray Carter, he's going to have a couple of opportunities. I think if he gets the run coming out of Osiers, or if he gets a good run, and goes down the back straight into the boot, there is an opportunity for Ronnie Ray Carter to overtake Felix Hill. But in the meantime, our leader comes round the final corner. Tyler Davis is going to win the C50 Coma Bambino B final here at the BKC Winter Cup. These were the first of 4 qualifiers. Here come the drivers currently second and third in this at the moment. Is it going to be Hill? Is it going to be Ronnie Ray Carter? We're literally a handful of seconds away from finding out. But it looks like that Felix Hill is going to take it a little bit easier and make sure that Ronnie Ray Carter doesn't get the jump on him and secures second by 0.271 of a second at the flag there. Jacob Nairn becomes the 4th and final qualifier, provisionally speaking. Southport Car Body Repairs says, go on, 1 on the rocket. If you were a betting man, that is, Southport Car Body Repairs. So that means that, unfortunately, the campaigns for Will Green, Lorenzo Martin, Elliot Dimolo, Harry Werrell and Amelie Davey comes to a halt here, I'm afraid. A big thank you to all those particular competitors. They've raced their hearts out today and they've done their best in front of us all. And that is effectively the conclusion of the B final, as we now get Amelie Davey crossing the line, and that concludes the Bambino B final for C50 Comas here at the 2019 Bambino Kart Club Winter Cup here at Whilton Mill Kart Circuit in Daventry, Northamptonshire. So we're getting towards the business end of the 2019 Bambino Kart Club Winter Cup. Well, for those wondering about a bit of information about the Super 1 British Karting Championship for 2020, there are going to be 6 race weekends, 12 rounds, and each driver can drop 2 rounds per weekend. And I'll talk a bit more about that later on, because again, I go to say something and they let them loose, don't they, Fraser? They let them loose at the wrong time. But hey-ho, it is what it is. Let's get underway with your first of 6 Winter Cup Grand Finals here at Whilton Mill Kart Club in Daventry, Northamptonshire. First things first, we leave it to X30 Libra, and we've had a spinner at the top of the hill already before the formation has got underway, so someone is already on the back foot. Let's see if we, and we've got the 48. The 48 not going to, now that, has there been an engine seize is my biggest thing. No, engine's fine. And that is Johnston in the 48, Alex Johnston, who's gone through the cut through there. All right, so let's just have a look. So the X30 Libra final. We have Charlie Koschel, Harry Little on the front row, Sheldon Davey and Leon Dolby row 2, Nathan Herbert, Nathan Peters row 3, Parker, Stilp, Ribby, Watts, Phillips, Davey, Parsons, Agambar, Johnson, Reagan, Bradshaw, Slee, Weir, Parrott and Weldon. as they let the seniors go first. Now the juniors are let loose. Looks like we're going to have shorter races, obviously. So now it's going to be 8 minutes plus an additional lap, I think. This is going to be very, very interesting, but it's also going to be that time as we've got a multi-kart incident at the top of Christmas Corner. Multi-kart incident, 3 involved up at the top of Christmas, and one of them is the 82. I think, is that the, no, that's the 92. That's the 92 of Carl Slee out at the top of Christmas Corner, banging the steering wheel in clear frustration. Not happy at all. His final is done before it's even gotten started. There were 2 other karts involved. Charlie Koshel leads at the minute ahead of Sheldon Davey by just over 0.8 of a second. Now the 2 other drivers, I'm just keeping an eye on who have dropped down the grid significantly. Ashton Parsons, I think, is one of them, as there is a bit of a battle a little bit further up the order. Simon Parker, I think, might be in that. So at the moment, Luke Watts from the Young Racing Driver Academy is leading the junior division, running in 10th place, having started in 10th place overall, having started in P13. And he is ahead of Harvey Ribby. Gabriel Stilp in P12, third in class, ahead of Vinnie Phillips and Alex Johnston, rounding out the top 5. Alicia Bradshaw from the Mad Croc crew. She's currently down in P15, but 6th in class. Lead now between Charlie Koshel and Sheldon Davey extends to over 1.35 seconds. And in the meantime, Koshel has also set the fastest lap of this race. So, Koshel leads, Davey second, Weir third, Dolby in fourth, Cameron Davey in fifth, Harry Little's got past Simon Parker. Paul Martin's just said on YouTube, well done Lorenzo from Bella Francesca and Mummy. So, Lorenzo, who was in the last race, just gone. Nathan Herbert has gone and set the fastest lap of anybody. The 51 has just put in a 48.192 and has gone purple in sector number 1. Could he be putting a fly? There is Luke Watts with his very brightly coloured. It looks like a Chupa Chup, that race helmet does. If anyone remembers those kind of lollipops that you get overseas normally, the Chupa Chups. Brightly coloured, but at least very visible. And now the fastest lap of the race has gone to Charlie Koshel, 47.886. But no, it's changed again because Nathan Herbert is trying to make inroads up the order and is now up to P15 at 47.512. He's done purple across the board there. And he's gone purple again in sector number 1. Charlie Koshel's gone purple in sector number 2. He's about to come round pit bend and go across the start-finish line to complete lap number 4 here in the final. 47.455. That's a great lap from him. Now I'm looking a little bit further back. Harvey Ribby is now having to battle with Gabriel Stilp as Luke Watts is leading the way in that division. So effectively, quite a lot of things still can transpire in the next 4 minutes and 22 seconds. Watts running on the Tony Kart chassis there. As he's going up the inside, that's the 42 of Nathan Peters. He's just slingshotted his way past through Osiers. So Luke Watts looking to get away, and he's got a distance between himself and Harvey Ribby of 1.5 seconds. So that's a really good lead at the minute for the youngster from the Young Racing Driver Academy. Minute, Charlie Koshel is just untouchable at the minute. He's just flown through Inkermans, neatly goes through Ashby into the right at into the left at Wilkins, now into Osiers, and then down onto the back straight before heading towards the boot. Luke Watts, in the meantime, is only 11.5 seconds off of the lead. So let's see how many drivers he can get past. He's just taken over nearly 0.5 of a second out of Brad Parrott, who's not had the best of weekends. Harry Little just gone through the top part of the boot. As Koshel's lead is now a whopping 4.247 seconds. As he flies his way up Manuel's Bank up to Christmas Corner. And there's a battle on. Oh, now Mason Weir getting very, very aggressive with Sheldon Davey. That is the battle for second on the road. And remember what happened to Mason Weir at Ashby's last time around. He got spat out last time, and this time he's keeping himself composed. And I think the words controlled aggression is probably the best thing that he can use right about now to ensure that he doesn't have any issues like he did last time, because it wasn't his fault. Someone went for a late lunge and through Inkermans and didn't see the gap going through there. So, according to this, so Sheldon Davey still in second position, Mason Weir in third place, Leon Dolby. So now Davey getting very, very sideways under the braking, so he's hitting the pedal hard to stop the cart before Christmas corner. The rear axle is braking traction to the left. Josh Agenbar's just got a warning from race control. He's currently running at 6th in the junior division. Whereas Luke Watts has got past Brad Parrott and is up into 8th overall, and now has a lead of, between him and Harvey Ribby, that's nearly 1.9 seconds as we go into the last 90 or so seconds plus an additional lap. There's Leon Dolby trying to keep pace with Mason Weir, but closing on them, and has just taken a second out of Dolby is Harry Little. So Harry Little could factor in maybe even to get a top 3 here at the Winter Cup. There is Luke Watts, who's got Brad Parrott behind him, and he's chasing after Cameron Davey. Luke Watts is on an absolute mission. He said, I might be a junior, but I'm going to show these seniors what I'm capable of. Well, that's why you're with the Young Racing Driver Academy, my friend. So 57 seconds on the clock. Koshall's about to complete another lap. Nathan Herbert has the fastest lap of the race with a 46.791 here at Whilton Mill. And the gap now between Koshall and Davey is... No, Mason Weir. Make that Mason Weir, as now Harvey Ribby is trying to get away with away from Vinnie Phillips, and he's managed to get past Cameron Davey to keep Vinnie Phillips behind. So that's a real good strategic call in the latter throw of the race. We've got 24 seconds on the clock remaining. And at the minute, Charlie Koshall is just running away with it like the cat that's got the cream. And he set his best sector for sector number 2, 20.033. Mason Weir in second position, having got past Sheldon Davey, as that was very close indeed. Harry Little really... Now Sheldon Davey, I think, has been passed by Leon Dolby. That might be the case. And that is the... No, Harry Little's gone up past Sheldon Davey. Leon Dolby now down into 5th position. But Charlie Koshall flying through Inkermans on what is the penultimate lap of this race, as the timer has now expired here. Luke Watts absolutely flying. I'm sure that his young racing driver cohorts in the form of Ethan Simmons, Jem Hepworth, amongst others, will be looking and just cheering him on. So let's, I'm sure that I'll get a message from Jem or Ethan at some point maybe saying, were you there? Yeah, I was commentating on it. But ladies and gentlemen, here we go. I think it is now last lap out for Charlie Koshall in the X30 Senior Division in the X30 Libra category here, the BKC Winter Cup 2019. His gap is nearly as clear as day, 7.5 seconds. So whilst he is going through Ashby, Mason Weir and Harry Little, who are fighting over the runner-up spot. This could be an absolute cliffhanger here, as Leon Dolby and Sheldon Davey battling tooth and nail over P4, as Koshall now goes into the boot for the last time of the weekend and of his season. Round pit bend. We're going to crown one champion. We're going to crown two very shortly. Charlie Koshall will get the checkered flag very, very soon indeed. Well, that's it for Charlie Koshall. He takes the win commandingly here. It's going to be a run to the line for second. So Charlie Koshall takes the win by 9.8 seconds. Mason Weir edges out Harry Little by 75 thousandths of a second. Sheldon Davey takes 4th. Leon Dolby takes 5th. Provisionally speaking, Charlie Koshall is your X30 Libra Senior Winter Cup champion and your Junior Winter Cup champion from the Young Racing Driver Academy, Luke Watts, finishing 6th overall after a fantastic race. Brad Parrott in 7th position, ahead of runner-up in Junior X30, Harvey Ribby. Nathan Herbert and Vinnie Phillips ran out the top 10, with Herbert as a senior, Vinnie Phillips taking the 3rd place in Junior X30, ahead of Gabriel Stilp in 11th. Cameron Davey in 12th. Simon Parker finished down in 13th at the end of it all. Alex Johnston rounds out the top 5 in Junior X30 with Nathan Peters, Josh Agenbar, Ashton Parsons, Alicia Bradshaw, Rihanna Regan, with unfortunately Carl Slee not finishing the race, ending on lap number 7. So that is one of multiple finals completed. Now we have Mini Rock up this time. So let's see. Right, so we've got the formation lap underway as drivers make their way onto the 1,200 metre Whilton Mill International Circuit here in Daventry. So, front row is as follows. Oliver Stilp and Luke Sintler, that is your front row. Archie Heron and Alfie Richards, that is row number 2. Aidan Hassan and Fraser Anderson line up alongside each other on row number 3. Ollie Poole and Joshua Turnbull, that is row number 4, with looks to be Max Horn, Max Haller, Cameron Edmonds and Jacob Ashcroft, rounding out the 11 starters here at the Mini Rock final for the 2019 Bambino Kart Club Winter Cup here at Daventry, Northamptonshire. After this, we will have 4 main finals with IAMI Bambinos closing out the racing action here. And there will be a presentation of the awards, so those that are here at the circuit and you are watching the feed, the presentation will start at 16:45, 4:45 local time. Let's see what happens in Mini Rock here at the Winter Cup. So, timer has started ticking away. All finals look to be amended to 8 minutes plus an additional lap here at Whilton Mill. So, they will see what's going to happen here in terms of where the drivers are. Now, that looks like rain. That looks like rain on the camera lens up off of Christmas Corner, if I'm very much mistaken. So, if the rain is starting to come in, this is going to throw a cat amongst the proverbial pigeons here. So the drivers are really going to have to watch it. So at the moment in the lead, it's Oliver Stilp, Luke Sintler in 2nd. Archie Heron looks to be in 3rd place. So it's going to be about who wants it the most here. So Sintler takes the lead from Stilp going through the boot, and the top part of it thereof. Archie Heron rounds out the top 3. Aidan Hassan looks to be now up into P4. Aidan Hassan's now got a warning from race control. Alfie Richards in 5th place ahead of Max Haller. Jacob Ashcroft in 7th. Cameron Edmonds in 8th. Ollie Poole, Joshua Turnbull. Fraser Anderson is now. Fraser Anderson had a very, very slow first sector. I'm not too sure if he may be circulating. He may not be, so we could already be down to 10 competitors already. So Luke Sintler is setting the fastest lap times, and Harry Friel, as we've had, oh no, Aidan Hassan's pulled over. Aidan Hassan has got an issue. That is a mechanical problem for Aidan Hassan when he did not want it at the... So, Aidan Hassan out of the Mini Rock final here at the Winter Cup. He's trying to get the kart going again, but I don't think it's going to happen. So that means we'll be down to 10 competitors because Fraser Anderson... Fraser Anderson is still circulating, and he's just going through the boot. So Aidan Hassan, after the warning, has now had an issue. Now, has he got restarted? That's my biggest question here. Hassan is still going. According to the timing, he is still going. He's just gone through Manuel's bank up to Christmas. So he is really on the back foot. He is now, with 5 minutes and 23 seconds to go, he is 42 and a half seconds off of the leader. And then probably more because the amount of time he was stuck on Ashby at that particular time on the outside of the circuit. So Aidan Hassan managed to get going, but it has compromised him. Luke Sintler is now going to battle with Oliver Stilp for what is going to be, I think, the inevitable victory. But Archie Heron, if he starts working, moving forward and trying to catch the two in front, because they are only 0.3 of a second apart, let's not forget. And when they start battling, Heron will be able to start capitalising on the fact that they're slowing each other down. Jacob Ashcroft now up into P5 and is running on a 54.5 at the minute. He's 7.8 seconds off of the leader at the minute, as now Sintner comes under pressure from Oliver Stilp, going through Pit Bend, into Oblivion, into Crook, into the slight right kink at Fine Lady. Oliver Stilp, in the meantime, has taken the gap down to just under 0.2. He's just put in a 5.43. Archie Heron's also set a personal best in this particular occasion. So Fraser Anderson and Aidan Hassan quite clearly, unfortunately, out of the running here. But Jacob Ashcroft is keeping his distance from Ollie Paul. He's about 2.1 seconds ahead of the Scot. Max Horler hasn't had the best run of luck earlier on this week and through this race weekend, but he's running P7 in the minute. He's running quite consistently, is Max. He's done, his best lap is a 55.133, just put in a 55.364, and he's just gone personal best sector number 1. Archie Heron's gone purple in sector 2. Oliver Stilp's gone purple in sector 3, and is about 2.5 adrift. But it depends on how much of a run of momentum he gets on Luke Sintner right now. As they're going up the hill, down up into Christmas. So in many respects, it's about a case of not if, it's when Stilp decides to play his cards on the table. So we'll wait and see how the strategic mind games play out over the next 3 minutes plus an additional lap. So Fraser Anderson and Aidan Hassan still circulating, which is... so Fraser Anderson is circulating. Aidan Hassan has just crossed the line to start lap number 5. Still looking very, very racy indeed. He's closing up. He just put in the fastest lap of the race, a 52.359, and that was basically 20 thousandths gap that he's just been able to reduce off of Oliver Stilp's lead thereof. So at the moment, Sintner leads from Stilp. So these two battling over the victory. With just a couple of minutes remaining, plus an additional lap. Archie Heron in third, Alfie Richards, Jacob Ashcroft, Ollie Paul, Max Horler, Joshua Turnbull, Cameron Edmonds, Fraser Anderson and Aidan Hassan. Everyone's still running at the minute. Whole field separated by just over 44 seconds. So they go through the boot. So again, Sintner and Stilp looking very comparative on their lap times at the minute, as again they go through Oblivion Crook, through Fine Lady, up Manuel's Bank into Christmas Corner. Now just keeping an eye on Archie Heron. He's just taken a 10th out of Stilp on that particular occasion. He's actually the quickest out of the top 3, but not by much. I think it's just by less than a 10th of a second. it's just a case of seeing what transpires very, very shortly, because it's going to come down to it where Stilp is now going to have to make a decision. And it's a case of, do I go for broke? I'm running out of time. I need to just do that one move that's going to give me that opportunity to put one past Luke and give me that opportunity to go out ahead and win this thing. He's got less than 60 seconds plus an additional lap. So there's going to be this plus 2 additional still to go here. And it will just be a case of how you can how Stilp's going to measure this one. It's difficult to say. It's difficult to read because Sintler is just nailing every apex. As I've just seen that Ollie Paul's just overtaken Jacob Ashcroft. Aidan Hassan's got a track limit warning just now from race control. Max Horler 7th, Joshua Turnbull in 8th, Cameron Edmonds in 9th, and Fraser Anderson in 10th. So Archie Heron's got the fastest lap of the race. The leaders crossed the line with just 4 seconds to go. That was close. So this will be the penultimate lap. And Archie Heron has just taken nearly a 10th out of those guys in front. So he's not going to be on level pegging. So we're just going to have to see Luke Sintler just fending off Oliver Stilp for the remainder of this race, which is going to be about 1,800 metres, including the final lap here at Whilton Mill. So Stilp's looking a bit closer now. He's got a better run coming out of Augiers, down the back straight, heading towards the boot. Now, this is just giving it... Oh, he's gone for the lead! He's gone for the lead up the inside of the boot! Sintler has to relinquish. That was quick thinking from Oliver Stilp on the penultimate lap through the entry into the boot. Now, this is where it gets interesting, because as I said, the two battling in front, they're going to let... what's going to happen? Archie Heron's going to come into this. He's only 0.7 of a second drift, and whilst they've been battling, Heron has been very, very covert. He's been hitting his apexes, nailing the braking points. Still goes defensive on Sintler through Ashby. Now down into Wilkins. Oh, little bit of a rub from left front wheel of Sintler to right side pod of Stilp, and that has allowed Archie Heron to claw onto the back bumper of the number 5, and he's going to go past him. Is he going to go past him? He's going to get the move done in the inside of the boot. He has done it. But Heron, could he do something and pull it out of the bag like a magician with a rabbit out of the hat? He's not going to do it. Oliver Stilp knows he's taken the victory, and he wins in Mini Rock here at Whilton Mill. And the top two separated by 28 thousandths of a second. Mamma mia is all I'm saying about that one. Crikey O'Reilly. Top three separated with it being rounded out by Luke Sintler. 0.286 of a second. But Oliver Stilp nailed it through the boot on the penultimate lap and he knew he got that psychological edge, and he did it at the right time. Alfie Richards and Ollie Paul round out the top 5 drivers. Jacob Ashcroft in 6th, ahead of Max Horler, both former IAMI Bambino competitors. Josh Turnbull in 8th. Fraser Anderson rounds out the top 9 with Cameron Edmonds and Aidan Hassan saying his way in terms of last laps. Fraser had a bit of a button jerking moment there, didn't you, mate? Pressed it at the wrong time. I hadn't finished. It's been a long day, hasn't it, Fraser? That's a good thing when you get on well with your stream director. There's no ifs, there's no buts or whatever. So we come to Honda Cadet. And I'll tell you what we'll do is I'm going to have a quick breather for a second. So we've got all the Heinz drivers, we've got the younglings, we've got so much happening. Give me a couple of minutes. Well, give me 90 seconds and I'll be right back, but we'll have the grid up for you. Harry Friel says, I don't know what Francisco Papisola is saying. I'll have to put into Google Translate later. But I'm going to take a quick breather. We're going to show you down the pre-grid, and we're going to show you the grid before we get underway with our third of 6 Main finals here at the 2019 Bambino Kart Club Winter Cup here at Daventry at Whilton Mill Kart Circuit, with thumbs up from all our Honda cadets here on the pre-grid. Right, so I'm going to translate briefly what Francisco Papi Soler said. Wonders of Google Translate. I don't know if it's going to be... well, too crazy, in other words. I don't know what the last word said because Google Translate wasn't working. So we've got the O plate there, and that is Jacob Giblett-Lee on the grid. There's Kasper Tomaszewski, based out of Glasgow, representing both the Scottish and Polish national flags there on his side pod. Good little kid. Just behind him we have got the 68 of Dalton Haywood. So quite a lot of youngsters in this field here. There's Tao Butler from Kart Tech. There you go. Harry Friel says, go team SFR, and Tao, go get that podium. Good luck, Tyler Lee, says Dean and Lisa Mason from Max Motorsports. As we have gone lights out, I believe. Yep, we are running. So 8 minutes plus an additional lap start to tick away here at Whilton Mill, as there is an absolute swarm of Honda cadets heading up to Christmas Corner for the first time. Connor Duncan looks to have got the initial advantage. Oh, that's an off, a big off for Devon Nolan. Oh, and that's collected somebody else in the meantime. That is the 35, and that's Oliver Bocock. So Oliver Bocock has got mud all up the side of his left side pod, having been pirouetted out very dramatically there. So that was very, very close. I did say the intensity level would rise, and it's happening right now. And we've got this and 3 more finals to go. So if you think you've seen it all, you ain't seen nothing yet. As at the lead of this race is Timo Jungling from Germany. He's got a 1 second lead over Connor Duncan as they all string their way through pit bend. Nearly 3 abreast at point. Timo Jungling is getting his head down, trying to gain that advantage over Connor Duncan. So Ralph Jungling 3rd, Henry Jocelyn 4th, Devon Nolan in 5th, Tommy Hartfield and Thomas Carter. That's the top 7, with Dalton Haywood, Milo Manderson and Rocco Shenton rounding out the top 10. Top 15 is Tao Butler up from 14th to 11th position, ahead of Zach Starbuck, Caleb McDuff, Kasper Tomaszewski and Theo Champney. And at the minute, I'm just keeping an eye on where the number 35 of Oliver Bocock is. He's down in P30 as Henry Jocelyn is now having to battle Ralph Jungling, who is just overtaken for P3. And now Connor Duncan is going to try and do his utmost to reel in Timo Jungling, who's currently leading with about 6 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. So from 15th onwards, at the moment, it's Gibblet, Lee, Smedley, Fishburn, O'Neill going, Jarvis, Parkinson, Locker, Higgs, Simpson, Tyler Lee, Blandford, Mills, Anslow, Morrow, Bocock, Bourne, Chater and Weldon. Joshua Jarvis has got up into P19. Blandford down into P26. Oliver Bocock now back up into P25. So he's going to make a resurgence. Timo Jungling with his head down has got 1.4 second advantage over Connor Duncan in the lead at the minute as he goes through Osiers down the back straight, heading towards the boot. So at the minute, it's about how... Because the biggest thing is now for Connor Duncan is that he's got to try and just neatly hit every apex that he can, hit every braking point as he can, power out the corners correctly in order to give him an opportunity. But the way that Timo Jungling is flying down the circuit at this particular moment in time, he's just put in a 55.569, but the driver that's now got the fastest lap of the race, as Devon Nolan has just been told by Ralph Jungling, okay, get in front of me. Just go past, get in front of me. I think what Ralph is wanting to do is to build an assault towards those in front. So whether the brothers Jungling are wanting to make it a German 1-2, and that would be unprecedented for this event. Devon Nolan still really going very quickly indeed, and he's actually the quickest of the top 5 at the moment. Timo Jungling has gone quickest at the minute in Sector 2, but it isn't anymore. Devon Nolan has gone quickest by over 1/10 of a second as we now go on to completion of lap number 4, and Timo Jungling leads the way by over 1.8 seconds ahead of Connor Duncan. So Connor Duncan lost out by about 1/10.5. Henry Jocelyn is trying to catch up. Devon Nolan again has gone fastest of anybody throughout the lap and has put in a 55.295 on the completion of lap number 4, and he's closing on the back bumper of Jocelyn. Ralph Jungling looks to be dropping behind a little bit. He's actually the slowest out of the top 5 in terms of the first sector alone. Oliver Bocock now up into P19. Thomas Carter's been given a track limit warning, and that's the driver in the number 7. So has Isaac Parkinson in the number 13 in 21st position. As, oh, that was a bit brazen there, I believe, from Devon Nolan. He was trying to go up the inside of Henry Jocelyn on the approach into the boot. Coming out of the boot. Now, there is a cart off, and that is down. That is the 75, and that is Harrison Morrow, and that is off. Oblivion Crook and Fair Lady. So the main thing is he's walked away. So yellow flags into Oblivion and Crook. No overtaking there, otherwise they will be penalised by race control. So it's getting very, very interesting between these two. This is the battle for 3rd position. So Nolan's got the advantage for the minute. Jocelyn just behind in 4th place, as there is a kart going very, very slowly, I've just noticed, going through the back straightaway. And there is the number 98, and that is Ethan Weldon. So Ethan Weldon has pulled up on the side of the, that's the back straight out of Osiers, as Devon Nolan has got the fastest lap yet again. And Nolan has got... he's closing up on Connor Duncan, who's just gone round the outside of one of the back markers, and that has compromised. That's Alfie Chater, and that has allowed Henry Jocelyn to be an opportunist through Inkmans to go through and get P3. So what happened was Connor Duncan went up the inside of Chater. Nolan tried to follow behind as well and got compromised because Chater saw Duncan but probably didn't see Nolan at that particular moment in time. So that allowed Henry Jocelyn, but now Nolan's back on the offensive, up the inside of the 26 into the boot. The inside line now goes. Now that's pretty brave and brazen from Devon Nolan there to get past Henry Jocelyn on that particular occasion. The lead now between Timur Jungling and Connor Duncan is now 2.8 seconds. It's not going to be enough for the young Scot to steal a march on the young German. But we'll see. Now, the thing is that anything can happen in motorsport. We know that rubbing is racing, but karting is a non-contact sport, and there's been some incidents. But the thing is that now it's into that rhythm where drivers are now starting to get into that zone where they will. And I'm looking at Caleb McDuff, Tao Butler, Kasper Tomilewski and Theo Champney. And that's from the number 38 backwards from 12th down to 15th position. And they are pretty much swarming all over each other at the minute. So there's Henry Jocelyn coming through the boot. There's Kasper Tomilewski battling away with Tao Butler and gets past. He's got past up into 13th position, and Theo Champney's also pounced on the number 43 from Kartech through Osiers. Yellow flags briefly in, and that's the fight. Well, the last lap board is out, so final lap board is out. The leader now, Timo Jungling, comes through Inkermans for the final time, and now down into Ashby. And there's been a huge shift, so Kasper Tomilewski 13th, Theo Champney 14th, Tao Butler 15th. Timo Jungling now makes his way through Osiers for the final time, down the back straight into the boot. So Jungling comes out of the final corner, or comes round towards pit bend, and what a drive from the young German. He's gone and only done it here at Whilton Mill. So Timo Jungling takes the crown of the Honda Cadet contingent at the BKC Winter Cup here at Whilton Mill in Daventry by a massive 2.46 seconds. 2.646 seconds ahead of Connor Duncan. Devon Nolan in P3, Henry Jocelyn in P4, and what a result for the two youngsters from Germany. Timo's brother Ralf takes P5. So what a job from the youngsters from Germany. They've been racing in the Motorsport UK British Kart Championship. They've also raced in the London Cup earlier on this year. Tommy Hartfield takes 6th ahead of Thomas Carter. Dalton Hayward, Milo Manderson and Rocco Shenton rounding out the top 10. Caleb McDuff and Kasper Tomilewski complete the top 12. With Zach Starbuck, Theo Champney, Tao Butler, Oliver Bucock, Frankie Smedley, Jacob Giblett-Lee and Ben Simpson with Joshua Jarvis rounding out the top 20. Completing the full running order with 2 retirements on lap 4 with Harrison Morrow and Ethan Weldon. It's Harry Higgs, Jensen O'Neill going, Jacob Anslow, Tyler Lee, Charlie Locker, Joshua Mills, Luca Blanford, Oliver Bourne, Isaac Parkinson, Finley Fishburn, Alfie Chater being the last of the 31 classified finishers here at the Honda Cadet final for the 2019 Bambino Kart Club Winter Cup. So we now come to our 4th of 6 finals here at the 2019 Bambino Kart Club Winter Cup. Just a little bit, I was trying to give you guys an update a bit earlier on, but the provisional calendar is Fullbeck, April 4th and 5th, 2020 for Super 1 BKC 2020. Then they head to Rowra in Cumbria, May 2nd and 3rd. GYG, 13th and 14th of June. Clay Pigeon in Dorset, the actual spiritual home of one Jenson Button, 2009 Formula 1 World Champion and 2018 Super GT 500 Champion. Whilton Mill will host the penultimate round of the championship on August the 1st and the 2nd, with Shennington in Oxfordshire hosting the final round of August 29th and 30th. And if you head to the BKC Facebook page, head to super1series.com to register your interest for what is going to be a fantastic season. Controlled slicks, controlled wets, controlled fuel, controlled engines. It will have Mini Rock, Junior Rock, Senior Rock, Bambino Coma C50, Bambino IAMI, Honda Cadet, and also the Rotax Raw joins Super 1 once again as always. Mini Max, Junior Max, Senior Max, and Rotax 177. So if you haven't placed your entries You better get in there quick because they are going like hotcakes. But it's great to see. And there'll be further details of the championship in due course, with live coverage scheduled to take place over YouTube in 2020. So we've got a driver that's trying to get away and isn't at the moment, but oh, hang on, we've got the Honda Cadet final showing up. It's been a long day. It's been a long day. It's going to be a long drive home as well. Right, so the main final for C50 Bambino, Noah Baglin and Maximilian Aberhart will start on the front row. Teddy Porter and Harley Musk, row 2. Ronnie Legg and Alfie Mew, row 3. Zach Champney and Morgan Weston, that is the 4th row of the grid. So Jensen White and Finley Hines round out the top 10 positions here. Jensen Sale and Oakley Hunter, that is on the numbers 10 and 16. Sebastian Power is the one that was trying to get away from the pre-grid, but will start from the pit lane. So we'll have Rowan Duncan, Liam Welsh, Sebastian Power, Isla Monday, and rounding out the order, well, that looks to be about it. So drivers now have had their sighting lap. We'll have 8 minutes on the clock plus an additional lap to go. And then we'll have our 2 final races of the meeting. IAMI Cadet will be the penultimate race of the meeting itself. And then we'll have, as always, with the Bambino Kart Club, to see out 2019 and to usher in a new era under the Super 1 BKC mantle with IAMI Bambino. It's been a fantastic weekend of racing so far, and it's only going to get more interesting as the C50s now given the 5-second board, red lights on the starting gantry, and we are lights out, and off they go for the final time. And they will now release Sebastian Power from the pre-grid, which they do now. So everyone makes their way through. Looks like we have, well, there's Teddy Porter, I think getting a run on, looks to be the 60. Oh, a little bit of a tussle there. Oh, that was close. Well held, Maximilian Aberhart, and he's gone back. Oh, that's an absolute stormer from the 61. I didn't see that one coming, and he's gone for the lead, but then all of a sudden Noah Baglin's gone, oh, well, if you guys are going to bicker between yourselves, I'll give my 2 cents, shall I? But then Aberhart says, no, you don't. I'm gonna get the lead here again, and he does so. That was quite a forceful move there, from my perspective, but he had room to do it. But now Noah Baglin's coming back at the 61, going down into the boot. Harley Musk is there. He's sitting in 4th position at the minute. So they come across the line to complete lap number 1 here at Whilton Mill. So it's Aberhart leading, Baglin in 2nd, Porter, Musk, Legg, Mew, Duncan, Hines, Jensen White and Liam Welsh running at the top 10. Oakley Hunter in 11th place as we see Maximilian Aberhart being zoomed in on as he's behind Noah Baglin at the minute. Teddy Porter keeping the number 61 in check and keeping him honest at the moment. Harley Musk is keeping nice, good pace with them as well. And just behind is Ronnie Legg, Alfie Mew in 6th place. Sebastian Power started from the pre-grid, now up into P15 behind Tyler Davis. I have noticed a few changes. Now I know that Ronnie Ray Carter was one of the 4 that qualified. And I'm just going to have a look at the Winter Cup results because he is not showing. So Ronnie didn't actually make it through. Not too sure why, but I'm just going to do some investigation in a minute. So in the B final. So whether he wasn't able to make it out in time, not too sure. Your guess is as good as mine. But he finished very well in that B final. So Maximilian Aberhart trying to go side by side, gets past Noah Baglin up at the top at Christmas Corner. So Baglin just keeping pace with the 61, looking to just size up and overtake where it's possible. just behind is Teddy Porter being hounded as Noah Baglin is trying to go up the inside. Now, I have to say that is incredible conviction and commitment from Maximilian Abrahart going through Wilkins there as Baglin went towards the inside line, and Abrahart knew he had the purchase and the confidence in the kart to just go round the outside and keep it pinned and made sure that Baglin didn't have an opportunity. But Baglin is quicker in other places where Abrahart doesn't have the advantage. And now Abrahart is not the hunter, he is the hunted. So Maximilian's got a lot of work to do. So Noah Baglin just behind. And between P3, I'm just having a look between second and fourth place. The gap is about a second, as there's been a change for second position. Now Noah Baglin's been passed by Teddy Porter for second position. Noah Baglin now trying to do his best to try and fight back and take that. So it's very interesting to see how the dynamic is at the moment. So the running order is a minute. Maximilian Abrahart is leading the race and has got quite a bit of a lead over Teddy Porter. Noah Baglin is being passed by Harley Musk, and not just that, it's also the 55 of Ronnie Legg. So Noah Baglin down into P5 ahead of Alfie Mew, Rowan Duncan, Finley Hines, Jensen White, Liam Welsh, Oakley Hunter, Felix Hill, Jensen Sale, Tyler Davis, Sebastian Power, Zach Champney, Isla Monday and Morgan Weston. And Musk is sizing up Porter through Oblivion. And as he got past, he's done the job. That's a great move from Harley Musk. So Harley Musk now has done a great job to get past Teddy Porter, but Porter's going to have the inside run for Christmas Corner unless Musk has something to say about it, and he just sends it round the outside with complete conviction and does the job there and then, as if to say to Teddy Porter, no, you're not having second, it's mine. So he made sure that Teddy Porter had no opportunity to move forward in that respect. Jensen Sale past Felix Hill for 12th position. So there's going to be a few more changes, I think, within the next 2 minutes and 19 seconds, plus an additional lap, as Harley Musk is just trying to break away and break the toe for Teddy Porter in the number 66. So Abrahart leads, Harley Musk in second, Teddy Porter, Ronnie Legg, Rowan Duncan, Alfie Mew, Finley Hines gets past Noah Baglin for 7th position as Teddy Porter is sizing up Harley Musk, going up the up Manuel's Hill, up to Manuel's Bank, up to Christmas Corner, but can't get the move done. So into the last 90 seconds, as Duncan, Mew and Hines are going to be battling tooth and nail over P5 very, very shortly. And they are about 7/10 of a second, well, separated, split over 7/10 of a second distance in terms of time, as Harley Musk going really defensive on Teddy Porter. He's now got to start fighting to keep him at bay, as Teddy Porter looked towards the inside of the approach into the boot, but then realised, well, hang on, I've got Ronnie Legg up behind me, and that's not going to be easy. But Harley Musk runs wide. Porter goes through, down towards Pit Bend, and this could allow Ronnie Legg to try and get the draft on Harley Musk. But Musk says, no, thank you, sir. You are not getting past. You shall not pass. So it's going to be one of those things that Musk now really needs to decide what he's going to do, because he's either going to attack or he's got to defend. And when a driver's put in that situation, there are some that will hesitate. But as a racing driver, you've got to have that self-belief and self-determination to think, well, if I've got that opportunity, as Ronnie Legg goes rear left wheel onto the mud off of Ashby's. So, at the minute, Maximilian Abrahart is still leading. Teddy Porter is trying to keep away from Harley Musk. The gap was just under a quarter of a second, and then it was a further quarter of a second back to Ronnie Legg, who's got Rowan Duncan actually closing in, and Duncan took over 7.5 tenths of a second. The time has now expired, so what this will mean is that Aberhart will have got the final lap board, which he has done now. So at the minute, Maximilian Aberhart is on fine form at the minute, and he's been untouched the majority of this race, having done that forceful move up the inside of Teddy Porter through the Christmas Corner and Inkerman's Complex up at the top of the hill. So he's now gone through Ashby for the final time. Now into the two lefts. First one at Wilkins, now down the short blast towards Osiers. And down the back straight, into the boot for the final time. So we've had 4 Winter Cup winners provisionally decided. It looks like we're going to have number 5 right about now, because round the final corner comes the 61 of Maximilian Aberhart, who will take the checkered flag and win in C50 Bambino here at Whilton Mill. Well done. That's a great job. Teddy Porter takes second ahead of Harley Musk in P3. Ronnie Legg and Rowan Duncan in 4th and 5th respectively. Finley Hines in 6th ahead of Alfie Mew, as Noah Baglin will take 8th place ahead of the pair of Liam Welsh and Oakley Hunter. Jensen Sale will take P11 at the flag very, very shortly, ahead of Jensen White, with Felix Hill, Sebastian Power and Tyler Davis being very, very close together, and it's going to be Felix Hill that's going to nab 13th at the flag, or is it? Felix Hill takes, oh, that's a good move there by Tyler Davis. Nips Sebastian Power by Litchby. Well, it was 0.031 between Felix Hill and Tyler Davis, with Sebastian Power, Isla Monday, Morgan Weston and Zach Champney. So congratulations, Maximilian Aberhart in the 61 that takes the win in C50 Como Bambino here at the Bambino Kart Club Winter Cup for 2019. Well, I know that the Baccinis are watching. I know that quite a few people are watching, especially here at the circuit, because we have our penultimate race of the 2019 Bambino Kart Club Winter Cup. There's Lewis Werrell. There is the number 55 of Kamyab from Fusion Motorsport. There we have Macaulay Bishop. Good little lad he is. Little character as well, but a blooming good driver. Let's see what he's able to do here. There is Zachary Knight. There is the number 20 of Jack Buckley from Ireland as they get them underway. There's also one of the other ORM drivers. That's Kit Bolofsky. So, hold on to your hats. You think the Honda Cadet one was spicy? IAMI is just... You can be on tenterhooks whenever it's a Cadet race. And this is no exception. Let's run through the final grid for IAMI Cadet here at BKC Winter Cup 2019 at Whilton. So your front row is Nathan Tye and Cathal Clark, both from ORM. Then it's Lewis Werrell and William Wright. So it's an ORM front 2-row lockout, followed by Roman Kamyab. Hadi Mouassi in 6th ahead of Macaulay Bishop and Michael Gray, rounding out the top 8 positions. So we've got Zachary Knight and Sebastian Mims rounding out the top 10 ahead of Jack Buckley, Eden Spanswick, Kit Bolofsky, Ben Crosley, Ben Smith and Jack Mowat, who round out the top 16. And it looks like we could be racing very, very shortly indeed. Do we go lights out? I'm just going to keep an eye on this. And that is a full start. Full start called. So I got as far as 16th. So 17th Ben Smith, 18th Kai Sami, Tyg Buckley in 19th, Kian Amy, Cody Lepatorel, Ethan Woodward, Tyler O'Neill, Kazra Kamyab. Then we've got Logan Howes, Zach Green, Connor Duncan, Ryan Gill, Mason Bishop. For some reason, Macaulay Bishop showing all the way down at the bottom of the grid, but he'll be back in position, I'm sure, very shortly, with Kanishk Rao rounding out the 13th one strong. So it was called a full start. Ominous sign, this, isn't it? But credit to where credit is due. And so we just had another well wish on YouTube. Harry Friel again says, keep pushing Harley, Noah and Felix. That's obviously to do with C50s that we've just had on there as well. So Harley Musk, Noah Baglin and Felix Hill. So second time, please. Let's go lights out, shall we? Because we've got 2 more races to go. We all want to get home. Lights on the starting gantry. Go. Oh, no. That's a second full start. And there is a straggler at the back. That's Kanzik Rao, who's not at the back of the grid. If the race director is not happy, if they have a third one, I know that a red flag will be called and they'll be pulled to the front of the grid for people to be, they may bring everybody to the front of the grid and have a word with them, or it could be a particular couple of drivers. And I've seen it before where they've pulled the entire grid to a standstill and they'll stick them on a formation lap and get them going round and say to them, right, third time, not acceptable. First, second time I can understand it. Third time, it's a bit too much. Right, so this is where it gets interesting. You wanted anticipation being built up. You've got it now thanks to our IAMI Cadet division here at the 2019 Bambino Kart Club Winter Cup, being held here at Whilton Mill Kart Club in Daventry, Northamptonshire, approximately 20 minutes drive from Silverstone, the home of British motor racing. So there are a few stragglers. They're not into formation. Hadimi Massi has just pulled to the side and is getting out of the kart. Hadimi Massi will not start the final. That's a disaster for the young Canadian. So they have started the clocks. They've got them racing. Warning for Macaulay Bishop already, with Hadimi Massi out of the race before it's even gotten started. And there's the number 55 of Roman Kanyab getting involved. Macaulay Bishop on the inside of the 55. Oh, that was close. And there, Kanyab's off. Kanyab has gone shortcutting through no fault of his own. Absolutely frustrated. And was that the 73 of Sebastian Mims that was involved? Not sure, because I knew that Macaulay Bishop was the driver on the inside. So we're going to have the likes of Ty, Clark, Werrell and the 2 Knight brothers up at the front of the field. And already we've got yellow flags. Yellow flags because of Hadimi Massi. Hadimi Massi is walking back to the kart. And that is not going anywhere. So Hadimi Massi's BKC Winter Cup main final didn't even start. Didn't even get going. So Lewis Werrell leads the way by 2 tenths from Nathan Tite. Cathal Clark, William Knight, Zachary Knight, Eden Spanswick, Jack Buckley. Now, Macaulay Bishop has dropped all the way down to 18th position, but he's got time and he's got pace. I know for a fact that I'm sure that people will be cheering for him to go forward as that. Oh no, that's multiple carts off of Ashby's. Now, what is the problem there? Is there fluid on the circuit? That is absolute pandemonium. Carts are spinning off. I'm sure that's going to be a red flag. That needs to be a red flag. There's something not gone right there. That's fluid. That's oil or coolant or some description that has sent a third of the field off at Ashby's. And one of the Knights brothers is one of them, 36. Lewis Werrell's out as well. Werrell's out. 7. And so slippery surface flags. Slippery surface flags. If there's that many drivers out on circuit, fluid has been spilt. So yeah, so it's effectively calling a safety cart, so to speak. So I've got a feeling whether Hadimi Massi's cart has spilled fluid and it's caused it to break down, because this has completely changed. I'm looking at how many drivers. Right, okay. The list is as follows. There are some that are getting going again. Ty Buckley, Connor Duncan, Mason Bishop, Ethan Woodward, Michael Gray, Michael Walker, Jack Mowat, Sebastian Mims. Well, there's quite a few drivers. There's some that are getting going. There's the 73 there, and that is of Sebastian Mims. That is the 36 of Zachary Knight. There's the that's the 69 of Eden Spanswick. So that is uncharacteristic. You can, for those watching at home, you can see that there is some kind of fluid that is basically as soon as a particular type of fluid hits slick tyres, the temperature cools, but then because it affects the compound, and there is someone, that is Ethan Woodward, off at Oblivion on the right-hand side. So something has happened that has caused there to be a major problem at Ashby's. So yeah, slippery surface flags now also being shown, and that's at Ashby's. They're telling them to stay off of that, off the inside of Ashby's. No, the outside of Ashby's, sorry. And that's where the fluid has been spilt. So they have been told, and the drivers need to slow down. That's a big, because there are at least 12 to 13 karts involved. That is a third of the field. And when I tell you that there are drivers that are quite clearly out of position, one of them is Logan Howes. He was down at the bottom part of the field, and he's in 11th position. 11th position. Cody LePaterel has been running at the back part of the lower third of the field. He's running in P7. Macaulay Bishop has got, he's had a lifeline thrown to him. Thrown to him with all of this that's just transpired. That is a commentator truly speechless. And they are telling the drivers to stay away from the slippery area on Ashby, because what needs to happen, something needs to happen here. And the thing is that drivers have been told numerous times, just please stay away from here, stay away from this part of it. So at the minute, obviously they're at a reduced pace because of the incident that happened, and that is the most dramatic. I mean, if anyone remembers a MotoGP, I think it was Moto2 or Moto3, now we're back under green flags. This is where it's now going to start. We've got it's a 2-minute 30 sprint plus an additional lap. So Clark has got to fend off the likes of Roman Kamyab, Ben Smith, Macaulay Bishop. Now this is where it's going to be a telling point as Bishop goes up the inside of Ben Smith, as does Nathan Ty. So Nathan Ty keeping himself in contention here. Slippery surface flags, so they're going to have to watch what they're doing here. So in many respects, they have to respect those flags at Ashby's, and that means there's going to be a bit of a clean-up between this and also the IAMI Bambino final. So at the moment, Macaulay Bishop has got an opportunity here to go after the win. And it would seal off a great season for the youngster in the number 9 at the minute as they come round pit bend. And Bishop is closing on Cathal Clark. He's taken nearly half a second out of him. 90 seconds. Clark has got to watch it. Bishop now knows this is the time to strike. This is the opportunity he needs. And there are drivers that really felt, well, I might have been able to do things here, but it's just turned this all upside down on its head as Macaulay Bishop is closely following. I think he's as there's the number 32 going off. That is off of Ashby's. Michael Walker's gone off at Ashby's. And Macaulay Bishop is leading. He's leading with 50 seconds to go. He got the move done round sort of Inkerman's, Ashby's, Wilkins. So Macaulay Bishop now has an opportunity to just keep himself composed for the next 38 seconds plus a lap. He knows he's got that chance to go for it. And he started his career in the Bambino Kart Club. He's gone on to international success, like the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. Henry Baudet, you are missing out on a perler here, my friend, Boyle. You're missing out on a perler. They're having to watch it going towards the outside of Ashby's, but Macaulay Bishop has this, plus one more lap. He's got about 1,700 metres to go. There's this great battle here, and that's between Ben Smith and Kai Zemi for P5. That's the bottom part of the top 5 gets trophies. Ben Smith is on course for a trophy. Time has now expired, with so many of the front runners being thrown out. Well, it's like the slippery surface was the meat thrown into the wolf pack, and it tore them all asunder. Final lap board is out. Macaulay Bishop has an 0.87 second lead over Cathal Clark. Nathan Ty in 3rd place. Roman Kamyab in 4th, ahead of Kai Zemi, Ben Smith, Jesse Phillips up to P7. Kian Amy, Cody Lepatorel, Ben Crosley now drops down a couple of places behind Jack Buckley and William Knight. Kit Bolofsky now overtakes Kanish Rao, Ryan Gill, Tyler O'Neill. Macaulay Bishop is just literally not that far away. He's going through Osiers for the final time. He now knows. He got the last lap signal. This is the opportunity he wanted. He got past Cathal Clark when he needed to, and he's going to come through the boot. Round the final corner comes the number 9 of Macaulay Bishop, who wins in IAMI Cadet here at Whilton Mill Drama at Ashby's. Well done, Macaulay Bishop, you absolute opportunistic. I don't know what to say. I am truly lost for words in a final that you could have not predicted. Wow. Macaulay Bishop wins the BKC Winter Cup IAMI Cadets category, provisionally speaking. So all results, as I call them, are provisional, pending any scrutineering and sporting checks post-race. Cathal Clark in 2nd, ahead of Nathan Ty. So 2 drivers from Oliver Rowland Motorsport will be on the top 5 in 2nd and 3rd respectively. Roman Kamyab from Fusion in 4th place, ahead of Kai Zemi. Ben Smith, Jesse Phillips in 7th, ahead of Kian Amy, Cody Lepatorel and Jack Buckley rounding out the top 10. William Knight recovers to 11th, ahead of Ben Crossley. Kit Bolofsky, Ryan Gill, Kanishk Rao finished in P15, ahead of Michael Gray, Tyler O'Neill, Zach Green, Kazra Kamyab, Mason Bishop. Logan Howes takes 21st in his first IAMI Cadet final in his karting career. And we had Jack Mowat, Michael Walker, Connor Duncan, Lewis Werrell, Zachary Knight, Eden Spanswick, Tyg Buckley, and Sebastian Mims finishing all a lap down, with Ethan Woodward unfortunately finishing his race on lap number 2. But all I can say is one word. Fraser, you're going to understand this one. Bedlam. That's it for IAMI Cadets. Next up, it's the grandstand finale. We go into battle one last time in 2019 as the Bambino Kart Club with IAMI Bambinos up next. So we come to the last race of the 2019 racing season for the Bambino Kart Club, and this time it's, as always, IAMI Bambinos. So this is an end of an era with the Bambino Kart Club, and I've been a part of it since 2018 when I joined, when I was with Downforce Radio, became the official commentator, and now to be the person seeing out the old era of the Bambino Kart Club. There is it's a bit of a watershed moment, but it's also the start of a new beginning with Super One and Bambino Kart Club joining forces, and it's great to see, as I mentioned earlier, the efforts behind the scenes, thanks to John Hoyle and Darren Beavers, who run these two respective championships, to combine their forces for 2020. And I can only think of this, that whatever happens in 2020 is going to change the game in karting a little bit here, because a lot of people have thought, well, what's going to happen in 2020? We were waiting, and then we got the news before Kartmania, and now this is quite a halcyon moment. I'm sure that Darren, first of all, is going to think, well, we absolutely had a brilliant Winter Cup, didn't we? And then he looks at 2020, he said, but I can see the future on the horizon is also looking that little bit greener. So, and from my perspective, to see some of these young competitors since 2018 make their way up the ranks, it's always nice. The people that I meet in this paddock, every single time I come back to it, it's always, you know, I'm only able to make sort of like the odd occasional trip once or twice, but to be here and to see all these youngsters. So they're now going to be getting some final instructions. They're going to be instructed on what is the situation with Ashby's, where there is some. We've got some. Well, I was just going to say, Fraser, if we could go to the static cam, 121. At the minute, they have got. There is. Yeah, there is some absorbent granules being put down on Ashby's. So yeah, if we go to yeah, so that's happening at the moment. So the drivers are being forewarned. So the clean-up operation is happening. So there will be a slight delay before the final race of the meeting. So it is quite a big surface area they're actually cleaning up here at Ashby. So the drivers will be just told about the instructions ahead of it, so at least they're in due diligence, they're being informed. So the drivers are just being informed by race direction and clerk of the course. So yeah, we'll leave the grids for a moment, Fraser, but for those at home, if we go to camera 123, camera 2, sorry. So, as you can see here, they are putting down the absorbent granules. So it's quite a big surface area, and I can see from another vantage point on one of our static cameras, camera 3, it is quite a big puddle that has been left there. And that doesn't look like oil, that looks like some sort of coolant. Right, so without further ado, let's go for the final grid of not just the Winter Cup, not just the 2019 season for the Bambino Kart Club, but the final grid as the Bambino Kart Club. So, your IAMI Bambino Grand Final is as follows. Noah Baglin and Charlie Lomas on row 1. Cole Denham and Archie Lovett, row 2. Jake Beecroft and Jensen Jones, row 3, with Luca Narroway and Jensen Chalk on row 4. That's the top 8 completed. Rounding out the top 16, it's Freddie Denton in the 98, Jack McLaughlin in the 66, Larry Price in the 97, Luke Millward in the 38, Jensen Walker in the 22, Rowan Henderson in the 72, George House in the 77, with Harley Drake in the 91. Rounding out the order, it will be as follows. Manav Jewell in 17th in the 82, Archie Rutter in the 20, Felix Smedley in the 19, Jensen Thomas in the 40, Vinny Oliver in the 7, Jan Singh Pahal in the 23, Harry Curry in the 84, with Daniel Lorente in the 24 itself. And that is our final grid of the day here. Nice to see Roman Nicolai. Good luck, lads. Thank you, Roman. Appreciate that. So, drivers getting some final instructions there. That is Noah Baglin in the 21, running as the 2 in C50 Coma, but the 21. There's Charlie Lomas in the number 41 alongside. Then we've got the number 96 there. And that, I'm trying to make out, as Cole Denham, I believe. The number 8 there, that is Archie Lovett. And there is the number 10 of Jake Beecroft. getting some final instructions. Then we've got the number 74 with Max MHR, who've been doing a lot of work with the BKC in their uniforms, 2018 and 2019. There is Jensen Chalk. Wasn't feeling 100% before the weekend. Karen Wellen says, good luck, Jack McLaughlin. And that'll be the number 66, who's just there. So, as the light starts to fade, but still, there's plenty of lights still showing. So, last year on the Winter Grand Prix, we ended up under night time. 5-second board for the final time at the 2019 BKC Winter Cup. 8 minutes on the clock, lights out, and we are off and away. As some of the drivers jumping up and down in the seats, and that includes Jack McLaughlin, as it's 3 abreast, maybe even 4 abreast going into oblivion. That's close. As it's getting a bit tasty at the front already, and that is Noah Baglin, who's slung his way past. And that looks to be Charlie Lomas into the lead of this race as they go up through Christmas Corner for the first time. And some drivers... Oh, no, multi-car incident up at the top of the hill. And one of them was the 22. And that is... 22 there. That is... I'm just trying to... That's Jensen Walker. So there were a couple of carts involved there. Luckily enough, they got away with that one. It was 3 into 1. Unfortunately, did not go. So we said that IAMI does provide a lot of action. Bambino's pretty much the same. So the drivers come round to complete their first lap here in the IAMI Bambino final. Noah Baglin has a lead of just 0.2 of a second exactly ahead of Charlie Lomas. Jensen Thomas gets a warning from race control. So Archie Lovett in 4th, Jake Beecroft up into 5th ahead of Jensen Jones, Freddie Denton, Luca Narroway. And there is Jake Beecroft behind Archie Lovett. And that's the battle for 4th and 5th respectively. So you can see where they put all the absorbent granules down on Ashby's. Oh, that was very close. Now that was Cole Denham, I believe, going a bit sideways. Coming through that corner, the 99 nearly lost it. As the driver's really going to have to watch it now, because where those absorbent granules are, if they pick those up, that is going to compromise their tyres quite significantly. And when you get two chemicals that don't really work together, as we found out in IAMI Cadet a little bit earlier on, your tyres will not work as they are intended to. So Cole Denham now leading a 3-cart squabble over 3rd place. Between himself, Lovett and Beecroft. Beecroft swarming all over the pack of Lovett for 4th place at the minute. Noah Baglin has got a bit of a gap now, 1.464 seconds between himself and Charlie Lomas, as Jake Beecroft really is sizing up Archie Lovett, goes towards the outside, then Lovett pulls in front of the number 10. Archie Rutter gets a penalty from race control. So Noah Baglin leads. Charlie Lomas, Cole Denham, Archie Lovett, Jake Beecroft, Jensen Jones, Luca Narroway up past Freddie Denton into 7th position. Jensen Chalk and Jack McLaughlin. McLaughlin in P10. Luke Millward and Harry Curry ran out the top 12 ahead of Daniel Miron Lorente. Vamos, Dani. Is all I'm saying. Thank you to Francisco a bit earlier on the YouTube channel. Larry Price in 14th ahead of George House and Rowan Henderson. Harley Drake in 17th. Vinnie Oliver in 18th ahead of Manaf Duel and Felix Smedley, who rounds out the top 20 positions. And then rounding out the grid itself, Jensen Thomas is in 21st position. Dian Singh Pahal, 22nd ahead of Archie Rutter. Jensen Walker, unfortunately, I don't think is taking any further participation after that incident as we go into the last 4 minutes and 20 seconds, plus an additional lap of this meeting here. So 3 minutes and 37 seconds plus an additional lap to go, and Noah Baglin is... I'm not going to use the exact terminology that one good friend of mine, Henry Baudet, would say. Yes, I've mentioned your name many times, Boyle. Hopefully we work together in the future, my friend. Noah Baglin has gone like a scalded cat that's had hot water thrown all over it. But Henry's choice of words would have been using the word rocket on a particular body part, and I'm not going to do that. Yeah, so Noah Baglin, 3.4 seconds ahead of Charlie Lomas at the minute. So still, people might say, well, yeah, well, he's got it sewn up, isn't he? He's got it sewn up. Who's not to say anything could happen here? 2 minutes and 53. Harry Curry now up into P10. Is definitely the case that he's got past Jack McLaughlin and Luke Millward in 11th and 12th position, as there's a great little battle here. Now that is involving Jake Beecroft is there. Now the 90, now who is in front of them in a minute? That's Cole Denham. Archie Lovett now is behind Jake Beecroft at this particular moment in time. So Beecroft is just over a tenth. Well, he's pulling alongside Cole Denham. He's going to make the move up the inside into Christmas Corner. And the number 10 does a really good job there. With just over 2 minutes to go. And you can see that Lovett is also sizing up Cole Denham to see if he can get past up into P4 at the minute. Oh, that's a spin for the 74 of Jensen Jones. Down in P6. And that's probably going to allow Luca Narroway to get past. Maybe even Freddie Denton, the number 98. Fast approaching. Fastest lap of the race so far, Noah Baglin in a 1 minute 4.124. He's just gone fastest of anybody in this race in sector number 2 by 0.021 of a second ahead of Charlie Lomas. As Lomas crosses the line, he's 2.2 seconds adrift, but he's actually gone a little bit quicker. He's just taken nearly a tenth and a half. He needed to have probably started doing that a little bit earlier on in this race. As there's the number 41 of Charlie Lomas. And he's gone past a couple of the back markers there. So we go into the last 60 seconds of this season here with the Bambino Kart Club, and Daniel Lorente has gone up to P11. Still, George House and Rowan Henderson up to P14 and P15 respectively. Vinnie Oliver, Harley Drake, Manav Dew, and looks like we've got Felix Smedley rounding out the top 20 still. There's been some sort of inconspicuous warning there. Don't know who that's for. Maybe just an issue with the electronics, who knows. But still, it's a great little battle there. I think that is between. Now, Harry Curry has been battling away with Jensen Chalk and also Freddie Denton, amongst others, because Jones, Denton, Chalk and Curry are within 0.7 of a second of each other. There's Charlie Lomas, who's about 2.4 seconds adrift, well, nearly 2.5 seconds adrift, as the time is fast going to expire, as Noah Baglin now goes through the exit of Inkerman's. Time's run out. This is the penultimate lap of the meeting and of the season for the Bambino Kart Club in its current iteration. So, George House and Rowan Henderson complete the top 15 at the minute, as Noah Baglin, again, setting personal best after personal best, setting fastest laps of the race, a 1 minute 4.095. And he's gone over nearly 2/10 quicker than Charlie Lomas. Lomas has responded and gone 0.8 of a second quicker in sector number 2. But it's going to be not enough time to make moves forward. Jake Beecroft at the moment is doing a great job in 3rd place, fending off Archie Lovett. So last lap board is out, and already through Fine Lady goes the number 21 of Noah Baglin, who's been racing in C50 Comas, but he's come good in IAMI Bambinos. He's going through the right-left kink before Inkerman's for the final time, down the hill towards Ashby. Larry Price, in the meantime, has got past Rowan Henderson for 15th position. As through the left into Wilkins goes the number 21 of Noah Baglin. Getting past one of the back markers there. comes down the back straight into the boot for the final time. What a drive. He's led for the majority of this race. As soon as he got through to Christmas Corner, past Charlie Lomas, Noah Baglin comes out of the boot into the right-hander at Pit Bend, and he's going to take the checkered flag to win the BKC IAMI Bambino final at the Winter Cup by 2.9 seconds ahead of Charlie Lomas. Jake Beecroft takes a well-deserved third position. Archie Lovett in fourth. Cole Denham in fifth, with Luca Narroway rounding out the top six positions. It's going to be close for seventh, and it's going to go in the way of Freddie Denton, with Harry Curry jumping up to P8 from P9 at the flag, ahead of Jensen Jones, with Jensen Chalk in 10th, having been a bit under the weather coming into this weekend, the young chap, finishing 10th ahead of Daniel Miron Llorente in the number 85. Jack McLaughlin 12th ahead of Luke Millward. Larry Price will come across the line to finish 14th ahead of George House. Rowan Henderson will take 16th position. Vinnie Oliver in 17th ahead of Harley Drake. Manav Dew will finish in 19th ahead of Felix Smedley in the number 19. Jensen Thomas will take 21st position when he crosses the line very shortly, ahead of Dhyan Singh Pahal, with Archie Rutter being the last of the classified finishers, a couple of laps down off of the leaders. But Noah Baglin signs off the Bambino Kart Club's guys in 2019 under its current iteration as Super 1 British Kart Championship, BKC in other words, takes to karting tracks across the UK in 2020. So really, a big thank you to everyone that's been watching today here on Alpha Live. Don't forget, if you are watching on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, please don't forget to subscribe, hit the notification bell, and please like this video if you've enjoyed our coverage today. We really do appreciate it. For those that have been watching on Karting Magazine, the BKC Facebook page, and Downforce Radio, a big thank you to you all for watching and joining us here today. So, 2020 sees a new era of how the BKC evolves thanks to the welcome cooperation of John Hoyle and Darren Beavers next season. 6-round calendar starting on the first weekend of April at... I'm trying to remember now. You know what I'm doing. I'm starting from early April to late August. 6 rounds, all broadcasted live from every single circuit. Entries are going through the roof. A big thank you to everyone that's supported the BKC and its current guys up until this point, and we look forward to seeing so many of you in 2020. I'd like to say a big thank you to the entire team here at Alpha Live, to Luke, Finley, Fraser, Slavik, everyone here at Whilton Mill Kart Club, the cafeteria staff, the clerks, the marshalling crew, the race director, and of course Darren, Kerry Green, Darren's other half, who's been our timekeeper this weekend. A big thank you to all of them for making this run smoothly. But before we sign off tonight, I do have a bit of a dedication. It's quite a personal one to me. 2 years ago, a certain person in our family, my family, celebrated her 96th birthday. It's been 2 years to the day since she would have been 98, so I'd like to dedicate my commentary this weekend to my great nan, Joyce Mary Sully. May she rest in peace. So on behalf of everyone here at Alpha Live, everyone here at Whilton Mill, everyone now at Super 1 BKC, from myself, Alex Goldschmidt, representing Downforce Radio, the nation's motorsport station, thank you for tuning in. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Safe travels home, and Super 1 BKC will see you all in 2020 next April. Thanks for watching.